day without him, brother. Rockin' Bubba, rockin' Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rockin' Bubba, rockin' Bubba. Waking on that blubber. Rockin' Bubba, rockin' Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rockin' Bubba, rockin' Bubba. Fat will get you very far. Rockin' Bubba, rockin' Bubba.
Thank you so much for being with us. Now 6 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show, and we got us a busy one as always. We thank you for being a part of the show. I know there's lots of choices and busy lives out there, but you take time to be with us each day, and we thank you for it. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. Good time gang settling in. And 24 hours from right now, Lord willing, we'll be live out at Regents Tradition at Greystone Golf and Country Club. Just around the corner from where we sit now in the Birmingham Metro. This is where the Champions Tour comes rolling through town, a major on that tour. And we look forward to seeing you in the Celebrity Pro-Am, where Bubba is teeing off at 8:30 in a great group. I think best group of the day. You got John Daly, who is quite the character. You got country music star Riley Green. Of course, you got Bubba. You got Senator Coach Tommy Tuberville. And let's see who else we got here. It escapes me. There's one more. Riley Green. No, there you go. Riley Green, Tommy, Bubba, and John Daly. So that they tee off at 8:30. And we look forward to seeing all of you there. I know that's part of your year. A lot of you just love to come out to the Celebrity Pro-Am and hang out and enjoy the day. And so we'll crank it up tomorrow morning live at Regents Tradition, so be looking for that. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Let's go, boys.
Yep.
Let's go, boys. How is everyone?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Pretty good?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Good to go.
Yesterday was a little different day for me because the transfer portal opened, and so I spent most of my day sitting in front of a spreadsheet and a computer at the 150 college tennis players from all across the land join the transfer portal. So I got one spot left and talking to a bunch of student athletes.
Okay.
So
it's on.
I was mentally exhausted last night. I'd had enough. I'm like, I can't talk to another person. It was a struggle.
I have no more words. I can't do it.
Just couldn't do it. Just could not do it. All good though. I've narrowed down my search, and now we just play that out.
Well, good deal. So. Good luck with that.
Yeah, I need it for sure. There's a lot going on out there.
We'll have a good time the next day or two, just hanging out and enjoying the Regents Tradition. I went out yesterday and tested everything, and I got around that environment again, and I'm looking at Helmsy, but I'm kind of nodding over towards Greg. He is going to eat it up again.
Yeah,
that golf course is so nice.
Yeah.
I mean, literally the greens, the putting green area, the practice green, it looks like carpet. Yeah. I mean, they have the grounds crew there and superintendent, everybody, they've done such a good job as always, but my goodness, it's nice. He's going to get around that atmosphere again. I thought of him yesterday, and I started laughing. And I was like, Greg is going to eat this up.
I know.
This is the time of year, and it's once or twice a year. Greg goes, I think I'm gonna start playing golf.
Yeah,
dabble
I'll
a little
go
bit.
through all that.
Yeah, because you get caught up in it, and you get around it, and it is nice.
Did you look at the area where they serve the foods? Everything good?
They've actually redone some of that and put down some type of padding on the floor and stuff. They were in the process of. Tables were leaning up and everything. And, hey, when you go through, so Greystone is where this is. Very nice gated community. I mean, $1 million homes left and right as you go in there. It is extremely nice. And then it opens up, and then there's the golf and country club. But all the landscaping crews, I think every house had somebody there. Everybody's getting ready. They're dolling up the entrance where the security guard is at the gate. Everybody's getting ready, and so in the area where the food is going to be in the Coca-Cola area, there all the tables were pushed up on the side, and they were busy little bees, man. They were getting it ready. But I told them, I said, y'all prepare. Greg and Helmsy are going to be in here right away, and
we get the line started.
Yeah, there's most of the people are the same, and they know us.
Yeah.
So the operations IT person, she comes down she lives up north, and she comes down every year, and it's the same one, and she's like, I look forward to this year because y'all are so crazy. Because it is. It's organized chaos where we broadcast from because of all the celebrities that come through and the mania behind it. It really is a lot of fun, and we look forward to being out there tomorrow. And I want to see. I've made a request to see if we can get Condoleezza Rice on, former Secretary of State. She's going to tee off at 7:50 tomorrow. Head coach Trent Dilfer, who I played with last year, great guy. He's going to tee off at 8 o'clock. These are all Central Time, morning times here. Hugh Freeze, head coach at Auburn. He's at 8:10. Kirby Smart, University of Georgia head football coach. He's at 8:20. The $13 million man, we call him. Then you've got at 8:30, John Daly, Tommy Tuberville, Riley Green, and our very own Bill Bubba Bussey. Coach Kalen DeBoer, he is going to tee off at 8:40, Alabama new head football coach. At 8:50, it's Nick Saban, greatest football coach of all time. Yeah. He is going to tee off right after Coach DeBoer. And then at 9, and very strategic by Gene and his staff, it's Ernie Els, he's the pro, Charles Barkley, Roman Harper, Greg McElroy, and Jake Peavy. And the reason why I say that's strategic is because Charles loves the gallery. He loves folks that are hanging out in their backyard, and he'll get lost in there and forget we're playing golf, and it holds everybody up. So he just loves the people, but he's behind all that. They have learned from their mistakes of putting him in front of them because it just backs the whole field up.
Stacks it up.
Yeah, I think one time Saban was behind him a group or two, and word got down. Hey, Coach Saban told Charles to hurry up. They were joking and having a good time. And then Bo Jackson, who's not able to make it this year, and Taylor Hicks, who's always with us. We had him on, and he tore his ACL or had to have knee or something. Yeah. He's not able to play, so he won't be here. But whenever Bo and Charles would be together, Bo would get so frustrated. He's like, Charles, come on, man. Yeah. What are you doing? Let's go.
Bo went into the mingling.
He wasn't.
I always thought Charles made Bo nicer.
Yeah, he did.
You know what I mean?
He did.
Like he made him nicer. So he because Charles had a standard and a level of I'm going to give a ton, and so Bo always felt like he's got to do that.
Right.
Speedy, that's kind of the way you make Greg and I feel sometimes.
Sure.
Like when you're giving so much, you make us nicer.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you.
You're our Charles Barkley.
Appreciate that.
You think the TV station is going to do a live shot around the
Greg?
I think
this is my last year to do this. I don't want to be embarrassed by a shirtless man walking through a shot.
Yeah, WIET, our CBS affiliate.
You couldn't see me.
They're normally there pretty early. They're normally there pretty early. I was looking back, and we mentioned this probably a week or two ago, but I was looking back at my Instagram feed on exactly when you did that, and it is absolutely gold. But you know how time flies.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like I cannot believe it has been so long, but it just seems like it was yesterday. But you taking your shirt off is a challenge and walking behind the live shot of Rick and Bubba doing an interview with the CBS affiliate that was there on site is precious, and I got to tell you, I'm proud of you for actually doing it.
Yeah.
We didn't know if you would or not, but you did, and hey, well done.
Yeah, and the cameraman was a good sport about it.
He was. Oh,
and the guy doing the interview.
Oh yeah, they loved it, and the next year and every year after that, they're like, hey, is he going to do it again?
They actually look forward to it.
But you're a nut, Greg.
But
at least
it's
I
funny.
wasn't
completely naked like you were, but I did have my shirt.
Yeah, well. It's just something about that area, isn't it? I mean, that little area has brought so much attention.
I think you need to,
huh?
I think you need
to
we ain't
doing no. But anyway, all right, so all that is tomorrow, so we're looking forward to it if you're listening live. It's tomorrow, so be looking for anything. This is where we're live. The boys are punchy. People are coming in. Headsets are just getting slung on because you don't know who's going to walk up. And so we look forward to all the fun. Regions Tradition. You can go to regionstradition.com, get your tickets if you want to go. And it's going to be a great tournament as well. So looking forward to it. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the Kickoff Hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Our friends at Alabama Road Trips, they're back with a new road trip for you to win. It's a 2-day guided trip for two to go kayak bass fishing with KBF founder Chad Hoover. You'll get a $200 gift certificate to West End Outdoors, $500 worth of spending money towards your ultimate North Alabama kayak bass fishing road trip package, and more. Head to alabamaroadtrips.org. Sign up for a chance to win the ultimate North Alabama kayak bass fishing road trip package. Once again, sign up for a chance to win at alabamaroadtrips.org. Set immigration policies aside for a moment. New diseases are entering through U.S. borders. Now, you remember medication shortages during COVID? Do you remember not being able to see your doctor? Well, you can get out in front of this with a medical emergency kit from the Wellness Company. This is not, I repeat, not first aid. It's like having urgent care in your home with essential prescriptions and strong antibiotics for infections of all types, plus a doctor easy guide. Order your kit and get 15% off at twc.health/Bubba. Use the promo code Bubba. If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com/Bubba. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all three major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. You ever notice when you ask moms what they really want for Mother's Day, many of them ask for one day of peace and quiet. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but at least you can help her tune them out. And tune into something great with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Their audio quality rivals the big audio brands that you know and you love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Springtime is all about fresh air, freshly clean homes. It's also the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security, the only home security system we use and recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you go to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special. 4 years for $30 and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, we got 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the Kickoff Hour as we start a brand new show and day with you. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. If you want to chime in on the topics, you can feel free to call. Understand this hour they'll be unscreened. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at the top of next hour for the main show, and so we're off and running. We thank you for being with us. So, Greg, it's never, I don't know. Sometimes I get nervous when Helmsy goes, hey, man, I got a question. You're not going to believe this happened or that happened, and then I thought you were going to go into it, and then it was like, no, we'll save it for air.
Well,
I'm like, oh, boy, what's up?
Something was said from one of my friends, a mutual friend of all of ours last night, that I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Did you say Greg was nice?
No, it wasn't that.
Okay.
He didn't. He wasn't that crazy.
Now you lost your mind.
His heart is growing.
This guy is a Division I baseball coach.
Okay.
And they are actually it's Casey Dunn.
Oh, okay.
And so he had reached out yesterday in the madness of the transfer portal. Us Division I coaches talk to each other about certain important things. And he was simply wanting to know, they play in Jacksonville tonight, and he wanted to know where they could get a good meal after.
Well,
I completely
I knew it had to do with food.
Yeah, I completely forgot to call him back on this. He had texted me, and so last night about, I don't know, it was probably after 8 o'clock. I panicked. I'm like, crap, I forgot to call him back. And so I called him, and we got, after he, ridiculed me for a minute for not calling him back, and he ended up finding out what they needed to do. I assured him that he had picked a good spot. We got to talking about a lot of different things, just catching up, kids and all this, and I could not believe what I was hearing with the next statement. He said, "Hey, you ain't gonna believe what I'm doing now." And I said, "What?" And he goes, "All into pickleball."
Oh.
That's funny.
And I said, "Did you just tell me you're?" He said, "Helms, I can't get enough." And I said, "What are you messing with me? Are you messing? No, that's what y'all are going to be amazed about." I said, "Casey, when are you playing pickleball?" He said, "Oh, listen." He said, "All my guys," talking about his assistant coaches. He's like, "We're all into it." He's like, "When we go on road trips, we get up early before everybody else, before we go do batting practice and breakfast, and we find local places and we play."
No.
And I said, "You're that into it." And this is when the statement I had to call him out on. And I was bothered by it.
Oh,
and I told him I was bothered by it. He said, "Helms, it's a phenomenal sport." And I said, Casey, I know it's been a while since we've talked. I can't let that comment go. I've let a lot go in the last few minutes, and you just talking about
you're talking
pickleball.
to a tennis coach. You're right.
But you just said it's a phenomenal sport, and I cannot let that go. What are you talking about?
Phenomenal's a
and he
big
went,
word.
"I know it is. It's gigantic," and that's what I told him. And he just went on and on and on, and I just could not believe that Casey is all into pickleball.
That is hilarious.
And the fact and how far they go with it. And he's like, he was even talking about this. He wanted us to Google something. He said there's a company out there that's building these. They're almost doing like a Top Golf version of pickle, and it's like fried chicken and pickle, or pickle and chicken, or something. He's like, just Google it.
Like
He's
an entertainment type?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. And he said it's nothing but pickleball courts and good chicken. And
cold beer.
That's what that too. But
There you go,
he said we need to have one of these here in Birmingham. It'll thrive. And he said, y'all know people up there. He's like, see if you can find some. If everybody thinks we know people that can just invest in money. If that was the case, I'd have an indoor facility at Jacksonville State.
Helmsy, y'all know people.
And so, but I just couldn't wrap my mind around this particular individual falling in love with a game of pickleball.
That is kind of funny. Not only that, to the point that they wake up early on the road and find places to go play.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, hey, at least he's moving.
And he started.
Right?
Well,
Isn't
that's
that the
what.
key?
Hey, listen! Don't think I didn't hear how good of exercise it was, and he even said, "Listen,
It's phenomenal."
He called it
it's a phenomenal sport.
Called it
Greg.
word for word a phenomenal sport is what he said. And I could not get over it. I mean, I didn't even sleep good last night because I constantly thinking about this. And he did admit, he's like, listen, he's like, we got with our assistants and everything. He said there's there's 4 of us that are playing. He's like, I've tried the singles thing. He's like, I don't like that. He said, you can do singles in pickleball. He was talking like I didn't know, but I just kind of let him have his time because I didn't want to kill his pickleball dreams. But he kept talking about how, I don't really like playing singles. That's just too much for me right now. But I'm telling you, Helms, this doubles and pickleball, and I'm getting exercise and moving around, and it's fun. And I just wasn't ready for the excitement from him, of all people.
Well, look, there is excitement because, and I know y'all know this, we've been talking about it with Sherry played for her first time the other day, and Rick talked about the new courts close to his house. I was at Earl Martin Park in Oxford last night.
Oh, yeah.
For a little T-ball game. And when I pulled up, I thought, man, they've got some games going on. You can hardly find a spot. And then I look, and they've got pickleball courts right there in the parking lot of the baseball complex. Huh. And I mean, there's people leaning on the fence. I'm like, what in the world? So the excitement is more than just with him. It is
the old hype.
Was it? Well, it's a phenomenal game.
Well, it's
is what
phenomenal
it is.
Sport.
Yeah,
is what he called it.
Yeah.
A chicken and pickle.
Chicken and pickle. So
chicken
that's a
and
thing.
Pickle. That is actually a thing. Where food and fun spill onto the court.
I think you need to get behind that.
Hey, let's just stand up and applaud.
We need
that business plan right there. Good night.
Somebody told me too that the the old D1 sports thing that they've turned that into all pickleball courts.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yeah.
Everywhere?
Right there on the hill.
Just at that bigger one that they had.
Yeah.
Here over there by
I see
the,
what you're saying.
Yeah,
because they moved to a smaller one over by where our former studio used to be. So that place was really nice. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Like it's
a little indoor action there, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, it's a phenomenal sport, and I'm glad Coach Dunn finds time to do that. So they wake up before workouts and everything. What about when he's at home? Do they do that? Do they have like their home court?
I mean, the baseball field's right there by the. Yeah. No, it's not either. Let's see. Yeah, it's their baseball field is pretty close to the tennis courts. I don't know if they do that.
Oh boy!
Or
if they're on a tennis court playing pickleball, I know that's where you kind of raise your head a little bit and go, hold on.
Listen,
now.
he's an encourager, okay, but he doesn't say a ton of positive things. Like when we're talking about certain things,
ton of positive
and so like when I was hearing such positivity out of him about this, it caught me off guard.
Were you happy for him?
Not really.
Or just disappointed?
I was more disappointed. I don't know. I had a range of emotions.
But I think if we'll all just stay in our own little lanes.
I think
if they'll put pickleball in it's fun, it gets you active, it helps you, move around, do a little bit of cardio with your friends.
He did say
just have a good time. If you keep it in that, I mean, I think it's great.
He did say something.
It's a lot of people
that
out there, maybe not.
After he brought up the phenomenal sport comment, he said it's like getting exercise while you're playing ping pong.
Okay.
And I felt like he was putting it in its proper place by saying that.
So be happy for him with that.
All I could hear, though, was he said phenomenal sport. He said phenomenal sport.
He did.
He's a Division I baseball coach. He just called pickleball a phenomenal sport.
I wonder if anything, do you think any of his players have ever heard phenomenal coming out of
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Probably not.
Well, all right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
If you owe back taxes, fair warning, you're not going to like this. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why the IRS targets you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers, you don't. You'll pay up plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and who to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time IRS offer. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. Or visit tnusa.com/Bubba today. tnusa.com/Bubba. You also can find the number and website at rickandbubba.com. Just look under the sponsors. So there's many options for phone service. But how about spending your money with a company who shares our values? For 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been the only Christian conservative phone company out there. They offer the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks. You'll get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding agendas you don't agree with when you switch to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Now, switching sends the message that you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. It's a win-win. It's money you'd be spending anyway. Now it will be working to help make a difference, and their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. Now, you want to keep your number? Fine. You want to keep your phone? That's fine. Or you can upgrade. It's your choice. They'll also help you find the best plan for your needs. So check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba. That's patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation. Springtime is all about fresh air, fresh starts, freshly cleaned homes, and it's the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security. The only home security system we recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, plus a variety of indoor and outdoor cameras to keep watch over your property day and night. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. So you get fast emergency response when you need it most. Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can even help stop crime in real time with no contract and a 60-day money-back guarantee. You can try Simply Safe risk-free. Simply Safe will give you and your family a real peace of mind. So don't wait any longer. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you sign up for a Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Ever notice when you ask moms what they want for Mother's Day, so many of them just ask for one day of peace and quiet? I mean, good luck. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but you could at least help her tune them out with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are the perfect way to tune out all the noise around you and tune into something great. Their audio quality rivals all the big audio brands you know and love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Right now, get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 20% off and free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or look for that link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find it right under the sponsors button. Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and right now they're offering up to 30% off all mattress orders plus a free gift with purchase. Just head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. The Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the new Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress just for kids. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test out a new mattress than by sleeping on it. That's why they offer a 100-night trial and a 10 to 15-year warranty. And unlike a lot of other mattress companies out there, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility where skilled manufacturers make the mattresses and ship them straight from their facility right to your door for free. Nothing to lose, folks, with a 100-day free trial. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Save up to 30% off your mattress order. This offer won't last long.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
25 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hour. We are halfway through it. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in about 30 minutes from now for the main show, and we thank all of you for being with us today. have discussed a number of things the first 30 minutes here. If you've missed it, shame on you, but you can always go back and check it out during the archives. This portion of the show brought to you by 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. SimplySafeBubba.com. Been talking about them for years, but when you travel, do you have concerns about your place? You know, is everything well kept and secured, locked up? Leave windows open? Oh gosh, is the coffee pot or the iron left on? That's why we recommend investing in SimplySafeBubba.com today for award-winning security and peace of mind whenever your upcoming summer plans take you wherever you go. The system blankets your whole place in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, plus a variety of cameras to keep watch over your property day and night. And so you need to check that out. And the app allows you to see those cameras, and so you know what's going on. It gives you that peace of mind. It's backed up with 24/7 professional monitoring for less than about $1 a day, so you get fast emergency response when you need it most. And their professional monitoring agents can even help stop crimes in real time. And there's no contract, 60-day money-back guarantee. You can try it risk-free. And right now, it gets even better. You can have real peace of mind and save 20% off a new security system at SimplySafeBubba.com. That's SimplySafeBubba.com to save 20%, or you can find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. And as we always say, there is no safe like Simply Safe. And that's, you know, that little yard sign that I have, and it says protected by Simply Safe kind of out front, gives you peace of mind too, because they go, uh-oh, this person means business. They ain't going in there. All right.
Simple.
I got to ask y'all a question on if you think this is really Richard Simmons.
Okay. All right. You got like an audio or something?
Yes, he shared,
precious.
or did he share, an audio message yesterday. But some people are thinking, okay, is it really him or is it AI? And
This is kind of what I thought about Casey.
Yeah,
in our
right.
pickleball discussion.
And now listen, but before I play this, it's from his official check-marked YouTube channel.
Okay.
But it hadn't had any new content in like 10 years until 2 months ago. He kind of had some content, but there's no video or picture of him in this. Just an animated picture of him with a cheerleader megaphone. And so some people are going, okay, then if that's the case, it's not really him probably. But I don't know if it is or not. I have no idea. But just decide for yourself.
Hi, everybody. It's Richard. Happy May 6th, 2024.
No.
Thank you so much for reading my messages. Roses are red, violets are blue. Do you know how much I love you? Have a beautiful day. Bye for now.
No, that's AI.
You do
so
you think
because
it
some of
is?
the enunciation sounded weird.
He
Could
did
it be-
over-pronunciate.
Yeah.
Could it be both, that it's Richard Simmons who actually went to the trouble to put this out through AI?
No, it's all these people pulling stuff.
No.
But you
now-
don't think he had anything to do with
I don't think
this?
it had nothing to do with
All right, so but here's the thing. So you think his people? Well, back to what Helmsy said. Are you saying that his people did this through AI?
Yeah, or he did.
Because it is from his original.
Yeah.
I mean,
Complete
check-marked
fake.
YouTube channel. It's not like
Complete
it just
fake.
somebody put it out. So how do they get access
like
to
I-
his YouTube channel?
Yeah.
They just did. They broke in, did it.
No, but I'm with you. It doesn't flow. You know what I mean? Now he is older. We forget
Yeah, I was
that
gonna say,
we
It
think
sounded
that,
robotic.
you know, we think
Even
It
that
though
he
sounded
I-
old and robotic.
right. He did.
Ah.
He did. All right. So let's compare, if you don't mind.
Live like you were dying.
Hi, everybody. It's Richard.
Hey, it's Richard Simmons, and I'm squeezing my country bun
Happy May 6th, 2024.
with Rick and Bubba.
Thank you so much for reading my messages. Roses are red, violets are blue.
He doesn't say roses. He said roses.
Yeah, he's 75. I mean,
How much I love you.
He loves you, Greg.
That's no, he
does.
loves you. We got
Have
that
a
on
beautiful
video.
day. Bye for now.
See, that bye for now sounded fake too.
Mm-hmm.
Bye for now.
Yeah. Bye for now. Well, that's the big discussion that everybody's having. Is it him or is it AI?
all right, Greg, do you think he had anything to do with that at all?
No.
Okay.
That was quick. Yeah.
I don't know if
Ain't
it's him or
falling for
not,
it.
but I think he had something to do with it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
roses
where
are
I'm
red.
That's where I'm at on it. And Greg, I wish you would put something out every day or every couple of days, and we had to guess
if it was
Greg, Burgess, or AI.
I know. I may do that.
Well, Greg, you would call these people very gullible. The message is underneath his official YouTube page. You know how you can comment? It's wonderful to hear your voice again. We love you. We love you, Richard. Blessings on a wonderful week. We love you, Richard. Miss seeing your smiling face. It's wonderful hearing your voice, Richard. We love you. We love you, Richard. Have a blessed and beautiful day. Love you too, Richard. It's wonderful to hear your voice again. See, all these people think it is, but then on down, it's like, okay, is this really him?
Yeah.
Because, again, it doesn't show him. It just has this animated, still shot with him with a cheerleading megaphone. Has an R on it for Richard, though.
No, Richard.
So anyway, I just want to get your feedback on that, on if you thought it was him or AI. Greg's voting AI. Helmsy, you
Complete
think
farce.
it might be AI,
I think he has
his
something to do
team
with it.
had something
Yeah.
to do with it.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
Well, if his team did it, they did it behind his back.
You think so?
Yep.
For a while there, wasn't he held? They claimed he was held hostage in his own house, and then he came out and said he wasn't. But is it really him saying that?
That's my point.
Nobody has seen. I hadn't seen him.
No, we don't even know if he's still alive.
I mean, does he ever get out, or is he just held captive in his home? I mean, you would think if he went to the grocery store or grabbed something to eat, somebody would see him.
You reckon he put some striped shorts on, hits the road?
Boy, those shorts. Those little runner shorts.
Yeah.
Man, they're tiny little things. That video bothered you, didn't it? When
Yeah, it was
that
terrible.
flashback
It was worse
to the
than
Red
we
Velvet
remembered
Lounge.
it.
Yeah.
You got
it really
admit
was.
that.
I mean, it was bad for
It was
me.
much worse
but
than I
really,
expected.
it didn't really.
His
It
description.
didn't shine a good light on really the staff because
Nobody.
there's a lot of hugging going on.
It brought your situation is actually worse than I thought.
Yeah,
it
I never
was.
remember it like that.
And
I don't know
other
if you-
people were involved that I didn't know we even had to deal with it.
Yeah.
But
I wish I wouldn't have seen it. I said it.
there you go.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you're right. I wish I hadn't because I hadn't remembered it like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if
I'm
you go
just-
through things and you have the ability to forget them, or
Boy,
we
in
just
today's
forget
world,
more.
you couldn't pull that.
Well,
trick
there's things in life.
No, help me down.
There's things in
off.
life.
Forced itself on you, basically, on camera, right?
Yeah.
Forced itself on
Yeah.
speed.
There's things that you can't unsee and you can't go undo and
Right.
undeal with. I mean, Greg and I and you, to some extent, had an experience just a couple weeks ago that we'll never forget. I'll
Right.
never get it out of my mind.
Sure.
Not one time.
Yeah.
And that's all I'll say about that. But Greg, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Greg, it happened here. Okay. The experience that
Everybody
you
just-
and I just don't say
oh,
anything.
good God.
Hey,
Good. Gracious. Are you okay?
Hey,
Yeah, I
hey,
forgot.
that's the kind of thing you'll never forget.
No.
And I kind of feel like the same thing with this Richard Simmons after watching that
Yeah.
the video that I didn't know existed.
Yeah, we've been told what it looked like.
Yeah.
And I get it why you mentally blocked it. I get that.
But do you realize, like back?
Did you see his reaction
Yeah, I
when he
know.
finally figured out what I was talking
yeah,
about?
back during that time? Okay, y'all have got to realize how crazy it was in the Red Velvet Lounge. Like Bones.
Yeah.
Okay, Bones that we've talked about for years on the show. Works for Man Church now. He would come and literally make us breakfast every morning. Now we had no ventilation.
How'd that start?
I think Bubba got him coming in.
Did
or
y'all pay
something.
him to do that?
Yeah, I
Okay.
believe so.
Well, let's hope so.
I wasn't
At
in
least
on all
food.
that. I was just I was the one making sure he was there. I think that was dealt
I feel
with,
like Bones had done so much for free.
So Bones decided I'm just going to cook breakfast.
Yeah, and so he would bring stuff. Guys, we turned a kitchen into a kitchen that wasn't a kitchen.
Oh, it didn't.
And so it didn't have like
You were setting the fire
the
alarm
exhaust fan and all that kind of stuff. And we would smell that whole building up
I
with
bet.
eggs and bacon and all that during that time. It was it was literally insane. The Red Velvet Lounge was crazy. It was when we were on Turner South as well. And so and then and Richard was part of that. That was part of
Yeah,
that
we
whole
saw
thing.
it.
Yeah,
It
you
was
did.
way worse than we ever imagined.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. One more segment here during the kickoff hour, then the main show will start. But I remember that was part of it because we were offering him breakfast because, the big thing is that he wanted to eat good, but his weakness was sweets and stuff. So what do you think we had? We had all that in front of him, and he would get so upset. All right, we'll take a break. One more segment left.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790. 800-568-2790 or biglou.com.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate, or going to the grocery store for milk instead of buying your own cow. You know there's an easier and better way. Save up to 25% when you bundle home and auto with Allstate.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Resolving to eat healthier this year, that was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget, tomorrow is the Drummond Company Celebrity Pro-Am. It will feature at 8:30 a.m. Central Time PGA Tour Champion Pro John Daly. How about that? With Tommy Tuberville, U.S. Senator, Riley Green, country music superstar, and Bill Bubba Bussey, national syndicated radio and TV show host. How about that?
There you go.
That's at 8:30 a.m. Central, our featured group, and it's going to be a good time tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. It's always fun to see all of you that have followed the show for so many years as we celebrate 30 years here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Eric Cuddy is the one that bid $6,000 to be alongside Bubba's group, him plus one, and so he will experience the day and enjoy it as well with Bubba's group. Looking forward to it. I think Hunter is Hunter's son. Bubba's son Hunter is going to be his caddy. So just a good old day, man. It's going to be a lot of fun in that group.
There you go. Hey, I was watching. American. Y'all been watching? Y'all ain't watched American Idol this year?
No, Greg.
I stopped watching that show, and the main judge that I like so much.
Oh, now look, they won't hurt nobody's feelings.
Yeah. So I wanted
anyway, they're down top
hurt.
5. Got like a 15-year-old kid from Alabama in it. It's
who's the kid from Alabama?
I forget his name.
Greg.
I
look
don't
it
remember
up.
his name. Then there's a big guy. Anyway, so we're watching. Me and Lisa, she loves the Idol.
Okay.
So we're watching it. She got mad though. One of her favorites got ejected.
Uh-oh.
But so we're watching
One
it.
of her favorites.
And all of a sudden it goes to commercial.
Yeah.
And live at Legacy Arena, coming to Birmingham, Earth, Wind, and Fire.
No.
And Lionel Richie is the host.
Huh.
Well, y'all know how Lee says about Earth, Wind, and Fire, right? And, of course, Lionel Richie. Now, don't get me wrong, huge fan.
Yeah.
Have y'all dealt with Ticketmaster? Have y'all tried that?
Yeah, I have. Yeah. You got the app? I've got the app.
Oh, yeah. I just
tried to find it.
And that's had a little count up. Lisa did.
Yeah. Yep.
But anyway, so we, once that, I tried to change it.
Just how you did.
Hey, I tried to change it during the commercial because I knew what was going to happen. Oh, what is that? I don't know.
Yeah. Let's quickly get off that.
What are you talking about?
So how quick she get tickets?
Oh, yeah.
She's in?
We finally.
Are we looking?
What about when the pressure's on you, when you're getting them and it's counting down? It only gives you so long to pull it off.
Oh, I know.
Before they had to start. If you don't get it done, you got to start over. Well, you ain't even got an account yet.
Right.
You ain't even got. So it was. Anyway, we got it in with
time counts down. Yeah.
But anyway, so
you're in. You're
I'm not
going.
No, Lisa and her sister and Chandler and I don't know who else going. But
okay,
anyway,
so that's
Lindsay, her niece. But
you're paying for it.
But yeah. But but when I saw the commercial starting, I thought, well, maybe
we
she
go.
won't notice this. And then I thought, well, let's go on Ticketmaster. Maybe it's sold out. It wasn't. No, but to be honest, it wasn't that unreasonable. But I just, like I said, the commercials work. When people buy commercials and they want people to respond.
Yeah,
I saw the response right in front of me.
They will.
Screaming and hollering.
Yeah. I hear all the time about Calitrin. All the time.
That's all I hear.
Yeah. And it's because of you, Greg.
That's right.
Commercials work.
It's out there. They work. People hear it.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Lisa right now. They do have, Ticketmaster has a little app that you can connect your account to, and it's easy to work off your mobile device.
That way you can pull your tickets up that you've already
correct.
bought.
Yeah. I mean, doing it the other way, you can still work through email and your account or whatever, but your app, it's easier to navigate.
You can just go right to it.
Yeah. And you can also search like artist and venue through that way, and sometimes it's a little easier. But some like to sit down at the computer.
Because I'll be honest with you, I'm not that confident when they go, okay, you got tickets, but you don't have them. They're on your phone.
Yeah, you want to hold them. He's old school. He wants to hold them in his hand.
I do. Because the concert's not till the end of the month. What if I get it was logged back in. They're still in there. I get it. But I just, you know what I'm saying? I don't like that.
No, listen, I was having a similar conversation with Amanda about something completely different. Airline tickets last night. Amanda's convinced that she don't actually have her tickets. And I said, babe, you don't get the tickets until
it's like that commercial turning into your parents or whatever.
Well, see, I'm kind of that nervous too. And I do it at ball games. I've done that. And I've gotten used to that.
Yeah.
But I'm just
That's
in my
the same
mind
thing.
thinking, Lisa and everybody, they all go over there and they'll send. But and I know it's fine. They've sent you 9,000 confirmations, and a little app probably be a good thing.
Yeah.
But I will be honest.
Is Ticketmaster where you go when it comes to these kind of events? Was your first
it's
thought,
been
or was
so
that part
long.
of the commercial, and that's why you went there?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's been so long since I've. Of course, people think we get all these free tickets
know.
because we're in the business. I got
Yes.
news for you. Those days are over.
Yeah.
And if you do get them, they're not very good. Just saying.
Right.
But I'll be honest, once I got in it and got to going through it, and you could zero in on your seats and click, and see where you at, back out, and look at the stage, and well, I was a little intimidated at first. But hey, you think ain't fired up about Earth, Wind, and Fire and Lionel Richie?
Yeah. All right, so let me ask you
Good
this.
night. At least she's fit to be tied.
You probably don't mind fitting the bill just so you ain't got to go.
Yeah, because I'll be honest with you, and I like Earth, Wind, and Fire and Lionel Richie, but I'm at a point in my life, it's just rare you're going to get me to a concert just because all the stuff, just the parking, and I got to do this, and I got to do that. Yeah, traffic.
So JC, speaking of concerts, you'll love this, both of you. He said, tickets become available. Someone he knew was going to the concert, and they're like, "Hey, you want to go?" That kind of thing. And he said, I said, yeah. He said, anyway, it's Wednesday night. It's in Huntsville, and all this. I'm like, okay, who is it? He said, Greta Van. I said, Greta Van Fleet, and he said, yeah, that's it. I said, son, you're going to Greta Van Fleet Wednesday? He goes, yeah.
Where's that at?
It's in Huntsville.
Oh.
They're in Huntsville. I said, son, they sound just like Led Zeppelin. He goes, yeah, I've been listening to them. They're good.
Yeah,
you know
what's bothering me?
I just wonder what their live show's like.
I think it's weird.
Is it?
They're getting a little weird.
Well, I'm gonna get a report from him.
Dress weird.
Yeah.
And a lot of but
well, that their thing?
I like a few of the. I like the first record part of it.
Yeah.
But a couple hours.
I will say this: I was their
thing.
first record or first album, whatever you want to call it, that got all our attention.
Yeah,
and then they came out with something else, and I was like,
they get too artsy.
Yeah, it was a little of that.
The first record I thought was really good, and it does sound exactly like Led Zeppelin. The fact that time they were like 16, 17 years old.
Yeah.
And but still, I mean, if you're there and in town, well, go check it out.
Apparently, their Starcatcher tour is rolling through, and so they're
Singer's a little flamboyant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask. Never
But
mind.
You can only go to one thing tonight.
One thing?
Concert, baseball game, NBA playoffs.
Baseball, what level?
Major League.
Okay.
And you can pick any,
Okay.
and this is anything you want to do.
Uh-huh.
Trying to think what else is going on right now. Or you can go to, like, I don't know why I'm saying this, but Broadway play. I know y'all wouldn't pick that. I know these are things that are going on, like right now.
Baseball.
Well, I'm gonna go.
So
I'm gonna go to the baseball.
You'd pick
game.
baseball game over a concert.
I think I would. I don't know. I'm just not as into concerts as I used to be.
That's where I was going with that, Greg, because I figured you'd pick
But let me tell you-
baseball. I would pick baseball unless it was Morgan Wallen. I might go to the concert.
Concerts are one of these things. Once I'm there, I'm like, well, I'm glad I came.
Yeah.
But it's everything to deal
Yeah.
with. I got to get tickets. Are they good? Are you gonna get parking or not? I don't know. You want to get parking? What about the club? So you can have your own bathroom and it's not,
Yeah.
But
those of you that-
once they hit the house lights, I'm glad I'm there.
Yeah.
I got you.
Those of you who don't have the video option, you
Nothing
don't see
could
Greg
relate
with his arms crossed, like holding court.
And the facial expressions that come with
You
it.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
Now when they hit the house lights, I'm like, okay, I'm good.
I just didn't know we were there where you would pick a baseball game
It's
over
close.
a concert.
It depends on who it was.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's close.
And JC wasn't clueless on Greta. I mean, he had, I made it sound like he's like, I don't know. Now that he's familiar with him, but can't believe he's going.
Six dead, and
Wow.
I forgot how many they said injured. It was like 50 people carried to the hospital.
Yeah, it was.
They're lucky it wasn't more than that, honestly, for 100 cars that hit.
Well,
6 dead, 65 injured, 133 cars piled up officially.
133.
Wow. Imagine cleaning
Y'all,
that
that's
up.
a lot of cars.
Good gracious. I mean, if we were having a gathering and we were excited about it, and somebody said, "Well, I see 133 cars in the parking lot," we're like, "Yeah, we're gonna have awesome.
Yeah.
It's gonna be big."
Yeah.
I mean, and I just can't imagine.
Listen to it again.
Okay,
Listen.
listen. Here comes up on the.
There's your first FedEx truck there.
He ain't touched the brakes.
I don't know why we're honking. Can't nobody go nowhere.
It's probably
the horns.
The horn stuck from the wreck.
Yeah. Or people trying to on the other side trying to give them some kind of warning. What do you do? I mean, some of them look like they don't even hit the brakes, so they can't see what's up ahead, right?
That truck that was between them was just.
Look, and they're just one after another coming. I can't imagine what that would feel like.
You're just looking at. I mean, if you're not, if you're not injured, then you're just looking in that rearview mirror, going, "Oh no."
What about when you look in that rearview mirror and you see an 18-wheeler?
I had that one time. I was at a red light and I saw one about to hit me.
Did you? I don't know if you could see it or it just.
Yeah, I looked in the mirror and they were both looking sideways. I thought, this is bad. This is really bad.
I remember what they were looking at too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's been a problem since the fall of mankind.
And you just brace. Here we go.
Right. You kind of want to hold her responsible a little bit.
Yeah, it's your fault.
Well, hit me. I hit 2 cars in front of me.
How'd that feel?
Not good.
No.
Not good. Just glad to be alive.
We'll come back. Coming up this Sunday, the Week of Love, here on the program. I know some of you are wondering why we are not doing the personal ad show. We put it on hiatus for a few years, and if you're asking why we're not doing it this year, because we actually tried it last year.
That's not something I think for every year, Rick.
Yeah, you got to
give it a break.
You got to put a little distance between that. And society gets creepier by the day. So, so anyway, we gave it a shot. We tried that. A couple of things I want you to know about. Sing it, Bubba. Go ahead, take it in. Bring it in. I wanna hold you. This next song, couples song. So that's couple skates, couple songs. All right, so we do have the Week of Love coming up. It's going on. Hopefully, you have a plan for Valentine's Day. It's coming up this Sunday. I know somebody right now. I felt it. I just sensed it. We just mentioned it, and somebody. I don't know who you are, sir, but you just went, "Oh my gosh!" And so just easy, make a move, get something done.
That's right.
Don't buy into the. Don't worry about it. They never mean that.
That's right.
Greg,
check one.
So Greg has come up to his mic. Greg, let's test it. Let's test that mic.
Check
Greg.
one, check. I wish I'd have proofread a little more.
Yeah. Check my music, Rick. Tell me if you like this.
Let me
Is this
check
okay here?
your music here.
So hang on.
Let's get a check on the line level.
Check one. I'm talking over it.
When
that
you
music in the background.
Perfect mix. When you think of romance and you think of tenderness, you think of the real Greg Burgess.
That's right.
Speedy's dad, a lot of you know, Speedy's family, has they're an artistic bunch, with the abilities to dance, to write poetry,
children's books.
That's right. There's depth there.
It is.
And it all bypassed Speedy somehow. We don't know how.
Yeah.
But at least
it happens, Rick.
Did your sister get any of this? I know her.
She's
I know her daughter did.
Very talented.
Yeah. So your sister.
I bring nothing to the table.
Okay.
Don't you say that about yourself.
I bring a lot of love, though.
Hey, don't you say that about yourself. You streaked at a golf tournament. You streaked at a golf tournament.
You did. You don't remember the days of your DJing?
Well,
I started
to
say
there was the
Speedy
Playhouse.
had the gift of DJing.
I mean, that is kind of in the arts, kind of.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know.
Speedy, say Playhouse as exaggerated as you can.
Play.
That's so good. Rick, I'd like to take this moment, too, to point out that this poem, although written by John Wilburn to his lovely wife, I think the rest of us can say we're also saying it to our
absolutely.
wives. Anybody want to
That's a
climb on
given.
this?
Right.
Well, I'm officially on. These John wrote the words, but we all are sending them to our wives.
I'm glad you said that.
Climb on.
Because
this is for our wives.
I will get email after you read one of his poems, and everybody would like, can you please send that to me? and because I guess they want to just read it to their wife.
Well,
That's it.
This is for everybody's wife on the show, but it is written by Speedy's dad to Speedy's mother.
Yes.
Keep that in mind.
But for everybody, I can't think that way.
Okay.
It's to Terry.
We go.
for
That's
me.
what I meant.
minutes now past the hour. A brand new Rick and Bubba show already underway. The kickoff hour behind us. So we thank Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsley for knocking that out. If you missed that, part of the Daily Archives, you can grab that on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. We now join the guys going forward for the rest of the Rick and Bubba show. Eddie Van Adler now joins the fray as well. He's got the YouTube option for you. You can watch it live. Hello, tubers. You can also catch the archive every day. Also, a best of hour available for all Blaze TV subscribers. So you can grab that if you watch on Blaze TV. Our audio archives are found on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. They're there every day as well. You also get a best of hour if you just kind of want a synopsis of the show. So that's available to you. America's boldest radio stations have the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. That's another live option. And also our TuneIn app. If you don't have an affiliate or you don't want to watch it on YouTube or can't, you can also catch it live streaming on the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app. So however you are here, as we say, live or archived, we are certainly glad that you're here. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to yet another edition of the long-running, still your favorite, Rick and Bubba show.
That's right, America's favorite radio show, Bubba. Humpty Dumpty, what you want? There'll be no one here to call. Life is still your mystery. You see, you see, you see. Bubba, how are you?
I'm good, sir. The question is, how are you?
Well, you know, I just realized as we were singing, I think I forgot the national anthem. But I want the national anthem legalists to know that I don't hate America. I'm not a patriot. I haven't left being a patriot. I've just been. I didn't sleep much. My mom was at the hospital. I've been in the emergency room, and I came out of there a little bit out of my gourd and just forgot about it. So sorry about that. I promise don't read more into it, and I'll make it up to you tomorrow.
Play it twice.
Yes. well, like I said, I think some of you that go, boy, I sure do wish the show would start. You're probably glad that it wasn't there today. But anyway, so I do. Y'all, you know, we've been, like Bubba and I were talking about a minute ago. You know, if you've done this 30 years and 4 months, you know, you've been with us. For those of you, we are not. You know, we understand that you know, life can be really hard. People have also used the term "aging isn't for pansies." We've been through a lot of difficulty on the show. We are not new to it. It is an old nemesis. So we all know how to handle it, and we've been there before. But anyway, Mom we had to take her to the emergency room yesterday afternoon. She did not answer the wellness call at the retirement community. At some point, they thought she was still okay. I'll have to come back and disagree with them on that one. But so we Sherry and I went by there when we started all putting together the case that Mom had not been in touch like she normally is. And so when Sherry and I went by there, we found her in her bed. She had apparently not gotten up for the day. She was somewhat coherent, but they're ruling out certain things. I mean, we may be headed down the road of some sort of stroke. Don't know the severity of that. There's an MRI today. So we've been going through that overnight, and so Sherry is with her now. Other family members will make their way there, and we're just kind of in the holding pattern right now as they try to get her into a long-term room. And we have an MRI test coming today that should tell us a little more. So just pray for Mom, and we're certainly praying that this will be something that won't be so devastating that it changes her quality of life. But she definitely has a road ahead. So be praying about that, and we always know that you will. That kind of puts everything in flux. But as Bubba and I, we were just talking a minute ago, we are no strangers to this. We have been here before, and so we will do the show as with all of us, if all possible, including on location tomorrow. But as all of you know, if something comes up where we need to be with Mom, then we won't be here. So it's really no more complicated than that, and everybody knows that, and everybody steps up and gets the job done.
Yeah, we'll make it happen, and you and Greg, and your whole family, your mom's in our prayers, and Rick, we hope that this is short term, and get that turned around quickly.
Yeah, well, she has been through a lot, and you know this, when you're the caretaker for an Alzheimer's patient for
10
years.
Like
7 years having to pretty much, him not being able to kind of live in the real world.
Right.
Starting to fade about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And then, of course, then the last years, were really hard. So anyway, that takes a toll on you. Does that have anything to do with it? I'm certain it plays a role. But she's said that she's kind of felt like she's been in a fog for a while and doesn't feel like herself. And she tries hard to enjoy things and loves to be part of things, but she right now she's confused, and they think that's probably due to some sort of stroke to some level. So we'll see. But the doctor says he thinks there's a good chance it may have just been a mini stroke and she can get on the other side of it. But that's the prayer. So know that, and we thank all of you. And I feel so bad. I told Bubba a minute ago, I really, my heart breaks for the medical community. What we did to the medical community in the pandemic, and we're all paying a price for it now. The horrible choices that we made that it's just.
You mean when they went from hero to villain in about 3 weeks?
Well, they
wouldn't take all the shots.
Yeah, they have dismantled the workforce, and you as a loved one of a patient or a patient, you're paying a price right now. And the ones that are there last night, I did not have one person that wasn't doing all they could to accommodate us, and they were working their tails off. But they're just overwhelmed. They do not have enough staff. The staff they're getting, we're rushing into the market because of the needs. Then the competition starts, and I talked to one of the head nurses last night. She goes, "Oh, well, I lost a key person the other day to Montana who paid him $100,000 to come out there, bonus."
Yeah.
So everybody needs them.
Yeah.
So even when you think, they said, so when you're sitting there with a city-grade hospital with a population of a few million, but yet somebody who says, but out here, we may not be as big as you, but we got more money than you, and we need help out here, they hire them away.
Yep.
And so they don't have the overwhelming just because of the numbers. And then they said some of the rural hospitals that don't have that money, they're going out of business. So now the city hospitals have to take on their patients, and it is not a pretty sight. It is not a pretty sight. But I will say this: I did not have one person that wasn't trying to be kind. They never got frustrated, even though everybody was getting frustrated. They were trying their best, and they're still doing all they can do. So, and you can see that you know what we always say, man, we just want people who care, and I certainly saw that. Now I do say that the word emergency has I don't know that we know the definition of that anymore.
Yeah, we got people.
It's not a clinic. This is the emergency room.
Yeah,
right.
A lot of people don't realize that.
You know what emergency is, don't you? I mean, can you imagine if you called and said, "I have an emergency, my house is on fire," and they say, "We'll be putting some water on it in 6 hours." That's not really meeting the need of an emergency.
Yeah, and there's so many other options now. There's one on every corner.
Yeah,
I mean, you got an option.
Yeah, I can't remember the year it happened.
7 days
I want
a
to
week?
say it was around the Obamacare time where emergency rooms turned into urgent cares. and people would just go in there for refills and.
Of course, like Greg
and
said, though, we got a lot of
we just bogged the system down.
We got a lot of urgent cares. They're everywhere.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
Sprained ankle emergency. That's hey, I got a chest cough emergency. I think I'd hit that urgent care.
Yeah, that's kind of what they do.
Right. So.
Yeah, it just bogs it all down.
Go look at the definition of emergency. It's pretty. That's supposed to be a pretty intense situation.
Yeah.
And it's called an emergency room. That means only emergencies should be here. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I guess they want to just read it to their wife.
Well,
That's it.
This is for everybody's wife on the show, but it is written by Speedy's dad to Speedy's mother.
Yes.
Keep that in mind.
But for everybody, I can't think that way.
Okay.
It's to Terry.
We go.
for
That's
me.
what I meant, Mr. Wilburn.
right.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Right? Makes it easier.
Go ahead.
Titled Amazing. I saw you before I ever really saw you. An amazing portrait God painted on the canvas of my mind. You were created by the master creator who is not limited by space or time. Oh, I knew you before I saw you, from dreams describing my wife to be. The hand of God brought us together, and I gave you my heart, lock and key. And now, my darling, I see you with my eyes of endless love, and I rejoice in our embrace, anointed by our God above. Amazing is the word that fails to describe who and what you truly are. Incredible, priceless, beyond measure, a wonder and more you are by far. Yes, and more, for you are my love, my lady, and my amazing Valentine. You are mine and mine alone, as we continue to share our lives throughout eternity until the end of time. I love you. Happy Valentine's Day. Your man.
Not a dry in here.
Tell you what, that's one of his better ones.
Did you notice?
Very well done,
And I know
Greg.
everybody's thinking the same thing. Yesterday, Greg's second grandson was born, and you can tell it.
Yeah, you could sense it in that ring.
There was a tenderness there that was new.
Good thing Valentine's hit at this time. Good
you know-
things Pace waited to be born right before Valentine's.
When he's reading it, it's from me to Terry because I can't think of it's from my dad to my mom. I can't think that way. But when you said darling, I said, well, so it is dad.
You
to
remember
mom.
he's thrown a few little lines in the past.
Yes,
yes.
Yeah.
We're loving.
So
Yes,
he calls it. That's he. I mean that's.
I like when
that's
he
his
signs
darling.
it, your man.
Yeah.
Well,
so I really call Terry more like honey. What
Yeah,
about
it's
y'all?
all- it's the same,
What y'all's Bubba? What do you call Betty?
Well, y'all know my pet name for her's been my little buttered biscuit for a long time.
Okay.
And I know that just makes her feel so good.
Put butter biscuit in there instead of darling.
Yes, my butter biscuit. I see you with my eyes. of
Amanda's
innocence.
Boogaboo.
Boogaboo.
Bugaboo.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't think
Sure,
I have a
Rick.
name.
I have several.
Okay. What's your go-to? Like the number one though.
Gosh,
Honey.
I go babe a lot.
beloved.
Honey.
Hey, beloved. I like that one.
Beloved?
You must be in trouble.
Boo
You must-
Bear.
You
Boo
must be
Bear's
in
big.
trouble when you pull out.
Hey, little Boo Bear.
Yeah. That's
Hey,
a
Boo
good
Bear.
one.
All
That's a
right.
good
So
one.
you need her. She's across the room. You say besides her name.
Hey, baby.
Okay.
Yeah,
do that.
yeah,
Hey, babe. Babe. I said, hey, babe.
Yeah, you get a lot of babe.
So if
Hey,
Bubba was
darling.
reading this, it would be,
Hey,
and
precious.
now,
Hey,
and
precious.
now,
Fresh.
and now, my
Fresh.
butter biscuit, I see you in my eyes.
My
of
little
endless
butter
love.
biscuit.
My little butter biscuit, I see you with my eyes of endless love.
I tell you the
I
thing.
can give you some more.
I tell you the thing that always jumps out at me is he signs it when it's something to your mom. He signs it your man.
Your man.
Bubba, there's a 2-minute package on this one. I think the package will speak for itself.
Dominique, that mom had just returned home from the store around 7 o'clock in the morning when she saw a man in her yard. She says he was able to get away from 2 officers, but not from her.
Not mama.
Even if you think you can run from the cops, good luck getting past this mom.
I figured at least I
Guys.
could do if I got them down, tripped them up, whatever, then they, have a chance to get caught up.
That's Phyllis Pena in the red shirt.
Watch
First
your form,
instinct
Bubba.
was just to make sure he didn't go any further.
Captured on police dash cam, taking down a man she says was trying to look into her 15-year-old daughter's bedroom window early on a Sunday morning.
What a creep.
My kids are my life, and just making sure I protect them pretty much.
Lake Jackson Police Sergeant Roy Welch gave her some credit.
It was a pretty good tackle.
He told us the suspect is 19-year-old Zane Hawkins.
Dweeb.
Police found Hawkins nearby, but he tried to get away. They say he started running back towards Mom, who moved in and made the tackle. Her daughter helped hold down the suspect until officers caught up.
Not very often that we have somebody that actually steps in and puts themselves in harm's way to assist in apprehending somebody.
And the cop, fist bumped me, and he was like, "Hey, so I heard Texans are looking for a new linebacker."
And while she can laugh about it now, Phyllis was in mom mode at the time, saying she just wanted to protect her kids.
Can I tell you that that's a good open field tackle.
It really was. Courtesy of Channel 2.
Right.
$22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we walk through another day. Some of you, and it was interesting, and you were like, oh, I forgot about that. You were asking about archives yesterday, our conversation with Cliff Sims. Remember, the archives are there every day, so you can go back and catch any part of that you want, either on the YouTube channel or the podcast channel. So tomorrow is scheduled to be on location for the Celebrity Pro-Am tomorrow. Bubba will be playing. We have our winner inside the ropes. So all of you that are coming to the Regions Tradition and the Celebrity Pro-Am tomorrow, we will be on location, Lord willing. And if we're there, we'll see you and look forward to that tomorrow. And anytime we're on location, that always leads to a lot of angst and uncertainty and a whole new attitude.
Well, half the show is getting there and getting in.
Yep.
Because security is so tight.
Yes.
You can imagine.
Oh, yes. Ties a drum.
And do y'all have whatever y'all need to get in tomorrow? I do not.
I guess I do. I don't know.
That's
yeah,
funny.
Yeah.
We do.
There's something on my desk.
That's what's funny about it is we all do.
You should have been emailed something.
I just got the one Sunday night about signing up for the Pro-Am.
You submitted all that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you should be generated into the system where it should send you something. If not, let me know.
Yeah, but I can get you in.
I'm letting
Jimmy, I can get you in.
You may have to.
Yeah.
I got you something to get in. That's going to be as easy as me handing you something.
Okay.
So don't worry about that.
You do have that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. For parking, which that's the only thing you need just to get in there. Yeah. But at the time we go, nothing's running, so you have to just kind of make it up as.
Well, I know. That's the other kind of confusing part. You get there with your clubs and nobody's ready to grab clubs, which I don't blame them. I wouldn't be there 4:30 either.
Yeah, you can just kind of bring them to the tent and then you can load them later.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to, because the last 2 years I've had to try to park the lift kit, and I'm not in the lift kit anymore.
That's right.
My lift kit days are finally over, so I'm just in a regular Ram 1500. And really, a Ram 1500 without a lift kit now feels like I'm in a compact car.
Right.
Compared to driving that lift kit.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not going to carry the dually over there because they're a little hard to park.
Oh, dually.
On that. The big Ram 3500. I got wheels galore.
Well, when the year started where we didn't have parking spots anymore, I found out last year just do the valet. I just leave it.
Oh, yeah.
I just leave it out front and go in. Yeah. They'll be glad not to see the lift kit. that parking last year was creative.
It was tough.
Yeah.
It was tough.
But we don't have to worry about that. So anyway.
It was a topic from all the folks there.
Yeah.
So as bad as I wanted to yesterday, I fought the urge to go out and hit balls just so I'd stay fresh.
Well, you can't do that. Yeah, it's too late now.
So you did fight it, you said?
So
yeah,
you would stay fresh. Yeah, I don't want to be tired and stiff.
No,
who wants that?
You'll ruin it by doing that now.
No, none of that.
Yeah, so just
you
get out there and see what
old swinging gate.
Hey, you know what you get out to hey, just grip and rip.
Yeah, you'll play better than you ever have.
You will.
Well, we'll see.
How about you with some pretty good golfers? Riley Green can absolutely tear it up.
Coach is good.
Yes.
He's a real good golfer. So that team might do good. I'll be glad to be in the group.
John Daly doesn't hit it hard at all.
No.
Yeah.
Now, we cannot be held responsible for anything John Daly might say in our group. I'm not John Daly's police officer. I just want to put that out ahead of time.
Yeah, it's
because you liable to hear anything.
Well, it goes back to, and I thought about that and I laughed. And I know you've played with him before, so I guess you can tell me how this went. We're certainly not prudes, and probably at times could use a little more of that. But we're not blue either.
Right.
And John Daly is. So if I'm a fan of Bubba, then I'm coming and bringing my kids expecting a Bubba experience.
Yes, you would hope.
And then John Daly's there.
Yes.
So I think that's a pretty good warning. But as on my way to take my kids to see Bubba, I'm going to have to also let my kids hear John Daly.
Well, let me say this: anybody who's been to a golf course,
it's like watching Unfrosted and then the Tom Brady race.
That's exactly it. Yes.
So anybody who's been to a golf course knows that the golf course can be a place that anger sometimes shows
sure.
with various golfers. So,
right. Yeah.
Now, I will say, far as a personable person, when I have been around him, and this is the second or third time I've played with him, super nice, super nice. I mean, just as nice a person as you could meet.
Yep.
But some of the lingo may be a little more advanced for some people that's not used to being out there on a troop ship.
Yeah, right. If you walk up there with your kids and they're singing Rick and Bubba, and Mr. Daly says a man walks into a bar with a porcupine, just keep moving.
Or any examples of how straight a putt is. Like that. So.
How straight was that putt? Well,
I'll tell you.
Kids' dad will talk to you about that later.
I remember one year Tyler was caddying for me, and he was probably a little young, but he was old enough to drive the golf cart. I want to say maybe he was 13. I can't remember really, but Charles Barkley was in the group.
Yeah.
And he would let some fly. And I'd like, Charles, my son's right. I'm sorry. Yeah. And he would just get lost in it. Yeah. Oh, I know. No, it would echo through the pines, actually.
Yeah, John was so accommodating. One of our former years, he offered Hunter a Bloody Mary and a cigarette when he was in 8th grade.
Well, there you go.
So,
look at there.
Figured he'd break him in.
I don't like tomato juice, Mr. Daly. That's it. Yeah. But you know what? See what you mean? But at the heart of that, kindness.
Yes. Extreme.
In a strange way.
In a strange way.
Man, I tell you.
Willing to share with a child.
Just watching him swing a golf club is so intimidating because I'm trying not to swing hard.
Yeah.
And he is just,
yeah.
I mean, coming out of his shoes. The year I had to tee off after him and Bo Jackson.
Oh, boy.
Must have been probably, I go, well, folks, you've seen golf balls, how they can be hit, and now you're going to see the other end of the spectrum here.
Yeah, and you might have heard language from the golf ball itself with those two hitting.
Well, let me tell you, Bo's, when he really lights into one, it makes a sound I have never heard a golf ball make.
Yeah.
And Freddie Couples even noted that.
Yeah.
He said, did you hear that high-pitched whistling sound? I said, I sure did.
Yeah. Bo not there this year. Yeah,
no, he had a conflict.
Yeah, so no Bo this year. And some people even commenting, say, hey, I don't see Bo on there this year. No, Bo's not playing this year.
Charles said he'll make up for Bo.
Yeah, well, Charles keeps promoting that the world's greatest athlete is still going to be there. Look, Bo's not there. Bo knows who's the best athlete.
Him talking about football practice is pretty funny.
Oh, it is. It's one day of football. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Get on her feet.
Yeah.
And just get him on the ground.
Yeah. In somewhere in Texas. But because there's different types of tackles. As far as an open field tackle,
well, really, they ought to be showing this to a lot of the football players that keep getting flagged for this. She kept her head up. She saw where she was going.
Yeah.
She didn't try to make a hit that was going to knock him off his feet. She just wrapped him up and carried him to the ground.
But boy, she drove him into that ground.
Oh, I know.
That was really good. I just got a text from a friend of mine that's a big Auburn fan. He says, has anybody looked at her to play DB for Auburn next year?
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know.
Looks like it may be. It come down to that.
Look, watch her form. See, she breaks down like you're supposed to, Greg.
Stays on her feet.
Stays on her feet. Now, she's a little high. I'd like to see her break down a little bit.
Get her head
here.
on the other side. That's fine.
Yeah, but watch right here. See, she lines him up, and then, look, she uses her body. She's wrapped up. She's really wrapped up.
Oh, that's a really good turn.
And down he goes.
That
Great
reminds
wrap
me
up.
of the old Tim Wilson song.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's one of the things I've noticed with some of the modern day
outside linebackers, not so much the inside guys, but the outside guys and the DBs, they're not locking up anymore. They just they throw their shoulder.
Yeah, they try to do the bump.
Yeah, and I mean, lock them up. You know,
That's perfect.
wrap your arms around them.
Once
Get them
they're
on the
in
ground.
open field, just get them down.
Yeah, right here, I'd like to see her break down just a little more. You know, and
she's
but
not in a good linebacker stance.
she isn't.
Well, she's moving.
But look at her right here.
Now
she's got her pad level.
Now she's good. Her glasses take a little beat there, but that's all right.
The wrap up, it
Great feet.
was a very good wrap up.
It was. And good feet too. How about this? You don't peek into her daughter's bedroom.
No.
Little peeping Tom. Boy, he was a dweeb, wasn't he?
Idiot.
But looks like
you don't hear as much about peeping toms anymore with social media. Usually, everybody's showing you everything.
That's right.
Anyway.
No, Bubba,
You
you're
don't have to do
right.
it.
It's put the,
this guy,
go get on Facebook, son. You'll be all right.
Yeah, this guy went old school.
Go to TikTok. You see all you want.
Yeah, this guy went old school, but you're really putting too much effort into it.
Yeah.
There's people willing to show you whatever you want out there. Sadly.
What about the old peeping Tom?
What about when
Ain't
you
that a piece of work?
Yeah. Oh gosh. What about when the mama's got you and she's locked her arms and she's driving you into the road and it's over?
What if your buddy saw that happen? You got tackled by somebody's mom?
The whole country has seen it now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I watched it last night. There's nothing we got to laughing. It was fantastic.
And he looks just like you thought he would.
Oh sure. He'd never been in the sun in his life. Probably plays video games 24/7.
Yep.
You know, and spends.
Don't know how to talk to a girl, so got to go look in the window.
Right. I'm on the internet doing all kinds of things. God knows what. You know, my parents don't even know where I am. You know, was he 17?
19. They said.
Was it 19? What a dweeb.
He'll get charged as an adult.
Ooh, I didn't think about that. You're right.
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be a different game for him.
Yep.
So
good tackle, Mom.
Yeah,
great job.
We'll put that in show notes if you haven't seen it.
Look at her. She's not panicking.
Now that was that her daughter that kind of pushed her out there to get him, and then she comes in to help.
Yep, that's.
Get him, Mama.
How about he had eluded the police? He had a good distance out in front of them.
He doubled back, didn't he? Went back.
Yep. There it is. You know what it's like, Greg? She really experienced how it once was with rabbit hunting. Usually somebody stays where the rabbit was jumped from because he'll
come back.
He'll circle around and come back.
You're right.
And so once the law flushed him, he ran back trying to go back the other way, but he didn't know that Mama and daughter would be out there. Look, she's determined she's going to get him, and then boom.
Now, what will happen with this? There'll be some attorney claim that he was injured in this and sue her.
Probably.
That's what'll happen.
You know,
kind of like to see her tackle the lawyer too.
I don't want to believe that about Texas, but you're right. You know, because Texas is getting, sadly.
I say you still make the tackle.
Yeah.
You got to go for it.
This is the problem when people, use their leftist views to destroy a state. Then they leave that state they destroyed. They go to a state because it's not destroyed. Then they try to destroy it too. All right. So what in the world is going on with Gorilla Glue? Our society. And, Bubba, you've said an uncomfortable truth that I think more and more is true. I think we've worked too hard to protect stupid people. And that's okay because you want to do your best for people, but as long as they don't breed and reproduce, a generation of stupid people.
Rick, let's just – I hate to go this brutal on this, but let's go back to – and many people believe in the theory of evolution.
Mm-hmm. But then they stop it.
There's a lot that goes along with that, okay? Mm-hmm. You have to accept that nature will filter out the weaker genes so that the species will get stronger as it goes.
Yeah, if you believe in evolution, you got to believe that.
Yeah, that a male and a female would seek out each other based on the fact they think their offspring would be strong and could survive and move the needle up the scale, so to
35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us today. So, if you're looking to come to our beautiful state where we all live and where the show originates from, we got another opportunity for you. So, our friends, unfortunately on the printout, it's hard to see this, Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association. There it is. Most of us are thinking about summer travel, and you need to go ahead and get your plan now. But how about this? You could win a trip. It's a great summer trip, too. It's called the Ultimate North Alabama Kayak Bass Fishing Road Trip Giveaway. It's got a long name because there's a lot you're going to get to do. And here's what it includes. A 2-day guided trip for 2. You'll be in a kayak bass fishing with KBF founder Chad Hoover. Plus, you'll get one of those nice Yeti prize packages. If you haven't priced a Yeti lately, you know that's an expensive gift. You get a pair of Wiley X sunglasses, a $200 gift certificate to West End Outdoors to pick up anything else you need, plus $500 worth of spending cash. So it's the Ultimate North Alabama Kayak Bass Fishing Road Trip Package, a $2,000 prize, and all you got to do is go to alabamaroadtrips.org. That's alabamaroadtrips.org to enter and win. We might as well call your name out, and you get to come to beautiful Sweet Home, Alabama, and have a beautiful trip on our friends at the Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association. That link's also at rickandbubba.com under the contest button. Bubba, we do have a Trump update today, and the Democrats, as you said, may be playing right into his trap. Everybody. All right, so tell us what's going on, and we'll play this clip from Trump today.
Okay, so, the judge in his latest court case, this is the Stormy Daniels case, where they are alleging, now NDAs are done all the time.
I'm trying to figure out what is being alleged.
They're alleging that the way the NDA was run through his businesses and categorized are illegal.
Okay.
He listed them as legal expense.
Okay. Yeah,
I don't know what you put it under.
Right.
What other column you got?
If I had to name it. Yeah.
So, and this judge has shown immediately that he was going to be very testy with Trump and his style.
Yeah.
So he has already fined him almost $10,000 for 9 different events where he said that Trump has violated the gag order. Okay. So, and then yesterday he gave him another notice that said that you're basically being put on notice that any future violation of this, I'm going to put you possibly in jail. And
okay, wow.
So President Trump has answered that by saying this from the clip.
Here we go.
Because this judge has given me a gag order and said you'll go to jail if you violate it. And frankly, you know what? Our Constitution is much more important than jail. It's not even close. I'll do that sacrifice any day. But what's happening here is a disgrace, and the appellate courts ought to get involved.
So,
you have Trump doubling down on the judge.
Yep.
Saying the First Amendment, the Constitution is more important than your gag order, and I will not stand for it. So he's really put the ball back in the judge's court. Now, would the judge actually lock up Trump? If he does that, I think they're playing right into Trump's hands.
No doubt.
When you see the mileage he got from the mugshot to begin with.
Yes.
And then he knows at this point, if they lock him up for whatever amount of time, that it is going to cause extreme backlash. Because now we are full-blown banana republic. We've locked up the leading candidate for the president's job, who's leading in the polls.
Yep.
And I have put him in jail. That is, y'all, that is, it doesn't get any more banana republic than that. And Trump knows the allies that we have will highly object to this.
Yeah.
Okay. They want stability in America.
Yep.
Because we help them give them stability. And they are going to go, what are you doing? Locking up a key political candidate.
Well, Bubba,
he hasn't shot anybody.
Right, yeah.
He hasn't killed anybody, hadn't run over anybody with a car. And you're locking him up during an election. You're making all of us democracies look bad. Because right after that, you're going to have a whole choir from China, North Korea, Iran, all these other 2-bit dictators around the world going, see, y'all ain't any different than us.
Right.
We lock up people that disagree with us, and so are you.
Right.
You're no better. Get off your high horse, America.
Right.
And the pressure on Joe Biden and the Democrats from doing that is going to be so extreme, it may be the final blow in this crippling, pitiful presidency that we're witnessing. And Trump is begging them to do it, and they're playing right into his hands.
Yeah, you know what you can say with zero hesitation? They want to lock up the Republican nominee.
The leading political candidate in the country. Right. We've never done that. For any reason. Again, he hasn't murdered anybody, hadn't killed anybody, hadn't ordered anybody murdered or killed. We're talking about a paperwork issue that has to do with accounting terms. That's what we're up against here, guys.
Well, and before that...
So, and Trump's point, and this is what resonates, and this is why he's leading the polls right now.
Yep.
If they'll do this to me, they will do it to you. I'm the only one standing in the gap.
That's it.
Donald Trump goes in. The Democrats almost appear now they're trying to give Trump the presidency. I don't get it. This Trump trance thing they've had since the Trump, it's incredible. Yeah. If they had left him alone to begin with, I don't think he'd be in the position he is today.
Well, what he is so good at, and you just touched on it.
2 points turnaround.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about. But what he's so good at, and it's something that everybody needs to learn, you have to be careful when you become so enraged about something and you become so, I just loathe this person, and I must, and you get to where you're not being wise, and he's pulling them into that. Look, we used to do that even in sports. We all did that. If I could get my opponent shook and get them mad and get them where they're not concentrating on what they need to do.
Get off their game plan.
Get off the game. They can't execute. And this is what he's doing. As you said, they're so obsessed with him that they're not even thinking clearly about the political fallout from this, because it plays right into what he wants. And we've said this, Bubba just said it again. The best slogan is when he tells the American people, I stand between you and them. They'll do it to me, they'll do it to you. And now he's out there saying, I'll go to jail for the First Amendment.
And keep
I'll
in mind.
I'll go to jail for the Constitution. Oh my goodness. That's just like serving meat and potatoes and cornbread on the side.
So and the Democrats' big push, and where they've had success, if you look at their polling data, it's all over the news. They've had success by pushing that Trump is a threat to democracy. All Trump has to do now is say, who is the threat to democracy?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, we'll have later. Maxine Waters was yesterday trying to claim that she's worried about the election because if Trump loses, there's people up in the hills training on what cities they want to target.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
You know, and that's just their scare tactics.
We have it now.
Well, get ready. Bird flu is where I've been monitoring this.
They were
on the wheel of disease.
They were trying to pick one,
and they're running out of time. They're going to have to lock into one. It's going to be bird flu.
And bird flu is a twofer because they tie it to meat.
Yeah.
So then they can crossed over.
Right. Yeah, they can vilify meat as well.
Yeah, we think we've got somebody that got sick eating meat that we think was maybe had a bird sitting on it. You know, it's some kind of bird. But I think they wanted something out of Africa, but it just didn't. It just didn't catch.
Then we had an Alaska spook that didn't work.
They didn't. But I think they're going to have enough momentum on, because I'm hearing their talking points. And you know how when they all start echoing each other, the bird flu seems to be their running theme right now. Unless something comes out of the woodwork, you know.
Well, there's always river blindness.
Yeah, you got well, the problem is ivermectin does take care of that.
Yep. I just like saying river blindness.
Yeah.
We look back on that now, and y'all, it's so clear what was going on.
Of course, you weren't allowed to say it. Of course, it's true. No. And you weren't allowed to say it.
Y'all realize they could not move forward with vaccines under emergency authorization if there was anything else that possibly could treat this. It has to be at no hope. There was one drug that stood in the way, ivermectin. So what did they have to do? They had to destroy it in the PR campaign to get it declared unsafe for this so they could proceed with their billions of dollars of vaccines. I'm not a conspiracy guy, but I'm just telling you, follow the money on that one, folks.
Yep. Because ivermectin's cheap.
Ivermectin is cheap. It's won Nobel Prizes. It's safe. It's been around 30 years. 30 years.
Well,
do they give it to horses? They do. They also give it to humans. They also give it to other animals. You know why? Because it works.
There it is.
And it's cheap, and it's safe. And we outlawed it. It should have been the first stop in this battle.
We'll come back. We got Maxine Waters, as they start this whole deal. But I don't think the Democrats are thinking it through because they're more angry than they are smart right now. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So if you believe in that, anything that would not help you to grow better humans should fall by the wayside because of their own subpar intellect or ability, right? I mean, that's the theory of how it should work. So when you take people who should have fallen by the wayside and you catch them and you give them a safety net and you keep throwing them back into the evolutionary pool, what are you doing? You're polluting the pool, and you're carrying all of civilization down because those people who might not be that bright are having more little kids that are not bright, and before you know it, you got a whole stream of people that don't know their butt from a hole in the ground.
I've met those.
And Bubba has just explained how Joe Biden became president. So we
I mean, I don't believe in that theory, but if you do, that's what you have to accept.
Well, I think people who say they're evolutionists, to everything you just said, they don't really believe that because they're constantly trying to save species that
they're going extinct.
That according to evolution couldn't hack it, and then they try to treat human beings as if human beings have a responsibility to inferior species, but that would actually come out of the Bible.
Yeah,
I mean
that
would mean that the human being is a unique creation. So you say you don't think human beings are a unique creation, but then you start calling for human beings to take all these responsibilities that would not be part of the evolution narrative.
Yeah, so really, people who claim to be evolutionists usually have a lot of hypocrisy in their belief system, inherent to what they say they believe in, when really what it is, they try to remove God out of the creative equation because they don't deal with it.
But you know what they keep doing? Running into it.
Right, as you would.
So here we go. So Louisiana man, not a good day for Louisiana. A Louisiana man who was suspicious of recent reports about a woman that we read to you this week who put Gorilla Glue in her hair and ended up having to go to the hospital.
What's it mean was suspicious about it?
I guess he wanted to know how strong Gorilla Glue really was.
Or Gorilla
Glue? Gorilla Glue?
All the footage I saw on this lady that used it, she didn't look like it was a pleasant experience.
No.
So he didn't pick up on that?
Had to go to a specialist in California to help get it off.
So he has now, this is Lynn Martin, he's gone to social media to explain he was at the hospital and doctors are trying to cut the tips of his lips off because he glued a red Solo cup to his lip. What a moron.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take his Gorilla Glue. And everybody,
look at it.
Greg.
Looks like he's got a red beak.
Y'all. And he's got his mask on covering it. Let me ask you this, guys.
Good night.
Gorilla Glue is not a new product on the market.
No.
Everyone knows what it does, and they know it does it really well. JB Weld, any of those. Why? Why would you be suspicious and decide to try it yourself?
Well, why would you do it
the woman on the
that
hair?
way?
I don't know.
If you were going to really, if you were going to make a stunt, why not, glue your fingers together? Don't do something that's going to be that painful to fix.
He looked and saw a cup, said, "Hey, I got an idea."
But look, Gorilla Glue is for holding things together with great strength.
Yes.
It's not for human consumption or on the human body.
No,
I got it.
And why are you? I mean, what's wrong with you people? Do you just have too much time on your hands? Is that where we are?
I thought the lady that originally did it was dumb. This guy makes her look like a genius.
Yeah.
I mean, at least he had an example of this ain't what you do.
I think in a bizarre post, he's asked us to pray for him.
Yeah, that's true.
Sir.
Well, that would be the prayer of those, Lord, protect those that don't know their left hand from their right.
There you go.
So I used to add to his prayers a lot.
No, did he really?
Yeah.
Which, when you're a kid, that's pretty funny when you hear it.
Funny.
Let me tell you this: look at this idiot. If your reaction to a woman putting Gorilla Glue in her hair and ruining her life was to glue something to your face to see if you could get something glued onto your face with Gorilla Glue to show how well the adhesive properties of this work.
Good.
Or were you challenging them? Hey, it won't work?
Hey, it would. How about here's an idea? I know this sounds outrageous. Why not find an old piece of wood and glue a Solo cup to it and see how?
See, that's what it was made for.
Test it out.
Y'all, please look at the woman getting that off her head.
I know. So that when I saw her in the hospital with it, my idea was to glue it to my face, glue a cup to my face.
Yeah. And then there he is, cold with a mask on, with a big red.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thanks for being with us today. Live on location tomorrow from the Celebrity Pro-Am, Bill Bubba Bussey playing with Senator Tuberville, Riley Green, John Daly, all tomorrow. And you can go watch them. They tee off at 8:30 local time. You want to come by and see the show, we'll be there gripping and grinning. So make plans to be there. If you're listening around the country, the show on location, always a different experience. So be there with us on tomorrow's program. All right, so we do have the Maxine Waters. Again, the Democrats are, this thing that Trump is dangerous and his everybody who votes for him is dangerous, and we're worried about our democracy, and then Trump comes out and says, no, they're the ones that hate the constitutional republic. They're the ones that want to grow the government. They're tyrannical. They use any power we give them against the people and against me, and what they're doing to me, they want to do with you, to you, and I'm standing in the way of it.
Well, I tell you,
Just,
they cannot.
what a message!
They cannot give him a better message to have a absolute landslide. Think about this too, Rick. Let's go back to the numbers we always talk about.
Right.
You got about 48% of the population are going to vote Democrat no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You got 45% going to vote Republican no matter what. So you have this 5 to 8 to 9% in the middle floating around that is going to be the ones that will actually push the election one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
Trump had them the first election.
Right.
He did not have them the second election.
Right.
What do you think people who are moderates, they're not ideologues like we are,
Mm-hmm.
that where would they see you locking up a political opponent who is beating you in the polls? They're not going to look at it.
That would make them squeamish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the libertarianism in them will come out in this. Trump knows that, and I think he is playing this, and this judge cannot stand him. He wants order in his courtroom, and I think he's going to pull the trigger, and Trump knows it. He's already senses, he's read this guy and knows he can push him over the limit.
Yeah.
And I think this is exactly what Trump wants. And then it sets up another scenario, Rick, that we've rarely, but we have discussed. You have the Secret Service that are assigned to Donald Trump for his life. You're going to have him locked up in the local county lockdown. The Secret Service guys have to go with him with guns. The local authorities are going to say, you can't go in that cell and sit with him with a gun. And they're going to say, take it away from me. And then you're going to have a constitutional crisis on the Secret Service.
Yeah. Now, if I'm not mistaken, based on stories that from the past, that when the president, of course, he's not the president, so maybe that wouldn't apply because he's a former president. Okay, so that may not apply. I know that when whoever's sitting president comes to your town, they take over and you don't have a say in anything.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
But they don't do that with the former president, though, right?
No.
Yeah.
But it's the same group. See that's assigned to guard him. So, and what Rick's talking about, like if the president makes an appearance in your town, the Secret Service actually overrides the mayor. They become the city government there. Everything has to go through them for a period of time, and they have a special authorization from Congress to do this.
Yep.
So there's a lot of backroom things in this that has not been clearly thought out, but it is going to be a mess. But I do think Trump is doing the judge is doing exactly what Trump wants to do.
Well, the irony, too, is this is a playbook actually out of the Democrats. You remember the Democrats they wanted to, if they just could somehow at a protest get a picture of themselves in cuffs.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Being
Yeah.
led away
Right,
as they
right.
stood for the cause.
Right.
Well, Trump's he's looking for that same photo.
Exactly.
And if he can get that photo of him being led away in cuffs because he was standing for the Constitution.
And think about
what a picture.
The mugshot before is already one of the most famous photographs of all time.
Yeah, did Charles Barkley
he's
ever
raise
beat
money off of that?
Did Charles ever beat anybody up over that? Because what I would say to Charles, look,
Yeah,
I like Charles, but I would say to Charles is this: Trump is still standing. That shirt is still standing. Your show has been canceled.
No, that is a true statement.
That is just a fact. All right, here's Maxine Waters. She's, if we want,
She's a beauty.
If we want to take it to another level, we can always depend on Maxine. So here she goes talking about Trump supporters. Here we go.
This is a man who we better be careful about. And I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask the Justice Department and I'm going to ask the president to tell us what they're going to do to protect this country against violence if he loses. I want to know about all of those right-wing organizations that he's connected with who are training up in the hills somewhere and targeting, what communities they're going to attack.
Do you think even the Democrats?
Who is she looking at, by the way?
I don't know. You beat me to it. I was going to say.
I mean, is somebody on a step ladder that she's being interviewed
Does she
by?
think the camera shot's the one in the ceiling?
I don't. Did I miss something?
Where is she looking?
I don't know.
Right
Where
there?
are her eyebrows going?
Yeah. Well, this is now keep in
Nice
mind there's right wingers training in the hills somewhere.
Somewhere.
And she wants the
Somewhere.
Justice Department to guarantee protection if Trump were to
They're
lose.
coming down from the hills.
You mean the same protection we've had from the Antifa protest and the people now in the streets
Yeah,
tearing everything up
Palestine.
for the PLO, which they don't, most of them couldn't find it on a map. They're paid protesters. They don't care. They're just anti-American, anti-anything we've been doing.
You know, the thing too, it's interesting to see someone like Maxine that I think at times, struggles to grasp all of her cognitive skills. Her claiming she's going to have a conversation with the current president about anything. I'd love to be there for that.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear that back and forth.
Yeah, that'd be like throwing Jello at a wall, wouldn't it?
Bob, I bet that's a volley.
Mm-hmm.
Deep. I bet that's some deep thoughts.
Well, and it's just she's one of these things where how somebody, even I think if you're a Democrat, you go, can somebody bring Maxine in, please? Because she takes this narrative in this show so far, it just becomes ridiculous. I mean, just completely absurd.
Well, it's embarrassing to everybody.
There's some people that we can't name that he's associated with.
Yeah.
Don't miss that part. That Trump's associated with. They're training in the hills for violence if he doesn't lose and targeting cities. Can there be any more?
You mean while the campuses are burning? Is that what we're talking about?
Oh,
have we looked over that bonfire?
Yeah.
Is that we're trying to see the other side?
Speaking of training and speaking of campuses, this is from Emory University. Please look at these training. I don't know what you would call this, but they're working on different human chain, different protesting. This is drone footage from Emory University.
They're practicing?
They're practicing human chain.
What was that guy rolling? Look, there's a guy rolling.
What are they, a
around.
marching band? Were they going to
That's
make
what
a
it looks
letter?
like.
That looked like when I was, hey, get out of my way. Remember that at recess when you were in elementary school?
Hey, hey, ho, ho.
What is this?
Yep, that's you know what that is? That is terrorist training in the hills.
That's what
Right
I'm
there.
saying.
That's exactly what she's talking about.
They need to be playing Red Rover.
Yeah.
That's what it looks kind of like, doesn't it?
Swing in there and get a Maxine.
Those terrorists.
By the way, and I want to show you a clip. We're always talking about the economy and everything. Did you see that clip I sent you guys from 60 Minutes?
Oh, I didn't see it. Yeah.
It's real short, but I'm going to see it.
All right. Top of the hour. We'll be right back and we'll take a look at that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so hey, I want to talk to you about Covenant Eyes because I can't tell you the number of times that I've sat down with parents and they're saying, "Look, I don't know what to do about all the porn that's out there on phones, on iPads, on the computer. Is there anything that we can do to help police? What we're exposed to?" Covenant Eyes has been the number one accountability software for over 23 years if you're looking to not have all this smut come into your life. So it's not an easy topic to talk about. I got it. Usually things that are really a problem, people just try to avoid because it's uncomfortable. But, hey, we have a pornography problem in this country that is wreaking havoc on marriages, on families. Listen to this stat. Did you know that the last survey, 70% of men who claim to be Christians and 33% of women who claim to be Christians saying they are viewing pornography on a regular basis. So the average age of exposure, you don't want to hear this. I hate to do this. 9 years old. We're talking about violent, hardcore, just awful stuff, something that children should never see. 50% of all divorce cases state that porn was at the center of the problem in the marriage. So you may be shocked to know this problem is to this level, but I'm going to just say you're not. We may not talk about it, but everybody knows this is a real problem. So why don't you look for victory by using Covenant Eyes? This is where they come in. It's a powerful tool that helps you, if you're a person of faith, or maybe you're still seeking. You just don't like this garbage in your life either. If you're serious and you want to quit porn for good or never start, Victory combines industry-leading technology with decades of experience in leadership in recovery, content accountability, and behavior change. The Covenant Eyes Victory app is powerful accountability. It's got features built in. The optional blocking technology makes it unparalleled in a tool to fight to live a life without this smut. So if you'd like to get yours, you can go to CovenantEyes.com, use the promo code RICK for 30 days free, or you can click on the link in the show notes today. That's CovenantEyes.com. The promo code is RICK, CovenantEyes.com, promo code RICK. You do have a weapon to fight against this coming into your home.
Cup sticking out over the mask.
I would like to say,
don't miss that.
My first reaction, and I hope I'm right, to give this guy benefit of the doubt, is it's not real. He didn't really do this.
Thinks that he's just tricking.
He's pretending to do it.
Maybe.
Rick, he went to the ER. There's a doctor.
Were they in on it?
Are they all in on it too?
Has he got a buddy that's got scrubs on?
Okay, maybe that's it.
Rick,
I just don't know how you can be that dumb. I honestly,
just because it has challenge on the end of it doesn't mean you should do it. I know the water bucket challenge, took off.
That helped people.
I want to
some
believe
of these other challenges. Just say no.
Yeah,
I want to believe that I live in a world where nobody's that stupid.
Rick, I got bad news for you.
I don't live in that world, do I?
No. Let's see. It's called Gorilla Glue. Let me put it on my face. Golly. That's a good idea.
Wow. So we'll come back. Your phone calls are next at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available if you want to try to get in as well. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The left will overplay their hand in a second.
Yeah. No.
They will, just like they're doing with the Trump thing. They did a pretty good job, as far as the way they see it, of trying to convince you that Trump should somehow be impeached unconstitutionally outside of the whatever to create a new standard. But then, like yesterday, they started overplaying it by going back through already 2015, and now they're dragging in things that Democrats had said too during that same time period that could have incited violence.
So once you open it up,
so they always overplay their hand. They always overplay their hand, and I think Cuomo just kept on overplaying until somebody finally said, "Well, I've had enough of this."
And correct me if I'm wrong. This is the second person, or I don't know if it's the same one. Second story. This is not a conservative that's trying to got you.
No, this is his top aide. Her name is Melissa DeRosa.
That's what I'm saying. They they're just playing politics.
She was secretary to the governor, and she privately apologized to Democratic lawmakers for rejecting a legislative request in August for a report of accurate death numbers. She confessed, we froze because we were terrified those numbers would be used against us by federal prosecutors.
Yep. How about that? Yep. And then back on the other end, now Alec Baldwin, and I know everybody wants. Hey, who's taking up for me today? Alec Baldwin. Oh gosh, can somebody else take it for me? He's now saying that the pulling of Bruce Springsteen's Jeep ad due to a DWI incident is somebody playing politics because they don't like Bruce Springsteen's politics.
Well, you know what? I would say this, Alec. you're living, and you got caught up in it too. You're living in the politically correct cancel culture that you created.
Mm-hmm.
I told you yesterday I thought that was premature to pull the ads.
I think it is. I think it's a knee jerk.
Yeah, let it play out.
But
see where it is. But that
smelly subject.
That is the world that you and your left wing buddies have created.
Exactly.
We cancel you for everything.
It's gotcha media. It's cancel culture. It's political correctness. And something has to be done immediately, and it has to be overwhelming, and it has to please the mob.
Speed up your website copy. AI text generator delivers a consistent record.
Let's go. A brand new hour. Thank you for being here. We'll get to some of your phone calls this hour for sure. 866 We Be Big. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all in the mix today. Put your hands together and welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us on the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
A walk-in together through the... Bubba, we seem to, be losing any concept of how economics works, or maybe people who are destroying the economy do know how it works. They're just pretending that we don't know. I don't know, but you were trying to send us a clip, and I think we have it now.
Well, we've got the long-form interview, Adler. I don't know if you found the soundbite I was talking about, but it's Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. And he's being interviewed by Scott Pelley from CBS 60 Minutes.
Yep.
And it's about a 13-minute clip. The whole thing is pretty good from an educational standpoint. But there is one point where he's talking about all the money they put into the economy and the reasons they were doing it, but it also is the cause of inflation.
Right.
And if you remember back, I don't know if you remember this or not, but when we had the Bush tax cuts, what was called the Bush tax cuts, it was $600 a person max. Okay. Now you had to pay in taxes to get it back out. So of course the Dems painted it as it was a tax break for the rich.
Of course, yeah. Of course, yeah.
But there were big concerns back then about, will this cause inflation?
Oh, my
because
goodness.
of $600.
$600.
And if you look at how much per person we have piled in.
Oh, my gosh.
We had the economist on, I guess, the clip, 2 weeks ago, where he said we have put 40% of all the money we've ever printed has happened in the last 4 years. I mean, that's mind-boggling if you think about it.
Oh, my goodness.
And but anyway, Jerome Powell was telling how they digitally put it in the system and how some of it's paper. And, I mean, it's scary stuff when you hear him explain it all. So we'll try to find that in a minute.
Okay.
And I apologize. I thought y'all already had it. I thought I sent it.
Well, I went back to the team text, and all I had was that incredible clip from Liberace when he had his variety show. Which
it's not there. I thought I'd send it. I sent it to somebody. I don't know who it was.
Let me tell you what's funny watching this world of reels now, because if you have a phone and you have Instagram or anything, these reels are always after you, and some of it's, I mean, you forget. Like when I watch some of that old TV stuff and stuff that was on there, and it's really, and last night it was funny. I mean, sitting there in the waiting room, that you got to find something to do. As your loved one is groaning for 4 to 6 hours if you're fortunate, and so Bubba, I had forgotten Tom Jones. Tom Jones. How was that allowed?
Did you?
I mean, Tom Jones was the most vulgar. I mean,
if it moved, he shook it. You know what I mean?
He really was.
I mean, and I'm talking about like women, not like at some club somewhere, sitting on a variety show or something. We'd bring him out, and he'd go over there and just.
He had his own show.
I mean, he'd be right up. I mean, he's wiping his sweat on something and giving it back to him and giving him a little, and he's kissing them harder than Richard Dawson did on Family Feud. Hey, Tom Jones didn't kiss you on the cheek.
No,
he lip locked.
You know, Elvis was bad about getting in the crowd and tearing that sugar up.
Yeah, but Tom Jones, I guess I don't know what it is. There's something about Tom Jones' approach.
Yeah,
like he was the fact he didn't have a shirt on while he was doing it,
and his pants were painted on him. And
he's singing what?
And some of the moves he had. I mean, it almost like somebody needed to help him.
Yeah,
I mean,
somebody stop.
And I don't know why. Was there no one that said, I don't know about this? I mean,
Tom,
like nowadays, it's like you think, and it's true that we've become more depraved, and there's no question about that. But when you go back and watch Tom Jones in the 70s, the fact that was just on like regular TV, I mean, it was a little bit.
It was strong.
Yeah,
it was strong.
mean,
but you know the comedy.
And he didn't hold back. I'm talking about he that accelerator was to the floor.
Yes, sir.
Two of my favorite shows used to be Archie Bunker and the Jeffersons.
Yeah,
and the Jeffersons were a spinoff of Archie Bunker.
Sure, yeah.
And it was so politically incorrect. People today, I think, would lose their minds. But it wasn't just that. Some of my favorite episodes of the Beverly Hillbillies are the black and white ones, like the first two seasons.
Yeah. You can't beat that.
And they are so politically incorrect.
Yes.
But it is so funny.
Gosh.
So funny when you could have a laugh, and no one was, even in the 80s. That's one of the things I liked about the 80s.
Yeah.
People were not offended in the 80s. If
couldn't
you
offend
were
nobody in the
this
80s.
or that, you knew it, and you just went on with it. You know what I mean?
Nobody
cared.
get upset in the 80s.
Yeah.
I
mean,
mean,
we just called it and went on.
That episode when Archie needed to get blood.
Yeah. from the African American doctor.
Some of the things he had to come out.
Archie Bunker. But again, we the thing that we've lost though, even though these sitcoms would even lampoon things that we believed, and we ourselves and our beliefs would even be lampooned, we would laugh about it.
Yes,
it was
funny.
Yeah,
it was. We didn't.
Right.
We've taken ourselves so serious now that.
And now you can just go to social media and rant about it and get attention because of
I
it.
just don't know how. I don't know how this buttercup approach, how the human race is going to face what's ahead. I mean, let me tell you, what's ahead for us is not good. Where we're headed is not for the buttercups.
Well,
the buttercup attitude of getting your feelings hurt over everything is not good. You're not going to fare well.
Well, Rick, I think when you had most people living on a farm of some type,
right,
various sizes, obviously,
right,
and you grew a lot of your own food,
right,
you tended to your own field, your yard. I mean, you had kids to do that.
Yeah.
It just seems like everybody was a lot tougher. And if you have all that spare time on your hands, which they have now to think and to overthink everything and worry about everything, you didn't worry about it if you had chores to do. You got them done and you went on. You were glad to go to school because you got a break.
Mm-hmm. Well, and even on that, I talked to a family that's probably taken steps that are very unpopular now. Like their kids are early teens, 13, whatever. They don't let them have smartphones. They don't let them get on the internet. They don't let them do any of that. And everybody's like, and they'll come home and talk about sometimes. And they make them work. They have to do chores. And they have to do stuff. And they have to read. They have a requirement of you need to read this many books, and you need and then they actually go and play. They don't sit in front of video games. They don't sit in front of their phone. They're not allowed to stare at their phone. And so they got a call the other day from the school that, no surprise here, that these kids scored the highest academically of anybody else in the school. And of course the parents were kind of like, well, I don't know that we were overly. Like, where did that come from? And of course, the granddad said, "Do you think it might be the way that you've raised them? That they're way ahead of everybody in school?
Yeah.
I mean, probably way ahead of them.
Yeah,
because they haven't sat around staring at phones and staring at and those things are certainly great technology and can be a great help. But they did what at one time was a given. You have a good work ethic. You read and get educated and learn. and you go out outside and you play, and you develop core strength. You develop your mind is being challenged. It's not numbed. So probably when you sit down and everybody says, let's test everybody, those kids probably are way ahead of everybody. It's why homeschool kids usually do better, because they're not in a system that's worried more about things that have nothing to do with preparing somebody for life.
There's just some life truths that are what they are, and I know some people don't like that, and they want it to go away, and it doesn't make them feel good, and we need a group to talk about it. But it just is what it is. Sometimes.
Yeah, and these kids, they participate in sports. They're not locked away somewhere, but just some simple, basic things have really helped them. Yeah, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And due process has been just wadded up and thrown in the trash can. Look, I don't like Bruce Springsteen. I don't like his politics. I like Jeeps. But look, if he broke the law, if he had a DUI and he was operating under the influence, he could pay the penalty just like everybody else. But he's allowed due process. Let him get an attorney. Let him have a case. Let it play itself out.
But to have Alec Baldwin, of all people,
I know.
And I would say Bruce Springsteen. Of course, now Bruce is not saying anything, so I'll give him so far so good on that. But for Alec Baldwin to say this line, I wonder if Bruce Springsteen's arrest had anything to do with his politics.
Oh, so is he saying he was arrested because of politics, or they yanked his ad because of it?
Well, he's now saying arrested.
Yeah.
So, okay, so they would have let him go if he'd have been Republican, even though he sat there and had 2 shots of tequila while climbing on a motorcycle.
Look, we all know this.
Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, we all know how nobody ever is enamored with celebrities.
Exactly.
I mean, some guy really wants to give Bruce Springsteen a ticket because he doesn't like his politics. You realize how many people listen to Bruce Springsteen music that don't like his politics, that they would never give him a ticket unless and it says this, the actual story, unlike what Alec Baldwin's trying to sell you on. It says that in New Jersey, that happened in November, says nothing in the story, nor Springsteen said that anything was going wrong here other than a park ranger simply doing his or her job.
And he said it was probably political.
They probably didn't know who he was when they pulled him over.
And so
they
now
probably said,
you're probably right.
Hey, that drunk guy looks like Bruce Springsteen.
Right.
And then,
let's be honest, we saw the commercial. I didn't realize
halfway through it before I figured it was him.
Yeah, me too.
Of course, if I was Bruce, I would have kept trying. I mean, you know me, I'm just born to run.
You still haven't recognized me yet?
I'm born in the USA. This feels like a 10th Avenue freeze out. Right?
You know I'm on fire.
You might, want me to sing something for you? 10th Avenue of freeze out. Yeah, that's what, born to run and all that.
Still ain't got it.
You probably didn't recognize me because I have a brilliant disguise.
I got something.
Would you do all that?
I was just up here on my motorcycle reminiscing about glory days. Right? Yeah. Oh, my God. Alec Baldwin, you're the one that goes after people simply because of their political views. That's you. You taught everybody that.
I mean, look at this motorcycle. People call them suicide machines.
Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number.
I can't start another.
We start a brand new hour, a brand new day, and a brand new week, and we're glad you're here. This hour starts with the national anthem.
associates everywhere. The beginning of a new week. Let's get up. Let's get going. Huh?
Need to breathe.
Need to breathe.
So, Bubba, I hope you had a good weekend.
Yes, sir, we did. We had a laid-back weekend. Got to kick back with the lovely Betty Lou a little bit and, watch some movies and look out the window because it was kind of nasty out there. But,
Yep.
Just a great relaxing weekend.
Yep. Yeah.
All good.
Some of you as you get older and into adult life, sometimes there's really no greater thing to say when somebody says, "How was your weekend?" when you reply, "Uneventful."
Yes. Yes. Less is more. Less is more.
But we had a new grandbaby born this week, and O'Pace Jones came home.
He came home. That was our Valentine's Day.
I saw y'all all snuggling him up, and
little
man's home, snuggle him.
He is. He's like I say. He's pretty chill. He
looks.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so as we're working our way back, remember this weekend, if you're coming into Birmingham, you'll get to see Calvin Speedy Wilburn, the Birmingham Stallions. He'll be whipping Protective Life into a Stallions frenzy coming up this weekend. The Stallions 6-0. Two-time defending champions of the USFL, trying to win a UFL title. So Speedy will be with all of you coming up this Saturday. So enjoy the game and enjoy time with Speedy. You can find all the details at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. So we're talking about the state of things. So we've covered stories within the show. We've talked about Trump and the attempt possibly to arrest him, and how he says he will be arrested for the First Amendment, and how that's going to be huge for his campaign and horrible for the Democrats. We've had Maxine Waters warn us that people that she cannot identify, but she knows they're in the hills, they're training to bring violence to towns she also won't mention, and somehow, even though she can't tell us how, Trump is tied to these people.
If they're training for violence, arrest them.
Right.
Don't bypass the protest groups that are protesting the Middle East on your way while they're burning a building.
Right, yes.
Don't look over them going to the mountains to look for those other mysterious people.
Yeah,
but if they're there, arrest and prosecute them.
Unknown people tied, we think, to Trump, and if he doesn't win, they'll be violent in cities. While Bubba just said people that are being violent on college campuses right now, and in many cases calling for people's death and eradication from the world, that is just people's passion and their right to express themselves.
Right.
So anyway, it's hard to keep score, but the bottom line is, as you see with politics, if our people do it, it's okay and should be applauded. If our opponents' people do it, they're dangerous and need to be arrested.
Right.
Okay, so the now we're up to the economy. A lot of people, you mentioned a minute ago, the discussion of this debt that we're building, also the fact that inflation that we're all dealing with is directly tied to a flood of money that the government threw into the market. It's, like you said, Bubba, pretty basic economics. If you got bad money chasing not enough products, you're going to have a problem. So anyway, Adler, what you
it was like a domino effect of really bad decisions, and it ended up costing all of us. I mean, we had the payroll protection plan. We were a part of it. So was a lot of other companies. It's hard to do business when you're told you have to shut down.
Yep.
But again, that generates debt that we're still paying for today and will pay for a long, long time.
Yes, and those of you in business, even us right now, still seeing signs. We have very nervous clients that are trying to cling to their money. They're real unsure about where this Biden world is taking us. What I say about Bidenomics, hey, give us a break. Let us up. Let us up. So here is a discussion about the national debt. Did you say, Andrew?
Yes. In fact, I would like to come back to the 60 Minutes interview that Bubba was just talking about with Jerome Powell. But first, if we could hear from Biden's chair of Council of the Council of Economic Advisors. This guy is one of the guys that's in charge of setting economic policy in the United States. In a recent interview, and this went mega viral, this guy's name is Jared Bernstein, chair of Biden's Economic Council of Economic Advisors. I said economic twice on accident.
That's all right.
But you know what I'm
That's
saying.
all right. Yep. Economic square.
A lot of words.
This is a mega viral clip. Here he is struggling to describe how bonds work, and he also says something very shocking about the government. So here we go.
The U.S. government can't go bankrupt because we can print our own money.
It obviously begs the question, why exactly are we borrowing in a currency that we print ourselves? I'm waiting for someone to stand up and say, why do we borrow our own currency in the first place?
Like you said, they print the dollar. So why does the government even borrow?
Well, again, some of this stuff gets, some of the language that some of the language and concepts are just confusing. I mean, the government definitely prints money, and it definitely lends that money, which is why the government definitely prints money, and then it lends that money by selling bonds. Is that what they do?
Oh,
this is not a Saturday Night Live skit.
They sell bonds. Yeah, they sell bonds, right? Because they sell bonds and people buy the bonds and lend them the money. Yeah, so a lot of times, at least to my ear with MMT, the language and the concepts can be kind of unnecessarily confusing, but there is no question that the government prints money and then it uses that money to
Now, Rick, again,
going around.
He's not just on the, what was his title, Adler?
That's from 2B. He's the chair of Biden's Council of Economic Advisors.
So not only is he on the Council of Economic Advisors, he's the chairman.
He's the chair.
Yeah,
he's the head honcho.
Search his name on social media. There's reels out there. This isn't the only dumb interview he's done. There's so much out there.
He doesn't even have is he the one that didn't even have a background in economics?
Yeah. He's like some
sociologist or something.
I can't believe that after that speech.
Yeah, because that was crystal clear.
Well, now I will say this: he does look handpicked by Biden.
Yes, he does. It seems to fit the mold. He must have donated a lot.
And to come back to the 60-minute interview with Jerome Powell that Bubba was mentioning earlier, here is some rare, straight-up speak about the debt from Jerome Powell.
But is the national debt a danger to the economy, in your view?
In the long run, the U.S. is on an unsustainable fiscal path. The U.S. federal government's on an unsustainable fiscal path, and that just means that the debt is growing faster than the economy.
It's pretty straightforward.
Also in this clip, they mention in 30 years, the debt, if it continues where we are right now, it will be $1 million per citizen. $1 million per U.S. citizen.
Legal or illegal?
I think that's legal only.
Okay.
Yeah, good question.
I just wondered.
Yeah, if I came in the southern border, am I in this?
No, you don't have to. You get free everything.
Okay.
I just wondered. Just wondering what it was.
Yeah.
So that's not but the thing is, what people take away, and we all have this problem as human beings. Oh, so I'm good. So it's long term.
Yeah.
So it doesn't affect me now. So I'll be dead when this happens.
Oh, 30 years, great.
Yeah. So okay. Well, maybe my kids and grandkids can work.
Nobody wants to solve the problem because
no.
We've talked about it before. Everybody loves the party on Saturday night.
Yep.
The band is thumping. People are dancing. The snacks are flowing. And nobody wants to see daylight on Sunday morning.
Trash.
When you trash the
in
whole
the
yard,
yard's trash.
Bushes tore up.
Oh my goodness.
And that first light on Sunday morning, you're like, well, this is bad.
And then somebody comes in and says, "Who are you?" I'm the guy that runs the band. You have to pay us.
Yeah.
And what? Oh yeah, this wasn't free.
Yeah.
We enjoyed it. I know you did. Now pay us. That's why you hired us. But we get paid for this. But Bubba, I want to dance and not have to pay the band.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what we've been doing.
I want to sit at the table. But
here's the thing. We didn't get in this mess overnight. We can't get out of it, but we need to set a course to get out of it.
But Bubba, nobody wants to set the course.
But you would, if we cut the federal budget by 5%, okay, 5%, people will lose their cotton picking mind over it.
Yep. We'll come back. Your phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. Any topic you want to talk about, you're running the show now. So let's chat with you, America. Whatever's on your mind when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Kind of looks around, and the dog wasn't sure about him.
Yeah, how'd that go?
Cleo's kind of she's figuring it out.
Yeah, but does she know the deal? There's a new game in town.
Yeah, she had that look on her face, like,
it's a new game in town.
New game in town. Little fella's here, and he's gonna be here.
Dogs are nice, but they ain't babies. Are they?
No, but it was great. They're home, and last night I talked to him today. You remember that? We all remember that first night when you're there by yourself.
Oh man, yeah.
Oh yeah.
And there's nobody to help. Yeah.
I've said it before.
And you're panicked.
Yeah.
Is he okay?
You stare at him all night long.
Yeah.
I told.
There he is.
I've told every.
He got a head of hair.
Yep.
Yeah, he does.
The new parents, I've told them.
He looks like Taylor.
Look how much he looks like Chandler's nose right there. I mean, that's like her little face right there.
Yeah.
So anyway, we were. I remember telling new parents this, and I've often set this up. I said that when it's your first kid and you're at home, the first time you see that last family member's car pull out of your driveway, and if it's nighttime, you can see their taillights, and it just
there it goes,
and it just goes away.
Hey, this is up to me.
And you look at each other, and you look at that crib, and go, "Well, here we go."
Yeah.
But then immediately, to save yourself, you think of all the Nimrods that have pulled it off.
Oh,
and so you think to yourself, "Well,
surely we can do it."
And I told Riley, I said, "This is going to seem like the first week, like it's never going to end." I said, "But then all of a sudden, you're not going to remember when they weren't here."
Right? Yeah, that's true. So that's big. So we'll look over the weekend and talk about some of the stories over the weekend. Greg's telling me one involving the Super Bowl trophy. That this.
Oh yeah, you got that.
Rick,
The world of apologies.
This world of how guys.
We'll demand an apology, won't we?
Well, I'm going to go this.
I'm tired. How about this? I may never apologize again.
We've got to take the standard for you needing an apology, and we got to raise it again.
That's right.
And can I tell you this? There's a lot of times you are owed an apology.
You are.
But what is this desire?
But until we get back to that, I'm boycotting them.
But don't y'all agree that I can't wrap my mind around? There was a time when we lived our lives not hoping, Bubba, that we would never get in a position where somebody need to apologize.
Oh, I know.
Now it's like I feel like I'm left out if nobody's having to apologize to me.
Yeah. Well, somebody has to be doing me wrong. Let me look.
It's a glorious thing now in our country to be a victim.
Yeah, when did that happen?
And I mean, we've completely lost our American identity.
Yeah.
Well, we have. But
it's just people just can't wait to be a victim of something.
Well, the problem is this narcissistic attitude.
I don't want
we
to
have.
be a victim.
And I've never heard of the thing of the way I get attention is to be a victim.
Yeah.
Used to be the way I got attention was to do something excellent. But the problem, problem about all of you that love to be in a victim when you're not a victim, you really take away the proper attention that should be paid to actual victims. So, I mean, no one seems to understand that part of it.
No. Yeah.
But this one, involving Tom Brady is a stretch. And now Letterman's having to apologize for something from 2013. 2013. So I've been able to persevere through it for 8 years, but I want my apology now.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Must not have been too much. I mean, 15 minutes past. We'll dive into the state of things as we go forward. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. All right, so here's a couple ways we can go. If you kind of are tired of apologies, there's more apologies. Something involving Justin Timberlake as well. We have that. I think he's apologizing to Britney Spears and Janet Jackson. I don't know what.
Well, he was apologizing to his wife not too long ago. You remember that?
Right about that.
Right.
Yeah.
So
that apology probably
needed
the
old
to be
hand on the leg on the porch routine. You know?
Yeah. Look, if you need to apologize to your wife, that could happen on any given day. That doesn't have an expiration date. But when you get into we're going back to the Janet Jackson thing and. Undoubtedly, when he dated Britney Spears because of these documentaries.
This documentary on Britney has really fired a lot of people up.
It really has.
I mean, the guy who did it's even apologizing now.
All right, so let's. Do you want me to finish this then? You want to get all the apologies out?
Yeah,
until we move
sure.
forward?
Why not? Let's run the apology list.
All right, the United States of Apologies. Somebody just sent me an email. You're right. All right, so
I'm confused why they're apologizing. I disconnected so much this weekend. I knew Trump got acquitted, but I knew he was going to get acquitted before it started.
Yeah,
Both times,
it's a waste of time.
They
and
didn't
money.
have the votes.
Waste of time. And
So
money.
anybody that carried it out without the votes, I mean, they're just not very smart. So. I mean, I wasn't shocked by that. I don't know why anybody's apologizing now.
I wouldn't have known what happened with Trump's deal, except something came across my phone.
Hey, I'm sorry, guys, for whatever I did. My bad.
So I'm trying to figure out in this story, because all it is talking about now Janet Jackson's response to the apology. What was the apology? Justin Timberlake apologized to Britney Spears, Janet Jackson amid backlash. I am deeply sorry. But now we're just talking about the response to the apology. One day after Justin Timberlake made a public apology. 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today.
Brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother.
All right, so I'm learning what to look for now. All right, so as we work our way back, phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available. The real Greg Burgess taking those calls now. We welcome a brand new sponsor to the program today, and it's the Wellness Company. Now, is it possible, like based on all the things that we've been updating you on, how is it possible that America is running short of amoxicillin? I mean, amoxicillin has been around.
Yeah,
I mean,
forever.
it's one of our best antibiotics. This is the Swiss Army knife of antibiotics because it treats just so many types of infections. As you probably know, doctors prescribe amoxicillin for ear, nose, throat infections, lower respiratory infections, your sinus infections, skin infections, UTIs. So how could America run short of this wonderful antibiotic? Well, I'll tell you how. Well, go back to the pandemic. Most of our antibiotics come from China and India. Remember we learned all that? So we farmed all that out. Now, this has not changed under the Biden administration. So if you or your family member gets sick and there's no amoxicillin, what are you going to do? Why don't you get a medical emergency kit now from the Wellness Company? It's just like, being prepared for anything. Now you can be prepared. Now, this is not a first aid kit. I do not want you to think that. Go to twc.health/Bubba. Okay, these are medical emergency kits. It'll come with amoxicillin, and you'll have a kit of it in your home if you ever need it. And they're going to, be part of this celebration of our 30th year by joining us right now. We're so glad. So if you want to go ahead and have, it's like having urgent care in your home. You were talking about urgent care earlier. How about if you had an urgent care unit in your home? These are essential prescriptions that we use quite often. It comes with enough to treat over 39 medical issues. They're doctor-prescribed antibiotics for infections for all types. Think about strep throat, pneumonia, UTIs, bronchitis, so much more. And there's a doctor's easy guide so you know exactly when and how to use each medication. So don't get caught short. Put your own urgent care unit in your home by going to twc.health/Bubba. That's twc.health/Bubba and get 15% off the medications you need to safeguard your family so you're never caught in any type of shortage. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button to make it simple, the Wellness Company. All right, so let's go to the phones. Richard standing by. Richard has a question about tomorrow's Celebrity Pro-Am. Richard, you're on. Go right ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
So, Bubba, I just got to wondering if John Daly accidentally bumps you with his cigarette a couple times tomorrow, are you going to talk to him the same way you did the little midget man that one time?
You know what? I don't have to raise a club to it.
Yeah, he does still smoke, doesn't he, while playing?
Sure he does.
Yeah, he does. Sure does. Okay.
But do you remember seeing him on the 18th tee last year? They were in front of us.
Right, and they were waiting, and we talked about something.
And the party that was with him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
That's going to be you tomorrow.
A lot of help.
Yep. It's going to be a fun time.
Oh, boy. Well, it always is.
The most entertaining group. We said it.
Yep.
Get you some good sleep tonight, Buzz.
Yeah. Well, you know what I do? I had somebody ask me about how bad my golf game was, and I said, well, I will put 18 golf balls in my bag. When I'm out of balls, round is over.
That's
Round
it.
is over.
That's
That's
it.
it.
Now, you going with the white balls or you going neon? What are you doing?
I'll go with yellow probably.
Oh yeah,
just to stand out a little bit.
Sure.
You know, I've gone back to that. I was broke of that one year by Fuzzy Zeller.
Right.
Yes.
And he took my yellow ball and threw it in the woods. Did you see? Was you there when he did that?
No, but I remember the
He
story.
ran and got it off the tee and threw like an outfielder from the warning track into the woods. And I was like, "What did you do that for?" He said, "This ain't putt-putt."
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then he said, "I feel bad," and he gave me some balls as a replacement for it, and said, "Play with these."
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you couldn't see them, but
if you just joined us,
well, that's what he said.
Bubba was talking about celebrity pro-am.
They actually had
pro-am's past.
his name stamped on the golf
and a nice gift of some new golf balls.
Yes.
Yep. Hit them straight.
So they were his.
Yes, that is correct. Had his name on it. Isn't that what you always say?
That's
well,
right.
That's yours. No, it ain't. Yeah, it is. Got your name on it. Well, yeah, it did.
It did. Jake in Mississippi. Jake, go ahead.
Hey guys, long-time listener. Just want to say congratulations on the end of the year finale. Hey, I want to see maybe spark something in your head, possibly having a recently popular Alabama legend come on the show. Have you guys heard of Roll Tide Willie? He's just blowing up all over the internet.
Yeah, we've actually played clips from him on the show several times, so thanks for listening.
And we've talked to the guy that's kind of his handler.
Chad.
Yeah.
Loves the show. I was going to say, do you think there's any way you could possibly hit him on for a segment before the end of the year, maybe this football season?
Well, we'd end up dumping him so many times. I don't know that you would hear it.
He seems a little volatile. Having him and Greg in one show, I don't know. And so our
delay is only capable of so much,
right? And the love of him seems to be a little polarizing. There's those that really think it's funny, those that think it's cruel, those that think we shouldn't have anything to do with it. So
those you just can't stop watching.
Yeah, right. So stranger things have happened.
Yeah.
Let's go to Steve in Alabama. Steve, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, how you doing this morning?
Good. Hope you're okay.
Hey, question for Bubba, or both of y'all really. Have y'all seen the video of John Daly? He gets out of his golf cart, lights a cigarette up, takes a swallow of beer, and looks out the course. He said, "What's the course record, and where's the first tee box?"
You know what? I think I have seen that. That sounds familiar. Yeah.
Is he still sporting the Santa Claus beard?
Oh yeah,
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't seen him
him
recently. So in these pictures you see of him, you know how old they are. So I don't know. Let's go to Cecil in Georgia. Cecil, go ahead.
Hey, what's up? I think the shows on TV are very politically incorrect these days. It's just against conservatives. Y'all have a great day.
Yeah, right, but that's okay. You can do that. You can get away with that. There's no problem there. Yeah. Let's go to Baker in Kentucky. Baker, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you doing?
Morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
I want to tell you about an experience with the ER my wife had. She had a severe abdominal pain, so we took her to the ER about 7 p.m. and 20, 30 minutes later, they finally tell us, hey, it'll be 5 or 6 a.m. before a doctor's even going to look at you. So we go to the next hospital, and we see a doctor within 45 minutes. He's already got her on the CAT scan. By 11 p.m., we know she's going to have her appendix taken out at 5 a.m. So it's a rough world out there sometimes.
Yeah,
looking and hunting.
Yeah, isn't there a app or something now that if you have an emergency, it'll say this emergency room's waiting time is we figure here.
wow.
This emergency. Did I dream that? Or did I just think somebody should invent that?
You know, that'd be a good app.
Yeah, because a lot of times you don't know.
Yeah.
And then of course my favorite is always the person that when it's not going well, it says, "Well, I'll tell you where we should have gone." And I'm like, "Well, I'd like to heard from you back when we were loading her in the car."
Listen,
you
would think if I can
tell you where we should have gone. Yeah, the one that we're not at. That's always the best.
Yeah.
You would think if I could go on a list to get a haircut and see where I'm at on the board, the position that I'm in on the board, you could do it at a doctor's office.
Y'all, I think either somebody called that in or I've been dreaming that somebody needs to invent that.
You would think it's
possible.
There's several.
Okay, I thought so. Okay.
ER wait time, doctor.
Right, yeah.
Doc Clocker.
Yeah.
You got to be careful with that one.
You really do. Yeah. Especially if John Daly's saying it.
Right.
To Al in Birmingham. Al, go ahead.
Hey, you guys think that, first of all, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, question. Guys think you better get Gary on for a few seconds before you throw the towel in?
Of course, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, you know, people ask me all the time, when you going to be on the show again? And I say, well, I don't know. They just, when everybody asks me, you mean you can't even be on the show?
Hey, I tell you, Rick, the funniest exchange you guys had was back here a few years back when you did the Deer Expo, and you sound more like Gary than Gary did.
Yeah, sometimes we think, why bring Gary on when Rick could just do Gary, and that way we can just make him say whatever we want. Because sometimes he comes in, the pressure's on him, you don't know if he's going to deliver.
Yeah.
It's just, if you do a character, you always can make sure you got the right content.
Well, you never know if his cell phone's going to be working,
Well, there's always. Oh, I've abandoned him from that. There's no more calling.
Hey, y'all hear me?
I guess I just have to get up there. Rick won't let me call no more. I said, well, it's not, you can't be funny if nobody can understand what you're saying.
Right.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Her and Britney Spears. Now we've got her response, but what did Justin Timberlake apologize for?
I know.
Do I understand that Control went to number one again, according to this article, after 35 years? Because of some of this controversy?
Timberlake.
I'm really out of the loop here on this, guys. I'm sorry. I am really out of the loop.
All right. He's apologizing for his privilege. I saw that.
Mm-hmm. All right, so
I'm not sure how that comes into play, but
Timberlake made the apology amid intense backlash he received this week following the release of the Framing Britney Spears documentary. The program analyzed Timberlake's breakup from Spears. Given that it was released over Super Bowl weekend, it also sparked renewed interest in Timberlake. My gosh, what a we are really drawing some connecting some dots. So in other words, the
There's
fact
a lot
that
of
Britney
people with no life out there. Yeah.
The fact that Britney, somebody says, it was, and speaking of the Super Bowl,
yeah.
I mean, that's,
and that also you need to apologize for that.
So anyway,
because it's Super Bowl weekend, Rick.
From what I'm gathering, and I'm trying my best on this because I don't know, did Justin Timberlake say anything other than I'm deeply sorry? Because that's all it says here in the link story.
Well, he lists all the things that have his maleness, his whiteness. He's apologized.
Yeah, see, I don't have that in here, so I don't know. So
and this is weird because Adler even brought something up about the, I guess, the way both Timberlake and Janet Jackson were treated after the Super Bowl incident, where he really wasn't criticized where she was. And is he criticizing? Is he criticizing because hey, I'm white and I got a pass?
Yeah, I can probably figure this out. So everybody got mad at Janet more than they got mad at me because I'm white,
and I'm a male,
and I'm a male, and the way I treated Britney Spears shows how terrible males are. Is that kind of where we are?
You're right.
So I'm the worst thing on the planet because I'm a heterosexual male white person, and I want to apologize for being male, white, and privileged.
Yes.
Is that correct? And I didn't treat everybody so good. Now, I don't know how he's apologizing for the way people reacted. Yeah. And I don't remember. Honestly, I can't.
It's just
if
so
all these
weird
people had like real jobs, it would be a lot easier.
Well, here's the reason why I don't think that.
Still living in a make-believe world.
I'm still confused on why we're apologizing to Janet Jackson because I think she did it on purpose.
It was a
it was a setup, and it worked. I mean,
here we
shouldn't
go.
Now they never admitted it was a setup,
but
everybody
it was. So she
speculated
just so happened to have that earring on. Well, earring's the wrong word. That piece of jewelry perfectly placed under her shirt. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so here it is. I think we're on it because he says I've seen the messages, tags, comments, and concerns, and I want to apologize. I'm deeply sorry for the times in my life where my actions contributed to the problem. I guess that's why he's apologizing to
He said
Janet.
the industry's flawed. It sets men, especially white men, up for success. It's designed this way. As a man in a privileged position, I have to be vocal about this. Because of my ignorance, I didn't recognize it for all that while it was happening in my own life, but I do not want to ever benefit from others being pulled down again.
Yeah, and of course the
others being pulled down.
Well,
what a terrible choice of words. What a terrible choice of words.
Yeah, also, and I think he says the role that I played in the Janet Jackson deal and the backlash that she received, basically her career momentarily derailed following the incident, and he pretty much got a pass.
Derailed?
And so he feels like he's responsible for that and what he might have helped cause her.
I know during the Janet thing,
kept her name out there.
her music got pulled from a lot of radio stations. His didn't, I guess is what he's talking about. But again, it wasn't his.
He didn't.
It wasn't
his fault.
It wasn't him on display.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying?
Unless y'all worked together on this, and I don't think they ever admitted that it was a setup. I think most people thought it was, but did they ever admit it was a setup?
Well, it had to be.
No, not that I know of. But I got to go back to this again. I do think that there are, you can make a case about him being privileged or being set up to succeed in a lot of industries. The entertainment industry. Mm-hmm.
Well, I think some of his band members that tried to have solo careers would disagree with that because they were white too, and they didn't make it.
Yeah, I don't. I think there's definitely been a history of that in different industries and even in the entertainment industry. But the time that he was successful and she was successful, did it seem like that being white and male was more of an advantage?
I don't think so.
In the entertainment business, I'm not talking. Yeah.
Look, Janet was hugely successful.
Yeah,
it didn't hurt her.
Hugely successful.
Yeah, I don't. But anyway,
in fact, it probably helped it.
But you're right, Bubba. The 1986 song "Control" peaked at #1 again.
That's us, baby. Thanks for being with us. 10 minutes to the top. The Rick and Bubba Show, working our way back. So we've bounced around, political updates. We've had phone calls. We talked about the Celebrity Pro-Am. Tomorrow we'll be live from Greystone. On location always lends itself to tons of fun. I did talk about the fact that, unfortunately, for Greg and my sister and me and our families, our mother had to be taken to the emergency room last night, and we're waiting on the MRI today. She needed medical care, and we don't know what the severity of this is, but just keep her in your prayers, as many of you already are, and we're thankful for that. So we haven't talked about sports, though, Bubba, so there's we've got NBA playoff controversy.
Game 1 last night between the Indiana Pacers and the homestanding New York Knicks comes right down to the wire, Rick. They're down to 12 seconds left. The New York Knicks have a 1-point lead. The Pacers are bringing the ball down the court. It looks like we're going to have a hit-or-miss finish here for the win, and then there is kind of an unusual foul call. Check this out.
Okay, here we go.
Oh. Shot clock is off. Indiana down a point at Madison Square Garden. And Turner will be called for an offensive foul on the screen.
That is shocking. You never see that call at this point in the game. Wow. I mean, never.
DiVincenzo hit the deck, sold it.
That is a great acting job. A lot of great actors here in New York City. You see them on Broadway all the time. That's as good an acting job as you'll see.
I got to tell you, I get that it's never been called.
Yeah.
And I would be sitting here with the official, but it's the wrong call.
Right.
He's not moving screen. It's a good screen.
Yeah. The guy's drama really, really helped. You got to give that guy props. Of course, you got to be able to look through that.
He was a good actor.
Adler,
that's a flop if I've ever seen one.
Go to the point where he's almost making contact with him. And this is the only thing I can figure they're hanging their hat on this.
You're right.
Well, you can't see it from that shot. The other one where it's a little bit closer in slow-mo, he sets the screen, and at the last minute, he picks up his right foot, the back heel. It's like almost to reset it, and that's the only thing I can think they're hanging this on, because, usually a moving screen would be you move out into the pathway to do it.
Yeah, and he does move.
It's the job of the ball handler to run the defender into the screener.
Right.
And Rick, he moves so little, though. I mean, normally it's like a hip pump. You really get out there and get after him. With the 12 seconds on the game.
Take the game out of the player's hands.
Right there. That's so. That is a no call at that point in the game. No way should he have called that and took the ball out of these guys' hands for the last shot.
That's ridiculous.
Well, and I don't want to get all into the business side of things, but I would be mad for all the reasons y'all just said. I think if you look at the letter of the rule, it is a moving pick. But here's the problem. If I was in the business of basketball, there's a reason we don't call something that does not have an impact on the game, because the guy is about to switch and the other guy's picking him up anyway. The fans want to see if the Pacers can make this shot, and we should, in any way possible, we should allow that to take place. And, get nitpicky about this, like we're trying to follow the Levitical law in a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
When we're going to have a moment that really brings our sport and has fans going, man, that was really something.
Yeah, I didn't realize Angel Hernandez had time for that.
Yeah, I know. That's
and
so
if you're
good.
gonna
So
gonna
good.
call for a review,
Yeah, they reviewed
then
this.
come on, overturn it. Don't uphold it.
They should have given the ball
man.
back. I don't, Rick. I don't even think it would qualify as a moving screen any other time.
No,
in the
it
game.
wouldn't. It wouldn't. You never see that call.
Because the only time you see that is when they literally throw their hip out there to knock somebody out of the way.
I think,
and that was not the case.
Yeah, if I'm the official, even though I agree with y'all, if I'm the official, I think the fact that he did that move, he did move his hips, that gave me the legal right to call it.
I think he was just bracing for impact, more than anything.
Yeah, it looked like his hips moved from
there was a
from
flop
left
there,
to
by
right.
the way. That
No
guy
question.
hits him, and then your arms don't normally fly over your head. When you're
the flop helped. There's no question about that, man. There's no question about that.
But the home standing crowd won last night. They were happy. The referees got to leave, and everybody was good. So.
By the way, this ongoing thing with Angel Hernandez in baseball.
That is so good.
Good stuff.
I mean, I didn't realize that yesterday people were keeping it with percentage of missed calls.
Rick, he's the record. And if I'm not mistaken, he sued Major League Baseball for something. Was it due to discrimination of certain group or something, not hiring? I don't know what it was. Anyway, he won the case. And it's like Major League Baseball is scared of him now. and he is probably, I've seen worse umpires at Little League games and better umpires than him at Little League games.
Right.
He is terrible.
Right.
I'm reading that he lost again in his racial discrimination lawsuit.
So he's lost twice.
Right.
I guess they're still afraid to get rid of him. I don't know.
I guess so.
We've got other things today, and I this is nothing you always.
What did Barkley say? Did he think that was a good call? Did they comment on it later? Because I couldn't stay up. They stay up till midnight.
I have no idea. No. I was up, but it was not on the TV in the emergency room. Well, by the way, strange choices in there. I always talk about that.
Yes.
I mean, we're dying in here. No pun intended.
Hey.
Because
you know what I mean.
Yeah, right.
You think like a nice episode of Andy Griffin
Right.
would calm everybody down.
Give us something.
Instead of a judge show.
Oh, yes.
Can you imagine the complaints of what's being shown, though? They're probably like, okay, what can we play where everybody agrees on?
Yeah, good luck with that.
You can't even put Tom and Jerry on.
No.
Too violent.
Oh, yeah.
Why do on our daily stuff to talk about, anytime something involving the planet Uranus comes up, we have to
Oh, yeah.
Did you see that other? Yeah.
No, I haven't seen it. I see on the list.
I wasn't even going to bring it up,
NASA
guys. I
released
really
a new
wasn't.
image.
Oh, there's images of Uranus.
Yeah, by the James Webb Space Telescope. But I know if it was if we had a picture of any other planet, y'all wouldn't have it in show prep today. You know?
Well,
Wow. Mercury,
so y'all don't
Mercury wouldn't make the cut.
So y'all don't want to see a picture of it?
Oh, they're zooming in on Uranus.
Oh my goodness!
Look at that picture of Uranus.
You are terrible, terrible people.
Wow.
It's got rings.
Yeah, I bet.
That's amazing.
Wow.
Woo! You're awful.
It's the science of it all.
I was not going to bring this up because I
If
knew
you had to
what
pick
I
one that was named Uranus, you would pick that one.
Thanks, Greg. There it is. That's what I was waiting on.
you would.
I thought to myself, ding, 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 ding.
I've never been for renaming the planets.
You
but
are on this
I
one,
am,
aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way,
for the sake of science,
I have to check with you on this because I'm confused. Is Pluto a planet or not?
it is currently not.
It's not?
No.
It's over in the not column?
It is currently not.
So we got 8?
You got people fighting for it, I think.
It was for a long time. It was declassified, and there is a move to classify it back.
Right.
But there's so much stuff out there. on the
Oh,
edge.
yeah. Oh, I'm looking up more.
There's all
At
kinds
night,
of stuff.
I had a self-study. I don't look up enough.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know
and
that.
so we've been going outside and looking up, and just looking at the stars. And I mean, I just never really did it.
So you don't look up enough?
I don't. I just decided I didn't look up enough.
We have an asteroid that's going to come eerily close to the Earth. Is it next year?
Hope we don't.
I just stopped.
Hope it stays away from you.
Uranus don't get together.
Here he goes. Here he goes. I mean,
It's a
did you see it,
meteorite.
when you said that, it's like he tried to talk so quick.
Yeah.
It's like he got so excited that he overshot
He
it.
just started saying words.
He overshot it.
That picture that we showed,
He yanked it.
that was an infrared image of Uranus. So
Thanks, buddy.
they added color for aesthetic purposes afterwards of that picture of Uranus.
Thank you, Adler.
Science.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Based on all this,
Hey, this hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for watching our friends at firstcup.com. Go there, use the code Bubba, save an additional 10% on your order. If you subscribe, you can save an additional 10% for life on your subscription. Some of the most delicious coffee you have ever enjoyed, all themed around American history. Go to firstcup.com, use the code Bubba.
About Justin here. She's just thanking people for taking her song back to #1 again.
Yeah.
And she just said, I didn't think in a million years that this would happen. Really appreciate you and love you so much, talking to her fans out there. So I don't know. Look, here's another thing that I guess we've all lost. Do I think that Justin Timberlake, like most everybody I've ever known, makes hopefully wiser decisions as an older man than he did when he was a younger man?
you hope so.
Probably.
Yeah,
I certainly have. I mean, have I got to go back and there's things I did as a young man that I wish I had never done, and I've learned and I've moved on, and I've tried to go back and apologize to anybody I've hurt, throughout my life, and maybe live a life of integrity and show change. But you know what? Are we going to live in a world that the process of becoming better people or growing up or maturing, we've got to go back and apologize for everything that we did? Now if you did something illegal or grotesque, I understand, but just overall behavior and having that young spatial displacement, not really understanding your place in the world, isn't that kind of part of growing up? And doesn't everybody all do that together?
Just seems like we're living in the past here on a lot of stuff.
But we'll,
I like weatherman.
Weather person. Weather person.
He's a mighty good weatherman.
Would it be a weather girl?
Weather person. So a lot of Democrats are furious. There's the word used in this USA Today story. Furious. Over Trump's acquittal. I don't know.
What were you expecting to happen?
Right.
Furious. Let's see.
I'm furious.
You didn't have the votes either time you brought this up. Trump is now 2-0 against you.
Mm-hmm.
You were just foolish. I don't know. Look, a lot of time legislation doesn't move forward, even if you think it's a good idea, because you don't have the votes. You don't want to get it voted down and then have that connotation around it. Well, you two things have happened here. One, you look silly again. Trump has outmaneuvered you. You're 2-0 on this, and you have set a precedent now. As Trump's defense lawyers pointed out, who will be impeached next? Will Hillary Clinton be impeached? Will Kamala Harris be impeached? She bailed out protesters who had committed violent crimes during this summer and all the protests with the BLM movement. So when the tables are turned, look out. You've opened this and started this, and in Washington it always comes back around.
I didn't see much of it at all because, as you said, when you deal with the constitution of it all, the constitutionality of it, it was dead on arrival. And I thought all this was, and I think we were correct, and you said it, Bubba, too. I think we were all correct. All this is an opportunity for various people in the in Congress to get up and give speeches and rant and rave. At the end of it all, it's going to be the vote for him to be acquitted. Babylon B said Trump now the most acquitted president in history.
Yeah, and look, he will wear that as a badge of honor. That the swamp tried to get him twice, couldn't get him. I don't know if he's going to run again. I don't know what kind of support he would have. I don't know if he's going to be in the kingmaker role or not. But all you've done is empower him, and it was just silly, Nancy. I mean, she's supposed to be smarter than this. You didn't have the votes. You never had the votes. And I mean, why move forward with this other than it's a publicity stunt?
Well, and I think that's all it was. I guess it was throwing meat to the base. But I will give President Biden credit. In this story, it says President Biden has kept his head down during the whole time, and he's under the thing of, hey, it's over. Can we just move on now?
Well, I think he did to start with, and I think he made some comments later where he, had said he needed people in the Senate to have backbone or something. That's been a running theme here lately. Look, we need people in the House just to have a brain, and this was ridiculous to start with. You can't impeach someone who's not in office. I know you wanted it for the history books. Trump's only going to wear it as a badge of honor. You know how he operates. You've basically overplayed your hand again, which is typical.
So, Nancy, some quotes from Nancy. We saw it in the Senate today. What we saw in the Senate today was a cowardly group of Republicans. You had Stacey Plaskett of the U.S. Virgin Islands. This would have required more senators with spines. That was her comment. The only thing I saw, and I just kind of moved on because I actually have a life and wanted to try to, have something in the weekend that meant something other than just a bunch of rattling on of politicians only to get to the same conclusion we would have gotten on day one. I did see Mitch McConnell get up there and try to be sharp, and I hope everybody took a note of that. I mean, you're talking about somebody that needs to go. I mean,
he just got elected in for 6 more years, overwhelmingly in his district from the state of Kentucky. So he's going to be around. Yeah, Rick, I watched 0 minutes of any of it because I knew the outcome already. I mean, I feel like Kreskin here. Right. Yeah. You know, this was dead on arrival before they ever started impeachment hearings.
Yep. So even with McConnell's little speech about how mean Orange Man was and how awful what Orange Man did, he still said, but you have to acquit him because
it's illegal.
It's illegal. Mm-hmm. So even people that thought that President Trump, was Orange Man bad.
Let's all sing it. Here we go. Everybody together. Let's sing it. A brand new hour coming to you from the Big Boy Studio. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get to more of your phone calls before the day is done. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, 80-Man Adler, all here for a brand new hour, and welcome back. Right there's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. 30 years in the making. Thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Man-made climate change. One of those that has a hard time supporting the case, but claims that man is causing climate change by human-induced CO2 emissions. Well, Mark Zuckerberg will be in the crosshairs today. We're going to take a look at Mark and see if he's living what he claims to believe about man-made climate change and CO2 emissions.
Clips of the Tramps singing this. Because we didn't have the TV of them back in the day.
I have
70s.
seen it, yeah.
That's pretty cool. I've never seen them perform much. Because they didn't have a long list of hits.
No, they did not.
You had to catch them.
You had to. But right now we have Zuckerberg. Now he's going to talk to us about how we all.
Well, Rick, this is actually just B-roll of his new $300 million yacht that he has that is powered. It's 287 foot long, $300 million cost. It is powered by 4 massive diesel engines.
Okay.
And remember,
Look at that
Mark
thing.
Zuckerberg is a vocal and very strong advocate for climate change caused by human beings and CO2.
Yep.
So if you really believe that,
Yep.
should you be investing in a yacht like this?
Well, he's not.
I would say, Mark, you've done good. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Invite us for a cruise.
Yeah. Right on.
But don't get
Good
out and tell
gracious.
me I can't drive my truck, but you can drive this yacht.
287 feet, mega yacht.
Yeah, that's a-
As you said, 300 millerinos.
she's a big one.
and if he's got it, it's his right to buy it. But again, not so green friendly. Now I'm sure he's planted several trees to offset or however you do all that on carbon emissions. And of course,
Not exactly. Never really
that
seen
science
the
a little
science on that.
science a little shaky.
Yeah.
That was one of those when somebody says, "Hey, I have good news. Keep doing what you want to, and I'll tell you why you can still be an
Yeah.
advocate." And somebody says, "What I do?" So, well, we'll buy carbon credits. So what do you do? We offset it, and then nobody asks another question.
Here's
they
the
just
thing.
said, "Sounds good to me."
If you're going to stand up and give me the sermon that CO2 is a poisonous gas
Right.
and we got too much of it,
Mhm.
then you don't do this.
Nope.
You don't buy oceanfront property that is 6 foot above sea level telling us the oceans are going to rise 10 foot. You just don't do that. Now, there's some people. There's some people that really buy into this, like Ed Begley Jr., who rides his bicycle everywhere now.
Yeah,
of course, you don't see him on a lot of shows because he can't get to downtown Hollywood.
No, he can't. No, you're right.
But
Not on time.
at least he is living out what he proclaims. I will give him that. Now, I think he's crazy as an outhouse rat, but I think he is at least doing what he says he believes in.
Yeah.
Well, we also, Bubba, have right in line a lot of you man-made climate change activists and stuff. And I know I'm always wanting to hear what the people who are attending the Met Gala are going to tell me in their
How about
bizarre,
that weird bunch?
bizarre. So the Met Gala.
What is the? We have
Is
this
it for-
every year
what is
where
it
they
for?
dress with a weird.
Do you know what it's for?
just to dress it.
It's just like a weird fashion show, and it's really expensive. And what is it? Anna Wintour from Vogue hosts it, I think.
Okay. All right.
It's got something to do with Illuminati.
Greg, good
You're
news
all
is,
over
Greg,
that.
one of your favorites, Lizzo, is there.
Oh, I know Lizzo.
Greg, is this seeing eye stuff too?
Oh, yeah. That's all. They're hitting that sign.
Is the Met Gala just the meeting of the Illuminati?
That's all. They're just a big
please
party.
look,
Yeah.
Greg
What
Burgess.
has she got going on?
I thought she quit being. Didn't she claim she was getting out of the public eye because people? Was that her?
That's her last night.
But did she? Did
Wearing
she
a trash can on her head.
Guys,
Yeah, it looks
guys,
like
look.
a-
She can't even get at the thing.
Yeah, I would try to take a.
Wish somebody shoot
like
a
a
basketball at
upside
her.
down
I would.
lampshade.
Wouldn't you love to wad up a piece of paper and
Yes.
see if you could make it?
Yes.
Oh,
You know
that
what?
would be so much fun.
It looks
Rick.
to me like something to hold popcorn.
You're right. Yeah,
And
there you
it
go.
does.
You
What
know,
if it
can
had-
you sit in front of us?
It really.
What
did.
if it had popcorn out of the top of it? Now I understand that some of the Palestinian protesters went to the Met Gala and made trouble.
Yeah.
Now see the left doesn't like this when you show up with some of their stuff.
No.
So
Here they are marching that way.
they're headed to the Met Gala.
Yes.
And the message is
They fit right in.
And I'm still gray on the message. What is the message? Our terrorist attack on the Israelis on October 7th was justified?
Yes.
I guess.
Is that what they say?
That's part of it.
It would have to be because you can't ignore that part, right? We did it and we're proud of it and they deserved it and any repercussions are mean. Is that
He
what
gonna
it
fake
is?
it when that
And
torch
Zionism.
burns down on his hand.
Right.
Zionism is bad. That's a great look right there for New York City.
Isn't it though? That's great.
Somebody would snatch him right
Yeah.
off that.
That's an impressive sign there to hold him up like that.
You would just you kind of want to go get off the post
Right.
and go to work.
Right.
Yeah, Greg came in talking about Kim Kardashian's waistline, about how tiny it was last night. At the
Who?
Yeah,
Met
it's
Gala.
it's
Oh.
it's disproportional now.
Yeah.
They've
I didn't
carried it
know
to
they were
a-
there.
of course, there's a lot of Kardashian things that are disproportional, but this is very bizarre. I mean, almost like medical people are going, "Wait a minute, you got a problem."
Oh,
Yeah, it's extreme corseting. She's got
Oh
a,
my God.
She's got a corset on.
does she
to-
They
breathe?
about cut her in half.
I need to
Yeah.
know how she's breathing. How she's breathing.
She's not.
That
That
can't be
has
good.
got to be
weird.
miserable.
Yes,
That can't
it's
be
weird.
good for your intestines.
No,
No,
That's
it can't
weird.
be.
No, it really
Look at
can't be.
that.
How's she breathing?
She's not breathing.
That's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
you could tell she's struggling to breathe. By the
Yeah,
way,
it's not. That's not normal, y'all. It's not good.
that's
Hey, I meant to tell y'all.
it looks like somebody's tied her up in a rope like she got lassoed.
Yeah.
It does. It's terrible. I meant to tell y'all. I was scrolling on the screen the other day, and I didn't stay on it, but quarter ton teen Oh no,
That's the title.
No, it's
Quarter
not.
ton
No,
team.
it is not.
Is that what you thought of? when
Greg,
you saw it?
why?
Yeah.
Why?
I was just, I mean, you got to love that title.
Well, I mean, but why? Why would
You got 1,000-pound sisters and quarter ton team.
right?
Bravo
what show is this on?
At TLC.
You know, at one time they had like science stuff
Well,
on there. It
this-
was really
well,
now
that-
it's more like the circus.
Well,
channel.
this is showing bariatric surgery.
Oh,
so,
is it? Okay. Well, I'll
a lot
give
of
you
that.
I'll give you that.
Well,
I'll
watched-
give you that one.
Okay, I watched it for just a second, but it don't have the characters that the 1,000-pound sisters have.
I don't.
It doesn't hold the audience like they do.
Like last evening at the emergency room, and it
Quarter ton
and it kind of owned the group, because you know what happens when you're in the emergency room. It's like being at a restaurant. You mark people that were there before you and people that came in after you, and so they they called someone, and someone in our group that'll remain unnamed said, I think that person is getting a room. And I said, no, that person is just going in there where they go ahead and put the IV on you. We've already done that.
Triage.
They came in after us, and to what someone says, are you sure? And I said, oh, I did not forget their entry.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yeah, no doubt.
Their entry into the emergency room was burned into my mind.
Rick, so look at here.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Wow. Struggling.
well,
Rick. It's moving around's difficult.
there.
No, it wasn't.
No,
No,
Oh,
they
okay.
struggle to move around every day,
Oh, I got it.
even on a good day.
I have actually footage of that, Rick. Here it is.
quarter ton.
That was Greg. When everybody said, "Are you sure about that?" I said, "Absolutely."
Oh, I'm no doubt. Rick, I've never been so sure about anything in my life.
You talk about the people automatic doors were invented for. So
Wow.
That's that was no. I'm crystal clear on this arrival.
Oh my gracious!
You think I didn't know exactly when everybody come in? I knew everybody's lineup.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You still, there's this thing we have called the Constitution. I think we might want to pay attention to.
Mm-hmm.
But
you know the thing.
hard to impeach a president, which means to remove him after he's already gone.
Well, and I think the goal in this, Rick, was they wanted to get to that vote so they could say he couldn't run again.
Right. Yeah. No.
Guess
doubt.
what? Didn't get that. You only empowered him to run again now. Well, look, he may have been enjoying himself on the golf course and kind of forgot about D.C. Now you've got him fired up again.
Right.
It's just, I don't know. The people who mismanage a situation out there in the public right now is just, it's unbelievable. I mean, you would think some of these people who are elected officials would have more sense than they do.
Yeah.
And both sides of the aisle, they're not very smart.
No.
A lot of them.
They don't appear to be.
Apparently, they can't hold down a regular job, and this is the only thing they think they can do. This is the fallback position.
Yeah, it does, and I know that.
Do you think normal people want to move to D.C. and do this?
Nah, that already shows.
Think about that.
Yeah, that already shows there's something not quite right. So, Adler was telling y'all about his Valentine's this weekend. Valentine's weekend.
And I think he just needs to come on in because
He
this
needs
one
to
here, and I'm
explain it.
pointing to your little brother.
Yeah.
He's going to get going.
Okay.
And I think Adler needs to explain it first.
Okay. So
I mean, he's rolling in. He's coming in.
So is he going here?
He sure is.
Okay. Here we
So
go.
many things.
So many things here, Rick.
Are you nervous about your wife coming up here in a minute?
Y'all, by the way, she's way ahead of schedule this morning. She is about to get in the car.
Oh, all right.
So she's going to hear this.
So she's listening. Yeah. I was telling y'all two things right now. I was telling y'all two things right now.
Yeah.
I tell you, y'all picked a nice, warm, pleasant day to bring her out. Too.
I said, whoa, take your time. She said, sorry, the trains already are rolling. So she's on,
Okay, well,
she's on her way, gang.
Oh, Ruby.
And I'll tell you
Y'all don't scare.
who's wearing the conductor's hat of that train. It's a tiny little baby.
That's right.
On her schedule.
It's amazing how much power something so small can have.
So
I bet Erin's so excited about her gift yesterday. She's going to be just.
Now,
giddy
what
when
is
she
this
gets
gift
it,
that
right?
Greg's
Here we
making
go.
fun of?
all right,
You
Greg.
better hurry up and say it, Adler.
Greg, you better watch out. All right, this was good and nice and heartfelt and awesome and well executed. All right, so what I did on Friday, it was a really tough, busy day. By the way, on Friday, I had so much to do and I just had to run all over the place. But
Bubba, please pay attention.
So Friday, I go and actually help my dad pick up little baby Ruby from daycare to have a grandparents' day.
I got you.
Awesome. So that went good. I then run from there to a tattoo shop because I had scheduled an appointment to get just a single line tattoo on my ring finger to get a tattoo, and that's what I did. So
that was her gift.
Well, that was her gift.
Her gift.
Yeah, it is, Greg. It shows
Rick, next year he's going to pierce his ears again.
Nothing.
And have you seen it? Rick, now you're thinking in your mind a ring. Have you seen this?
No, I haven't seen it. Rick, look. From the palm, it doesn't look like there's nothing there.
Now, why Adler did you can't? Rick, you could have done it with a Sharpie every morning when you go. I thought it was going to actually look like a ring.
It doesn't go around on this side of your finger, does it?
He said it won't work. Wait a minute. Wait just a minute.
It doesn't go on the palm.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You said something to me about this.
It was on Thursday, Rick. He cornered us in the kitchen. Remember?
Yeah, I told you about that.
But you're leaving out an element.
It's hard to get an appointment. By the way, okay, this is my first.
I know
tattoo.
where you're going with
this.
this.
Is my very first
I told
tattoo.
Greg this too.
Okay,
about who did it.
Right.
Yes.
This is my very first tattoo,
and that's not really a tattoo.
If you
think about it,
it's just a line.
It's just a single line. Yes,
it's not a tattoo.
And okay, I have my real ring. And Rick, you were talking about this last week. I have my real ring from my wedding that I got married in. I still have it. It's been 4 years.
It's way to rub it in.
Miraculous that I still have it.
It's a real ring. Mine's in the muds of Tishuby.
Yes, and I'm trying to hold on to that. I only wear that like when my wife and I are going to church or going on a date or whatever. That's when I wear my real wedding ring. The rest of the time, I don't.
That's exactly what it looks like.
I got one too, Adler. It's time for me to come clean.
That's a Sharpie, Bubba. And so for a while, I was wearing those rubber rings that people wear all the time.
Yep.
And they get kind of sweaty under there, and you
And they
mess
look
with
good.
them, and you
Mine's
lose
about to
them.
break.
You lose them, and you have to. Where is it? Or I don't know. When you wash your hands, it gets all up in there. And so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna finally make this thing permanent. I'm
But
committing.
you didn't. That's not a ring.
I'm committing to this marriage. Boom! I'm getting a ring on my hand,
Semicircle.
and that's what I did.
Let me ask you this.
Semicircle.
You're still
not a ring.
You're still leaving something out.
Pass the gravy, please.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today on a brand new edition. So, we've made it pretty clear over the years, we try to find every way we can to get in win-win situations where the audience wins, our company wins, the people who support what we do, they win. And Patriot Mobile's arrival as a new partner on the main show has certainly met the criteria. A lot of you heard Patriot Mobile on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, which is the unique podcast every week. But just recently they said, hey, let's go into a full-blown partnership, and they're sponsoring the Phone Troll now, and you've heard us talking a lot about them. Well, we got emails, people asking questions and wanting to know more about Patriot Mobile, and so Sean Tanner has been kind enough, the Vice President of Product at Patriot Mobile, to be on the show to kind of answer some of the questions we got from you guys. So, Sean, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Howdy, good morning. It's great to be here.
Well, Sean, we're glad to have you. I'll tell you, I get asked more questions about your product than anything else we have on the air right now. Constantly being asked. I think it resonates with people. They don't want to support these companies that don't look at things the way they do. They want to put their money where their heart and where their beliefs are. And that's where you guys come in. And tell us a little bit about how you guys do that.
Thank you for asking. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative cell phone company, and we seek to provide a service that everybody needs, cell phone. We want to do that in a high-quality way with high-quality products, but rather than choosing to give money to woke causes or things that don't align with our subscribers' values, we have a number of areas that we give to causes in. First Amendment, Second Amendment, right to life, and military and first responders. And we will give our subscribers money to those things rather than unaligned causes.
Yeah, I saw those 4 pillars, and those really resonate to Bubba's point. We're getting some specific questions because I think
so many people, especially in this audience and shows that have a similar audience, they hear that message, but there's a little bit of angst. Am I going to lose quality of service? Because, you know, we're followers of Christ, and we don't do Christian radio, but we're Christians who do radio, and we never try to guilt the audience into supporting something if it doesn't also have it doesn't have merit. Yeah. So what we talk about the merit as well. Well, I think the causes, everybody says that sounds good to me, but that little bit of hesitation help them to overcome that.
Yeah, and look, that's a great question. Thank you so much. And I hear that a lot when I talk to people in conferences. And look, I've only been with the company 6 months, and so I've gone through the process of changing over my cell phone service, and most recently my wife. So now I would like to say, if there's a quality standard in this world, it's my wife.
Yeah, right, yeah.
And here's personal service. We have gotten the switchover process was easy, actually unbelievably easy. And we both added a second line, a second phone number to our single phones that we carry with a different network.
Wow.
So if the primary network ever goes down, we've got a backup network. I choose to divide my personal and my business life that way. But I can tell you, after a easy switchover, again, my wife's a standard for quality, and it better be right, or, you know, and she was happy. And the service has been great. I've noticed no difference. And my job is to come here, and I've been here 6 months now, and to make sure that the quality of the products that we deliver is on par with every major carrier in the country, as well as bringing new products and services that I'm excited to say are being rolled out over the next few months and coming years, hopefully.
Sean, let me ask you this, because our audience, they like to look behind the curtain. You know, they like full disclosure. They like to know the way people do things. I don't think they mind you making a profit, but they want to know how it's being done. So explain a little bit. You guys, you actually are using the same equipment as the big guys, right? I mean, you're subleasing from them, and you can do it at a volume level that we couldn't do as individuals, and then you're able to resell it and still make a fair profit.
No, that's right. So without going into a lot of details, you know, only a few companies are allowed to own infrastructure, but because there's just a few of them and they're the only ones allowed, they must resell bandwidth to other companies. And so the stack looks like this. The carriers that everybody knows, the big names, are at the bottom. Then there's this software layer in the middle of aggregators that we buy from. And then there's Patriot Mobile, and we're a mobile virtual network operator, an MVNO. And so, yes, we still use the exact same infrastructure and networks. And yes, there is a small fee to those big name carriers, but it's a much, much smaller portion of anybody's bill that goes towards the major carriers when you go to Patriot Mobile.
So out of our email, international, this was a specific question. A listener says, I'm ready to switch. I need him to answer my international experience.
Yeah, because they FaceTime a loved one in Britain, I think they said.
Yeah.
Okay. So look, we have 2 sets of products in the international area. And I would like to say that one of the first gaps I realized when I came on at Patriot Mobile is that we could probably harden and do a better job of productizing some of our international products. And those are some of the things I mentioned a second ago that you're going to see rolled out in the coming weeks and months. But right now we have international calling, and we also have international roaming. We have both of those products. So if you have FaceTime and you want to talk to somebody somewhere else, my understanding of the way that product works is you can just use your regular phone to do that in the internet. But if you want to call them with your cell phone, we have a plan that would allow you to do that from the United States to the UK or wherever your loved ones might be. Or if you want to visit them, we have plans for you that you can use while you're in the UK, while you're traveling. And you can call up and talk to our member services agents who are awesome and do a great job of taking care of the customer about how to use those products. And I'd like to say in the coming weeks, we're going to give you even more better options in that area. And I hope that you'll keep up to date with our website to see what those options are.
Sean, real quick, too, we have someone who is a retired firefighter, and they want to know, do the discounts that you give for firefighters apply to them even if they're retired?
That is right. We appreciate you. You're a great American. Thank you. And we love first responders and military folks, and we would love to offer you a discount, even though you're retired.
Oh, good.
That's awesome.
Well, Sean, thanks for taking time to be with us, and thanks for believing in the show. I think this is a partnership that we both knew was just going to work, and it really is working. And so thank you for taking the time to come on and answer some of the questions that maybe we couldn't answer just in the commercials and in the mentioning of the website. So you've been a big help today, and you're probably going to see people today's the day they said, okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you, Sean. I'm in. And you can switch now. Keep your number if you want. Keep your phone if you want. Or if you want to change both, you can. Go to patriotmobile.com/Bubba, patriotmobile.com/Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, and
Who
so
did the tattoo?
It was hard to find a place. By the way,
Got one too.
This is my very first tattoo, and everybody's drawing on their fingers. Everybody,
I got
real
one,
funny.
Rick. You could have done that.
And so I call around to some tattoo shops, and a lot of these places are booked up like months in advance.
Especially right before Valentine's.
So the fact that this one wasn't,
and a lot of places aren't open
the line.
because I had a very small window in order to get this done and surprise my wife. So I had a small window to get this done, and I needed it Friday around noon. And most of these places don't open until like 3, 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then I found a place, and it was actually like Christian themed, and I was like, "Oh,
no wonder
a Christian tattoo parlor.
No wonder it wasn't very
Christian
busy.
tattoo parlor."
I want to be sure I have this
People are
right.
getting devil horns and stuff.
Do you remember me in the kitchen when you said, well, I'm actually going to a Christian tattoo party? And I said, I'm sorry, come again? I didn't know.
Let me ask you this: why didn't he make it look like a ring, though?
Yeah, Greg, okay, you can't tattoo on the palm. The palm doesn't take
you
it.
just got a line.
It goes a lot of the way. Can you see it?
That's part of the beauty of the ring.
Okay.
It's the unbroken ring.
Well, let me
part.
ask you this: how is that her present? I'm missing that. What else did you get her?
What else did you get her?
Well, he does it when he has no answer.
He's buying time.
What else? What else?
I'm just asking.
Did you get her half a card? I got her semicircular card.
Did you get her 6 roses?
I got her
Took her out to eat. I gave her a half-eat sandwich.
Half a box of chocolates.
Now, wait a minute.
Half a shirt. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, you know what he's going to get her for Christmas? He's going to go get a haircut.
Just one side.
So you don't even have any hair. You can't even talk about haircuts.
He's looking for somebody to be mad
He's
at.
about to go by that corner.
Am I the only one that's missing how that's her gift?
Well, because
it's a symbol of love, Greg.
That'd be
Which
like
you know nothing
It'd be like
about.
it'd be like he bought himself a watch. Well, happy Valentine's, baby. I bought myself a watch.
So, guys,
it symbolizes that your ring is always on.
it's
But
always
it's not,
on.
because that's a semicircle.
It's always on.
It's a line.
Or it means you're happy because it's a smile.
Yes.
I tell you, I don't know what he charged you, but you could have got up every day and drawn it on, and it would have lasted a week. About weekly, just freshen it up.
How long did it take me, Greg?
Bubba, and brother, yours looks as good. It's maybe better. Look at Speedy's.
All right. I'm not going to say the name of the place because I don't recommend it.
Well, you probably did because there's not
Oh, my
very many that
goodness.
say that.
I've just never heard of a Christian themed tattoo shop.
Yeah, you probably already said it.
Well, guys, once I got to the place, I don't think it was Christian themed.
Hey, you smell that out?
What gave you away? What gave it away, Adler?
Well, the music playing, for one, in there, that was concerning. You know how have you guys ever heard, like, don't let someone give you tattoos if they don't have good tattoos?
Never heard that, but it makes sense.
I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
This person had more bad tattoos than I can count.
And besides the fact everywhere you called was booked except him.
Yeah. Come on in.
Come on,
We got
in.
you covered.
Before lunch, sure, whenever.
Greg, how do you think we could get some business in here? There's a lot of competition. I'll tell you, we're a Christian thing.
One time we put a cross on
we offer you guiltless tattoos.
Need a Bible verse right here.
Just not the one about tattoos.
We kept our masks on the whole time, and the tattooer did too.
How long did that take?
Except when the tattooer was vaping, the mask did come off for a split second.
One time. Well, you don't want to leave it on; it'll start a fire.
Right. At that point, I was like, "You should definitely leave."
So real.
So,
Now, I tell you what you thought yourself. Just a line, Chris. It's just a line.
it's just a line. I can get it fixed when
What was
it's
the pain
bad.
level? Pain level.
It felt exactly like I thought it would, like a burn, a stab, a cut.
Okay.
And
you said
never
stab.
been stabbed, so I can't relate to that.
What was that time in
It's quite
87?
painful.
maybe even like heat, or even like a burn. Like a burn. Yeah.
How long did it take? Like 2 minutes?
Less than 5 minutes.
I was
yeah.
about to say,
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
just real quick.
Yeah.
God, I got it off air.
Well, I
You
gotta
tell
be
me
there
what
by
you paid.
noon.
I gotta know what that
It
costs.
was
He has to know what it
How
costs.
much for that line?
It was $80, and to keep from being killed, I gave him $20 on top of it.
To keep from being killed
just to leave.
for that.
So $100 for a line?
It was well. A lot of times they have a minimum because the equipment you get it dirty once. Hopefully they only use the needle once.
At this place.
Did y'all just say $100 for a line if you just joined us? We're not talking about cocaine.
And I'm not being mean, but
Maybe I think
Bubba's-
I can get a better deal on cocaine.
Bubba and Speedy.
I mean, somebody said.
Bubba and Speedy's Sharpie ones look exactly like yours.
Yeah.
You know what it cost
I
them?
know, Greg. Okay, I got eyeballs.
I thought it was going to look like.
Five minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Lord willing, live from Greystone tomorrow. The boys are going on the road. Bubba will play in the Celebrity Pro-Am. We've got our I say winner. Our gratitude to him. A thankful gesture for him donating the most money to Children's of Alabama. He'll walk inside the ropes with Bubba and his crew: Tommy Tuberville, Riley Green, and John Daly. Remember, if you come up on the group and you've never seen Bubba in person, John Daly has the beard. So that will be going on. So if you're out there, they tee off at 8:30. So that coming up tomorrow on location. And if you're out there and you want to come by and see us broadcasting, come by and say hello. We'd love to see you guys tomorrow. All right. So we have the kickoff hour kicked this around, pun intended. But now we will join them, in the world of AI. So I guess we're going to get down to this now. You can't trust anything you see. There was a time that seeing was believing. That's over. Of course, that's over.
That's over.
Of course, that's over. But anyway, so Richard Simmons, some bizarre message on his YouTube channel.
Yes.
But we don't know if this is AI generated with nothing involving the Richard Simmons gang.
Mm-hmm.
AI generated, but Richard Simmons gang is in on it.
Right.
Neither of the above.
I'd like to get your vote on it. Now, this was his YouTube channel that, for years and years and years, there was no action on, except for the last couple of months.
Okay.
And this appeared
Oh, it's
on
a
his
cartoon
YouTube
of
channel.
him.
And
Okay.
now, again, what you said, it's his checkmarked, verified YouTube channel. So what do y'all think?
Okay.
Hi, everybody. It's Richard. Happy May 6th, 2024. Thank you so much for reading my messages. Roses are red, violets are blue. Do you know how much I love you? Have a beautiful day. Bye for now.
Now,
weird. What in the world? I mean, it's a cartoon of Richard Simmons with a megaphone.
Yeah.
And then his voice is supposed to be...
Because now people think he's dead, or
There's all kinds of
he's
rumors.
been held hostage. Or
Well, you remember he put out
Why
that
would
one
you
message.
cover up his death?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Why doesn't he just show us himself?
He probably-
I know he's older.
Yeah.
Can
I
he
know
slip
looks
to the
different.
oldies?
Look, he's age is catching up with him like it is everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
But why not just show us? And then that only adds to the controversy.
Is it that bad?
What do you think?
After hearing it again, it does sound like he's just in the kitchen and he's
Well,
talking.
I'm going
but
with you because he licked your eye, so you ought to know more than
Well,
he.
That's a great point.
You know, I'm going. You were up close and personal.
I was. Were y'all almost waiting for the "and Speedy, I love you"?
Yes, I was,
and it didn't happen. Here's what I think.
Plus, wagging his tongue at him.
Somehow, somebody benefits. You know, I don't know what the copyrights are or what kind of royalties still coming on Richard Simmons.
Coming in.
Somebody benefits from everybody still being excited because they think Richard Simmons is not incapacitated or dead. Okay,
Somebody's getting that
somebody
sweating
said,
with oldies check.
Rich, I know you're very, very, he's a lot like you. He's very concerned about how he appears
More
physically.
ways than one.
And so
You're looking at me.
He doesn't want to look like he hasn't taken care of himself or that he's aging.
Okay.
So somebody said, well, look, if we'll put the cartoon up of you, just can you at least acknowledge that you're still alive and sound kind of upbeat? And
Sounding mechanical.
That's why why they had him do the date. You know, so everybody would say,
Yeah, it's like holding the newspaper.
Right. Yeah. Exactly right.
I think that was a.
So.
But that was the debate. Was it him or?
I think they got him to do it. Now I agree with you. Putting his cartoon up, that by the way wasn't even animated enough for his mouth to move.
No,
it was just a still shot of a cartoon of Richard with his megaphone, and then just have Richard's voice there, and then does the Roses Are Red, which was not overly creative, and
a little creepy.
It's odd. I think somebody is holding him hostage. I've always thought that.
Cashing his
that was
checks.
one of the theories that I agreed with.
That didn't help to quell the idea that he was being held hostage.
No.
I don't get it. That probably only did worse.
Well, one thing we were talking about is it seems like he would be seen like, I don't know, running to the grocery store,
No,
maybe
not
not getting out of the car, but
Not in the
paparazzi, filming him through the, the windshield of a car or something. But you don't see him anywhere.
The more I think about
Not
it,
in the state he's in.
He's probably no longer with us, and these people benefit drawing his money from his residuals, from sweating to the oldies and all those things.
I think he's aged and maybe not in the best of health appearance-wise, and he's really struggling with that. But yet,
He
so
died
they
years
put
ago.
that out maybe to keep him relevant and
That's
us
where I'm
talking
at.
about him. You just not see him. I guess that's it. I don't know.
You'd think you'd see him at the coffee shop, grocery store, bathhouse, somewhere. You know?
Speedy, I wish somehow they come up with a new product and it made hair grow, and you put it on, but you grew his exact afro.
Yes.
So you want me to?
Yes. And you.
Yes, I would love to.
And
see
I took
that.
over what he was doing.
Of course, they got to invent this product, but when they do,
Greg Elizabeth Warren says they're on it.
That's right.
And it's going to be manufactured.
It's going to be unbelievable.
And it's going to give people jobs.
Now earlier,
Why
Greg
did
was,
we let her get away with that?
I don't know. Greg was all in on AI. You still with that?
Yeah, that's not him.
I do not. I think they said, Richard, I'm going to let everybody, all your fans want to know that you're still okay in 2024. Give us the date.
But he thinks he looks so bad, he doesn't want him.
Correct.
It may just be the fact that
why?
My goodness.
Why?
Look at how
It's just B-roll for the story. It's just B-roll.
Why?
I'm just running
At
B-roll.
one point, he's holding your hand down. He's holding it down.
Is that what he's doing?
You had a case.
He's strong. I
think I
look,
Or he really did.
look.
You have a case. He does that today.
Why?
It's just
I know.
We're workplace best friends.
It's
Where'd
B-roll
that
for
guy
the
go?
story. It's
He
B-roll.
does that in today's culture. There's
That
a
guy
case.
brought so much energy.
Oh,
I
let me
didn't know
get
my
a good-
leg was up like that.
Oh, yeah.
Speedy, that view right there. There it is. Well, that's perfect.
Did you see, by the way, Greg, and I know this is a little bit off course, but I think I'm still on enough.
Why would you do
Babylon B said Joe Biden disappointed the Palestinian protesters' hair sticks. Ishmael right there.
Oh, that's so wrong.
That good one.
So wrong.
Can we go
Next,
on that?
show
that-
him hugging
the,
everybody
the
else.
minute he goes to lick Speedy's eye and
Yeah.
count how long he stays down.
Yeah,
before
we
he
should
comes
count it.
Let's officially count. I'll start the
Okay.
timer.
All right, here we go.
Because I thought it was just.
Yo, let's go back to the audio. Is it-
Okay, all right, here we go. All right, let's hear it. All right,
Gosh
once it starts, I'll.
When he says "excuse me,"
Excuse me.
You're right, yeah, and then he goes and gets.
All right.
one.
I mean, he
Does
was
that
on
count?
for a second.
Does the pause count? Do we count the pause?
I think he's fixing to get right here we go. All right,
Here's your one,
Oh my
two,
two,
three,
still on him.
4,
5.
Still.
6.
Good night.
Wow.
So much longer.
6
seconds. So you can
That's
take
called
it-
tongue
there's
in
a
your eye.
There's a 3-second
You
pause,
paused
and then
it.
there's 6 more.
Yes.
You paused.
Total
was
real time. 9. That's the total of 9.
I know. Your mind protects you.
It's real time speed.
Hey, that's a lot of hate.
You only get.
Look, I wasn't happy
You only get
about
5
that.
seconds to get
I
over
wasn't-
half
That
court,
was
right?
6 Mississippi, pal.
Yeah.
I've heard of 7 seconds in heaven, but that was ridiculous.
I think I could have owned swinging
Speedy,
with oldies.
I feel terrible for you in that. You were
But you just
you were
wanna keep
assaulted.
playing it and you got a little
oh,
smile about it.
absolutely.
I feel
But,
terrible for
but I
you,
didn't
too.
realize how you were assaulted.
Can I ask you this? Because I
Why are
seriously
we back-
going back and watching it, and your mind protects you. Because I didn't even
does,
think
'cause
I didn't even think I hugged him, but I did.
I forgot.
So
Boy, did you.
we and I just took that all the way out of my life. But let's go back to this. I did just cut that out.
Oh, that didn't happen.
But anyway, did you ever go talk to someone? Did you get some help?
No, I think I just
Did
forgot
you call?
about it.
Did
That's
you
a lot
call-
of saliva you had to get out of your eye.
Did you call a 1-800 number? Is anything? We left you alone on an island right there, and I'm sorry about
Well,
that.
I mean,
There should
no
have been-
pun intended. It was every man for himself.
Right, but like 2 days later, we should have checked in. You know what I mean? You doing okay?
Yeah, I think I got
Did
it
you see his
closed, but
eye?
he left
You
it
still
so
have his
wet.
eye just in. It's uncontrolled
Yes,
twitch.
yes. It's like I
think
closed when I closed my eye. I got it closed just in time. Now but I didn't remember any of that until we watched it again. It's like I blocked it out.
If he were to
Tell
walk
you,
through that
he
door,
went in. He was serious.
if he were to walk through that door, I think that'd be a lot of trauma would be revisited.
Wow, Speedy.
I'm doing some research, Speedy, man. You can get it. You can get a lot of diseases from somebody licking your eye.
I bet.
Did you?
That's been a minute.
Conjunctivitis.
Pink eye.
The old
It's
pinky.
been a minute, y'all. Didn't happen yesterday.
Some other things I
Boy.
can't pronounce.
That's something.
But that, Rick,
I
that
didn't
was
know
the
he stayed
second
down.
time. That
I
wasn't
know
the
he stayed
first
on
time.
that line.
You must have blacked out.
You remember that was the second round. That's when he came back for.
You talking about Stockholm syndrome?
Practice associates.
Hmm.
Oh my gosh!
Right.
His tongues are.
Wow, I see a lot
Sadly-
of
sadly,
different
do we-
things on that list there.
Yeah.
Oh, herpes.
I edited
It's on there.
Yeah, chlamydia's on there too, Greg.
Oh, it
Why don't
is.
you read it
Wow.
out loud?
Wow,
Well, what are you, Ron Burgundy?
I'm sorry.
Good gracious!
Well, did we put it up there not to read it? That's why we put it up there. So we put things on the screen not to
Coronial
read.
abrasion.
Right. That's just for people to read themselves.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to House of Burgundy.
Golly. I'm
I thought
sorry.
that was the whole point. I'm trying to help the
I
audience.
vote that it was Richard talking.
What the people on the radio
Back to
can't
the
read it.
original
Greg,
reason we
thank you
did
for
this
standing up for
segment.
the
It's about
blind.
science.
Good gracious.
Why I can't read it?
There you are on the blind again, making fun of him.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, now we had our fun.
Okay, I'm done.
Ruby and my wife are on the way.
Seriously,
Well,
what
let me
else
ask
did you
What
get?
did Aaron? What was her response to you getting a?
Oh yeah. I gotta come back and tell y'all how I revealed it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Well,
And then what did she give you?
Well, we're going to the break, so I don't have time to.
She got her hair colored.
wait a minute. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Rick and Bubba.
Is that Ruby? Is she already here? Okay. All right. So Greg had asked about the response of. That's not her out there. It's a different child.
That child can walk.
Yeah, that's not your child.
That child looks
Yeah,
like it can walk.
that
and
is.
talk.
Tell her why you
Can you
lining
walk
the
and
play
talk?
area?
Yeah.
She's okay. She can walk and talk. Yep. That's
Okay.
not my kid.
Okay, yeah, that's not yours. Beautiful little girl out there, though. There she
Yes,
goes. And there's a little
indeed.
fellow. There's a little fellow. Look at little redhead. I bet he's a fire.
Ruby's in the parking deck. I'm gonna go get my kid if that's okay with you guys.
Well, what about what you were going to tell us?
Oh, Aaron will tell. I can tell the story. It's funny with Aaron about how I revealed the tattoo.
Okay.
I got the tattoo Friday, came home, hung with her all day Friday. I didn't reveal it until after our Valentine's date on Saturday night.
It wasn't hard to hide.
Hey, go get them.
I love
talk about you.
I love what he said. You don't know anything about love.
Nothing.
All right, now that he's not in here, let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's talk about. Okay,
I did reach out to him Friday night and to ask about, and I was trying to speak in code because I didn't want her to see a message or whatever and spoil it. So I asked about the project. How'd the project go? And it doesn't, by the way.
I thought it would actually look like a ring.
I know. It's a little thin. But you got to realize he's got little hands, little fingers.
I thought it might have like a little squiggly line, like
I don't think
some
people-
kind of
yeah, like a-
fancy
yeah.
trellis.
I thought it would
almost
be
looking
thicker.
artwork.
I think if
nice,
someone
Bubba.
looks at it, they're not
Did you
going to
use the word
go.
trellis?
They're
He
not
did.
going to
You
go.
know
Well,
what I
that's
mean?
where
Something-
wedding goes. Yeah.
Something like Prince would put on an album. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like that funny shaped guitar.
Yeah.
But
something
Greg,
like that.
we've got an emailer in our audience. You guys, y'all, those of you out there that get the show,
Yeah.
y'all are fantastic. Okay, but anyway, those of you that don't, yeah. Those of you that don't, I'm still confused about our relationship.
I delete.
But anyway, so the guy says, let me get this straight. Adler literally said this took 5 minutes, and the guy had to have a vape break. I'm explaining a lot why he doesn't have any business. Did I hear it right? It took 5 minutes, and the tattooer still needed a vape break.
I truly believe if you could have gave me the tattoo needle and just let me work with it a minute,
here
I
she
could have
comes.
put that on.
Here she comes. How do y'all think this is going to go?
I'm very uncomfortable right now.
Who's going to scare her half the day?
Me.
I'm not going to say anything.
Speedy will come in too hot.
No.
Babies don't like over
I'm gonna take it real easy.
Yeah, Bubba, to help me to lay back. I'm on.
Yeah, but you can't.
I think
I'll
Greg's
try
got a
to help
better
you lay
chance
back.
than any of us.
Look at here.
And there's
Oh, look at that.
See, there he goes. Speedy's already done.
Can we not
No,
clap
you're
for
too
the-
loud.
No.
You're too
You're
loud.
making aggressive moves.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Look, she's already picked me over everybody. Look.
There she is. Hey, Ruby.
I know he's bald. Don't be scared.
That's right. Look, he looks like your old baby pictures.
She's never seen anything like this before, Speedy.
Look at her.
Easy. All right, so
I thought he was shooting you a bird. I'm sorry.
I thought to myself,
Aaron,
I
I'm
was
in
kind of looking forward to her being here.
Yeah.
But
He must not want Aaron to be here.
all right, so there's Ruby.
Hey, Ruby.
Hey, Ruby.
Hey, Ruby.
Aren't you
How are
beautiful?
you?
are
Look
so
at her.
cute. Look at those cheeks.
Can you say bye-bye?
Quit singing.
Can you say bye-bye?
Look at
Look, she's
reaching
not
for the
bothered by that microphone
She's
at all.
a natural.
She's a natural. You can
Is
tell.
she singing already?
Yeah. Have you tested her voice yet,
She
Aaron?
screams really good.
Yeah.
Good lungs.
Good lungs. Look, and she's saying,
Look at that.
look, and she's got her jacket on.
She likes that microphone.
Hey, Ruby.
Can you say dada?
Look, she's like, just let me get a feel of this place first.
Y'all are.
Look, she is
she's
smiling, though.
smiling.
She's smiling. Look, she's wow, she's smiling at Helms.
What's that widow's peak?
I took my headphones off. I think that helps.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Look, she's okay now. I think she's.
Yeah, I think so.
I think she's
Take
feeling
your
pretty
headphones
good in the room now. And she's looking around. Hey, babe.
You say it's a widow's peak. I just picked
Kids
up
love
on
that. Kids
So,
love the widow's peak.
for this tattoo,
Yeah. So what
That I
happened,
got.
Aaron? We just.
Aaron, I
heard
know
about the
you're
gift.
still excited about it.
I know.
What a
Contain
gift.
yourself, Aaron.
You want me to hold her while you talk?
No. So I got the tattoo on Friday, and then I come home and we're hanging out at the house. Like I'm holding the baby, doing all kinds of stuff, and I'm trying to keep this tattoo hidden as close to Valentine's Day as I possibly
What's
can.
hitting hard to do?
If I. Thank you, Greg.
Bubba's.
Thank you for being here. So mypillow.com/Bubba. Mypillow.com/Bubba. Speedy, yes. The answer is yes. It is continuing. The $25 extravaganza sale. Still going. So you can get, I'm talking about big time items from mypillow.com/Bubba. They say, let's celebrate. Let's celebrate the longtime partnership with the Rick and Bubba Show on the 30th anniversary. MyPillow.com/Bubba has for $25. Now, this is not everything. I don't have time to tell you everything. But I can tell you this. The premium Giza My Pillows, that's one Greg, he likes that Giza. The premium Giza My Pillows are $25. My slippers, let me tell you, $25. My sandals, $25. My Pillow bed sheets. We've got the Percale, the Giza Dream, the flannel, all $25. 4-pack dish towels, $25. 2-pack multi-use My Pillows, $25. Beach towels, $25. Many more items for $25 too. It's a $25 extravaganza sale, and it's still going at mypillow.com/Bubba. It's been very successful. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So we will, Speedy, we'll try to move on.
If you'd have just had a My Pillow, you could have stuck between y'all.
Greg. One thing.
You're laughing, Helm.
All these years, though, I haven't asked you, and I'm just kind of because I feel bad when we start because when you get here and you see what he's going through, And I do want to ask you.
I got
one,
such a
You know, I
good
can't
video.
look at it.
I do want to ask you one question that I've never asked you. It's brand new on this. How many years? Lots.
I don't know.
Were you surprised at his strength?
Yes.
Yeah, we were talking. Well, I don't
Or
know
did
say.
you truly? Did you fight it?
Yes. What are you
He
trying
looked.
to say, Helms?
What?
Now
You
that-
saying
now-
he was acting like he was.
No, I didn't know.
trying to fight it,
I
but
thought
Let
it was.
me up, Richard,
I thought he
let
was
me
just
up.
having fun, and before I,
I
knew
can't
it, his
take but
tongue's
30
in
more
my-
minutes of this.
I can't take 30 more.
All right, we're about to get on the rug. We're gonna go at it. All right.
But now,
You know
I
the
will
song-
say,
I'm talking about not.
Richard
Yeah.
disarmed him.
My life.
I'm just gonna say it. It didn't look like Richard. Richard, you know, like Adler trains for jiu-jitsu and rolling.
Don't
Richard
pull-
had a move where he
went.
Yeah.
well, he neutralized.
See how
Speedy
quick
pretty
he went to
quick.
my left wrist?
Yeah, Adler, you weren't here then, so now you can look at it through different eyes. And I know you can't watch it another 100 and 200 more times.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now.
Right, but anyway,
I saved it on my phone.
Do you see? Do you see
See,
Richard
that
use?
part is like foreplay.
Good night. the
Speedy, at one point, your hand went behind his head. Did you see that early on?
Goodness.
I can't.
Let's stop right there. And that's not even the worst part.
Adler, if you can quit having fun, I would like to ask you. This is like a gift. This is almost like you getting benefits for working here, isn't it?
Run it back.
Which we
Run
don't.
it back.
But
Speedy, you could grab that paddle.
is
and
he
get it.
using a move you can recognize, Adler? Because he seems to have Speedy. Speedy can't do anything.
Yeah, we actually call that the gift wrap. I'm not joking. Speedy. I'm sorry. We're friends still. I promise.
I promise.
Gift wrap.
I'm not gonna say anything else.
But surprisingly strong.
Okay.
Surprisingly strong.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah,
didn't.
right.
I thought, guys,
all
who
about
thinks in here a guest is gonna stick their
I've
tongue
never
in
thought
your
that.
eye?
Well, Bubba,
Huh?
Bubba one time expected.
So I'm just sitting there, and next thing I know, I thought, oh, okay, what's he doing? He's gonna.
You're
you know,
playing along.
I
This
thought
is
he
the
was gonna
second
like
time.
push
This
me
is the
back
second
or throw
trip.
me
This
back
wasn't
or
even the
something.
first one.
You know,
Next thing I know is
You knew he was dangerous to do that.
Bubba. You know what?
Bubba, no, I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking he was gonna stick his tongue.
You know what we got to change on a like Rick and Bubba knowledge trivia question? Who's the only person on the show who was ever kissed by a guest? It's not just you anymore. We leave Speedy out. There's two.
Look at that face.
Yeah,
I can't. I'm
Man,
not even looking.
There's only one that's been tongued.
That's a whole different question.
You
I'm
are.
not sure about that.
You know,
But they are so.
I don't know
30
how
years.
I thought we were just gonna play a video
You
and it was
missed
a
that drop
Richard
there.
or
I said,
AI,
I'm
and
not
now
sure
we're on
about
this.
Yeah. I didn't
Because
know.
of you.
I didn't know, Speedy. Sorry.
You'll see if you keep rolling the video. I looked over at him like, what the heck, man? I wasn't happy. I mean, y'all act like I'm over there going, oh, do it again.
You had puppy dog guys.
Puppy.
Seriously, I don't know if
Watch the
I
left
wish I had
hand.
longer arms. I would slap you right now.
If you had long arms, you look really funny.
If you had longer arms, Richard Simmons could have got you.
I ain't gonna get me all.
Watch his left hand at the beginning of this because you don't know what's going on. You're caught off guard.
What are we doing? Breaking this down like?
Yeah.
We
He
love
looks
this
more
clip. This
feminine.
clip never gets old.
When there's no sound to it, Richard looks even more.
So you
feminine.
think
Of
y'all
course
think
he
I
does.
love
This
that?
after
No,
the
nobody
So that's
said
where
that.
y'all have gone.
Nobody
Y'all have gone
said
that
that.
route.
You do look mad there.
Yeah.
I'm
give you
trying to
that.
find it. I'm sorry.
Oh, so we're
Okay,
not just
yeah.
watching the clip. We're watching us watching the clip.
Yeah.
You look mad.
It's meta. We're getting meta in here.
Okay. Is that what that means?
I think so.
Yeah.
But he was strong, Speedy. There's nothing you could do.
He works out,
Yeah, look at him
guys.
peck.
He's a workout guru.
Right.
I mean, he's practically an NFL
People are
player.
tired of
Right,
this.
yeah.
Strong as an
So he
ox.
was like 50,
He's like a really
was he
strong girl.
55 at this point?
Yeah.
I don't know.
55.
Helms.
Well, he's 75 now.
I didn't-
So
I have no idea.
he was 55, right?
Probably.
Very
Yeah.
strong
I don't know.
55-year-old.
Yeah, I guess maybe I don't know.
I mean, you're
yeah.
excited.
All right.
He's there. You're
All right.
so excited.
Yeah,
he's
let's
there.
keep
Look.
rolling video. How he's hugging everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he got you. He got you different, buddy.
Yeah. Notice that. Why are we
Yeah, why are we
watching
doing
this?
this?
Why are we watching?
Yeah,
this?
I don't know. I think y'all feel like
Uh-oh.
Please go back to the beginning.
Y'all.
Yeah.
This guy's out of hand.
See, it's not just me.
Who's he
You
think
say,
he
look.
is? He thinks he's Joe Biden.
I'm telling you, his grip
What
is
was that?
unbelievable.
What was that girl in Major League Baseball that was a kissing bandit?
Oh,
what
yeah.
was her
Yeah,
name?
yeah, run out on the field.
Yeah.
Oh, what was her name?
Oh, I don't know. Something.
See, Don Juan couldn't get away.
No,
You
he
see
couldn't.
that?
He's really strong.
If he,
Adler, I think he really is strong.
Morgana.
Morgana.
Morgana. Yeah, Morgana.
For a
Morgana.
minute, I thought you were reading that,
That was
list
the girl
again.
with the
Let me tell you what the show feels like this hour. There's a place somewhere where you have dangerous animals, and I walk in there and all the cages are open. You know what I mean?
You don't know if they're gonna run out.
I'm like, nobody shut the latch. I mean,
Do I try to shut it?
yeah. And there I am. And I'm laying there wounded. I'm a zebra.
I will officially.
Man, I feel so bad.
Since
for
I
you
broke
right
the
now.
film down,
Okay.
I will officially. To be fair, you could tell you were bothered that you were mad.
Well, thank you for
Well, Greg, how
finally
can you not?
admitting
Well, I
that.
thought
Greg.
you were enjoying
Was
it
there
at one
any?
point.
Was there?
No, I thought
was
you
there
faked
any
it. I
thought
thought you
process
faked it.
that I enjoyed it?
No, I thought you would fake it to play along.
There's Morgana, by the way.
There she is. Watch out.
She is Richard Simmons, sort of.
And they just let this happen?
Yeah,
They
oh,
did.
she was known
Times
for
were
it.
different, Adler.
Is that Cal Ripken?
Yeah,
That was out in the 80s.
Oh,
See,
Junior.
nobody cared.
Yeah. Times were different, Adler.
Oh my gosh, I can't watch this.
No. No,
She heard some. She heard her
Stealing
back.
some fruit.
She heard her back.
Did you?
Cage your just open. Just over.
That's a good
Stop,
one.
thief.
That's a good one.
Stop, thief. Listen at you. You're, this is
Look,
you trying
he's
to.
thinking about it. He's mad again.
Y'all made me think about it. Like, I'm laid back right now in my mind. Gosh.
God, she's so
He got
good.
everybody. You saw we did the
God,
dog.
she's
All
so
right.
good,
It's
man.
okay.
Every time.
It's okay.
Why?
I'm not
Why?
bringing it up
Every
again.
time we bring him up, it's like Richard's. Oh, Tom, you remember it?
Well, that was a big deal
Well,
to this show.
Can you? The thing that gets me is I know Adler claims that y'all are like workplace.
Yeah,
friends,
he didn't do me good this
but where
today.
where does he run to? Right over there.
Sorry. You kidding me?
He runs right
Oh,
over there.
yeah. Oh, they're
I gave him
snuggled up.
credit for
They're
being
rolling
mad.
together in class.
I gave him credit for being mad.
Bubba, your favorite Looney Tunes character? Greg is the big bulldog. Adler's the little one.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
Is that right, Spike? Tell him, Spike. Let's go beat a cat up, Spike. Let's go.
That's exactly it.
Yeah. Sorry, buddy.
I'm fine. I'm a real person, though.
yeah.
Top of
I'm
the
so
hour.
Sorry.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, we have things just as bizarre going on in America. A university handbook encourages staff to adopt gender-neutral language, calling fathers, meaning you have children and you are a male, the word father will be removed, and you will not believe the word that this university wants us all to embrace. Non-birthing parent.
That's mom. No, that's dad.
Dad. He's
Rick. Mom's gestation.
he's the non.
So
birthing
meet
pa-
my non-birthing parent.
Mm-hmm.
How about this? When I saw it was your dad, I knew he couldn't have children. I knew it then.
Yeah. So in other words,
You didn't have to tell me.
in the middle of June, it will be the non-birthing parent day.
Okay.
Rick,
What's
how about
offensive
this?
about mother and father?
Nothing.
What if we just say, how about no to that?
What about you?
Let's say I want. I mean, I'm playing. I know, Rick, you go down this rabbit hole, but let's say that I'm a female, but I want to live as a male. Why would I be offended if you call me father? If that's what I want to be, right?
Greg, I'm sorry, you'd be the non-birthing parent.
Okay.
But if let me ask you this.
Somebody's making this up. By the way.
Wait a
They're
minute.
they throw stuff out. So let's see if
Wait
these
a minute.
places will actually do it.
And this is
How
actually
about I'm kind of tired of all this renaming of stuff.
Yeah.
How about I'm just not going to play? I'm not participating.
I'm out.
No.
I'm out. What do you say, Bubba?
No. How about no?
All right, so let me ask you this.
How about no?
Let's play games with this chaos. What if I am a woman with all the biological stuff
as a woman?
You're
assigned at birth.
Is
that what they say?
Greg, how about this? I have a uterus.
Okay.
How about
Okay.
this, Rick? XX or XY?
I have a uterus.
Okay.
But I identify as a man, and I have a parenting role. All right, am I now the non-birthing parent, even though I've declared myself to be a father?
But the fact I could be birthing, does that make me?
Because now I can birth.
I don't know if y'all realize this. It's very confusing.
I can't be a non-birthing parent because I can birth.
Yeah.
But I want to be. But I
who's
want to
the
be
father of chaos.
I want to be called daddy because I'm actually a male. I don't want to be called mom. In my mind, I'm a male, even though I have a uterus. So am I a non-birthing birthing parent?
How about I
Oh,
hope
doubled up.
anybody that has to have that discussion with himself, Rick, doesn't multiply at all.
Good
about,
point, Bubba.
But guys, we're to the point now where even those that are all for the fluidity of gender, they even think this is stupid, surely, because this is getting just bizarro. And I'm with you, Bubba. It is time for somebody at university. Hey, Rick. Hey, Professor Burgess. Yes, sir. Have you seen our new handbook? I have. Will you be adhering to our new gender-neutral language? I will not.
No, sorry.
How about new?
Wait a minute. I thought about it, Rick. I thought about
somebody,
it.
I wish it was somebody that was so independently wealthy you couldn't get them,
right?
And you couldn't cancel them. You know, they didn't have any money to make. They wasn't trying to run a TV show or be in office, and they just went on an all-out tirade and said, "No, I'm not participating in this because this is idiotic. You're either XX or XY. You can dress up however you want to. Don't care. I ain't changing dad and mom's name, period."
All right, Adler.
End of it.
Adler, I think you're my best shot on this, and I can't think of his name off the top of my head. He's from Canada, I believe. And
Did he play a song a couple of years ago? We played.
They did, Bubba. It said something.
He's written a bunch of books. He goes out and speaks, and he probably wouldn't agree with us on a lot of things, but he is completely anti this ridiculous notion. And he did say in Canada, remember, that he would not be adhering to these gender, and he's very well known. Oh, what's his name? Help me, people. He's
somebody
done,
help.
He's in that
Jordan Peterson.
He sung a song.
It's Jordan Peterson.
Jordan Peterson.
Do you remember? And what I loved about Jordan Peterson, and I may not agree with Jordan Peterson on everything, but I love how he just stays calm and he's like us, and he will not be forced into this kind of lunacy.
Yeah.
And you remember he was being interviewed, by the woman, and he was just like, "No, I'm not, so you're not going? No, I will not.
No, I'm not.
But what if the government makes you? I still won't do it."
Yeah, that's right, because they actually had
trying
to make it against law to use the wrong pronouns.
I'm sorry, I won't do that. And he said, "I'm not even saying that to be mean to anybody. I'm just not going to call something it's not."
Yeah, I'm not here to make a scene.
Right,
I'm just not participating.
And then he started unpacking the lunacy of it. And
what if you just said, "I ain't here to cause no trouble. I'm just here to do the Super Bowl shuffle"?
Yeah, well, I don't know where that came from, but and you know what? Just for that, I'd like for you to show us the contents of your thermos. But the
yep, Rick, somebody check it.
But you remember when he tied that interviewer upside down? We played it on the air back when it came out, when she claimed that he was being mean, and he goes, "Well, you're being mean to me."
Yeah.
Or something like that, and she's like, well, and finally he backed her into such a corner. She finally started going, she didn't know what to do with. She was like, "Well, you got me there." He's, I think so. So, aren't you upset with me? Are you not allowed to be mad at me? Well, then why am I not allowed to?
No, we don't go that way.
Oh, well, we've already talked about that. Bubba, once again, New Yorkers needing some help from those of us down south.
6 minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. We will be getting phone calls from you probably coming up in the next segment. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us, and we are looking forward to a big hour here, and then, of course, tomorrow, if everything holds.
Yes.
We will be live at the Regions Pro-Am, which is always a big, fun day for us.
Fun day. We will give a warning this hour. If you're going to attend tomorrow, we'll do that before we're done. Just a little public service announcements. So be paying attention for that. Anybody in here, maybe Adler, anybody into cars? Anybody like automobiles? Anybody care about it much?
Yeah. You mean like a gearhead?
Yeah, I don't have any interest in it at all, but I know that we have people in the audience that probably do. Would you consider yourself, Bubba, any level of a car enthusiast?
Not like, I like cars like everybody else, but I'm not, Well, I have been to a few events that dealt with cars, but not like some people that go to all these shows and, they go to these drive-through things and all, which is great.
Right.
If I'm ever around one, I love going through and seeing some of these antique cars they fixed up. I saw somebody in the parking lot with one the other day. It was really cool. But, I wouldn't be like over the top level on that. It'd be very passive.
Are you interested in something Jay Leno's purchased?
Oh yeah, always, because he is a big time car collector.
Now, should there ever be an EV, a Rolls Royce EV? That feels wrong, doesn't it?
It does, but
so he's got it. It's $500,000, and they're saying that it is the quietest automobile any company has ever produced. And is it called the Rolls-Royce Spectre?
Yeah, Spectre. It has 500 pounds of sound insulation, and it gets 266 miles of EPA range, which that's not super impressive in the EV world.
It's not.
I think they're getting above 300 now.
Yeah, unless you go to watch the eclipse in a small town in Arkansas and realize that there's not enough charging stations. Now you're stuck there for an extra
Should have
day.
brought your solar panel.
Right.
So I'm not familiar with this car.
Do they not want to show the rest of the car?
When they say quiet,
I think they're going to.
Yeah, when they say quiet, Adler, do they mean I'm inside the car and I don't hear anything?
Or outside the car?
Inside.
Okay, inside the car.
From what I understand, inside.
I'm shut off from the world. It's almost like noise isolation.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so what do you have here?
Here's Jay talking about it.
Okay, all right, here we go.
This is the first time I've ever bought an automobile based on comfort. And this is sort of the F1 of comfortable automobiles. It's fast enough. It's not as fast as a Tesla. Certainly smoother, certainly quiet. I would hearken to say this is probably the quietest automobile any company has ever produced. I first drove an electric Rolls-Royce back in 2011 when they had a few experimental cars running around. And they had one in California. They called me and I drove it. At the time, Tesla had yet to really break through, so really were no. So the idea, electric Rolls-Royce, what's that, 50 years away, 60 years away? Well, no, I
It's like Hank from
just a
Hendersonville.
decade, because Rolls-Royce takes their time. They're not the kind of company that jumps into.
All right, so I didn't know his lisp has gotten worse.
I
as he
tell you, the
aged.
smell's
That's when he's not
putrid
doing
smell.
dialogue every day.
I don't recall him having a lisp of that level when he was the Tonight Show host.
He burned his
75.
face up. He burned his face up last year.
That's right.
I didn't know that comes with age. Like you have a lisp, it gets worse.
Well, I think everything gets worse with age.
I guess. Yes, it would.
An aging lisp.
I don't think we can identify anything got better.
Yeah,
He's still keeping his weight down.
I mean, hey,
Well, good for him.
Rick,
Which one's a good thing?
Lou Holtz.
I know.
That's a
It
perfect
did
example.
get worse, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
It did get worse. You're right. It did.
I think
Have you ever noticed how on eggshells we are every time Skip's here? We act like we're
Hey,
not. That we're
hey,
not
whoa.
associated.
I hope he don't.
That we're not associated with that character in any way, shape, or form.
I know.
What are you waving us
Why
off
are we
for?
even
You about to
talking
catch
about
a
that?
punt?
Let's just keep on going.
Well, you're going to work the Stadium to Frenzy Saturday. He's not going to be upset.
Undefeated stallion.
We're around him a lot.
Is that off the limits?
I'm just
I
saying,
didn't know.
bringing it back
You don't
up
think
and
he would
talking
find
about
it
it.
humorous?
Well, he's
No, probably not.
Never have said anything about it.
Right.
that I'm
Right.
aware of.
There we go. So let's go.
Let's move on.
All right.
Moving on.
That's on me.
But
Didn't
Jay,
know that was a no-go.
well, I don't. What y'all think it's?
Here we go, Steve.
I think we're okay so far. So let's. Just,
Here we go.
Let's go, Stallions!
By the way, I'm hosting some event at Topgolf Friday night.
Oh, wait a minute. You got an add-on?
Yeah, just late yesterday.
You
early
excited
last
about it?
night.
A surprise about it?
with the Stallions players.
Is that fine print you didn't read?
No, they asked if I would. They contacted me late yesterday, and
Friday
still
ain't-
waiting for the details.
Oh, so late.
The team
Add-on.
Is it like a giveaway where fans and the team?
It's like a question answer
Oh, okay,
kind
so
of.
you'll be
The
that guy.
players are there.
Does the add-on bring an add-on as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's fine then.
That's helpful.
So
It's not a- it's-
I'm looking
yeah,
for details.
I don't like bonus add-ons. Now, we're just asking for, would you like some more
Yeah,
employment?
yeah,
I'm like,
yeah,
sure.
Yeah. I think Terry might go with me, and
Okay.
we were going to have a little date night anyway because Mother's Day weekend is here.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Okay.
all the kids, they're all getting everybody together is
It's not
really
easy.
hard when you got
Not
adult
easy.
kids running around going to here, there, everywhere.
No, that's
so we're gonna try to get together with them Saturday. 'cause
my
Sundays
my
are-
wife has been shocked by how spot on I was, when we became empty nesters. And I said, now let me talk to you about the males there. I said, you won't be hearing from them much. And she's like, oh no, they love me. I said, of course they do. But let me just tell you. And now she's been totally shocked.
Yeah.
She goes, I text. I haven't heard. He didn't text me back. I said, I know, baby. It's a.
Did you hear what Greg got Lisa? Concert tickets.
Wait, is she supposed to know that?
Yeah, she was behind it all.
Okay, all right, good.
I'll tell you what they do have.
That's good.
You know how I always get the name wrong. Forest Hills Homes has got a lot of good Mother's Day stuff for sale this week.
Are you supposed to be plugging this and forgot?
No, yeah.
Kinda.
Okay,
Kinda.
You absolutely
Anyway,
set up out there.
Piedmont Strawberry Festival.
See,
I'd like to see Jerry. I'd like to see Jerry from Piedmont show up.
Listen, look at him right now, trying to remember all of it. He can't remember what he's supposed to say.
Main Street South. Forest Hills Homes. They got all kinds of good Mother's Day stuff.
Hey, spent all weekend.
No, wait.
moving them?
What is all that you
remember? You remember when Lisa had that booth at that place, and I kept getting the name wrong.
Yeah.
Well, they're in a different one now.
Right. I knew they moved.
Yes.
And it is what?
It's Forest Hill. It's Main Street South is the venue.
here we go again.
And they're
Forest Hills Homes. They got an S on it. I never remember.
That
'Cause
sounds
Lisa
like a
corrects me.
funeral
Y'all
home.
please ask questions.
Listen,
More
what-
questions.
But
But
what do they
anyway,
actually do?
Arts and crafts?
You go in and you pick. They got stuff for sale. It's one of them. It's a vendor mall.
It's like a.
Oh, it's a
not
vendor mall.
It's not a flea market.
No,
it's a vendor mall.
Is it like out at Blackberry Place over by me?
Yeah.
Well,
And then
trapped in there.
you're the delivery guy, right?
Keep asking.
Oh yeah, I'm the guy that
The
has
muscle.
to deliver everything.
So
I'm
what
the
they got,
muscle.
Greg? What's some
Oh, they
things?
got
So
all
if you
kinds
get a
of good
chest
Mother's
of
Day
drawers,
stuff.
then you come to the house with it.
That's right.
Give me something specific
kidding
that
aside,
Amanda would
name
like.
one.
Yeah, name one.
Like
What do you mean?
Like something
One
Amanda
gift.
would like.
One gift.
Like if I went in there,
Just that girly stuff. I don't know.
girly.
Girly
So
stuff.
they got really. You just have to see it to believe.
So they got concert. They have concert tickets. What else?
Yeah. Well, we got. Now we were watching Idol the other night, and all of a sudden the commercial came on for Lionel Richie and Earth, Wind, and Fire coming to the Legacy Arena.
Oh,
And I was hoping she didn't notice it because I knew what was going to happen.
are you going?
I know I'm not.
Okay.
But she.
Oh, well, that's.
She, but anyways, we were on. Had to get.
How'd you get out of it?
Ticketmaster up.
How'd you get out of it?
She didn't want me to go.
Okay, good. Just little girls' night.
Yeah, she don't want me to go.
She gonna take a sister? Or she gonna take Chandler? Who's going?
All of the above, and,
All
and her niece Lindsay, all of them.
All right.
I think. Yeah,
Okay.
but like I said,
Get back to promoting.
We'd like
back
one
now,
item.
I'm just-
Where is this at?
We'd like one item.
Piedmont. This is Strawberry Festival. But you heard the guy the other day.
So
said there are
Lisa's
other
got a strawberry festival?
No, well there is one going on in Piedmont
Okay,
this weekend.
right.
In Forest Hill.
I didn't know
Home
she
is
liked
in that.
strawberries that much.
Yeah, and they have vendor trucks and all kinds of cool stuff.
Thank you.
Y'all don't know about how
Apparently, you don't either.
Yeah. What are you talking about? Hey, some good home decor stuff.
There you go.
That's the word I was looking for. Home decor.
I don't like it. Old man, remember his birthday right then.
Rick,
Let me tell you, if you want to stock up, y'all just come to our house and load up. Right?
Yeah, there you go.
Save me a
They
trip.
had to set it up on that. See if we can work a deal. Since I'm doing some good marketing in this thing.
Yeah, man, you
What a spokesman, Rick.
Back to crossing your arms, huh?
Yeah. My hands are a little cold.
We'll take your phone calls next.
Listen.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wild coyote spotted in New York Central Park 3 times in 2 weeks, but officials say he isn't a threat to anyone.
We'll see.
Now,
Yeah, there'll be more. Don't
Wait till
worry.
it gets rabid.
don't be out there with your little ones.
You think he's traveling alone? Seriously?
No,
Come
no.
They're
There's
pack
more of
animals.
them. They just hadn't seen them.
So the
That's right.
New York City says the coyote that we keep seeing, and I'm going to go this far. This is where I think they're stupid. Hey, folks, probably not the same coyote you're seeing. You're probably just seeing coyotes a lot.
Right. You're seeing different ones.
How do they know it's the same one?
Hey, it's wild coyote we've seen 3 times. You may just be seeing coyotes.
Rick, I got this red bird at the house I keep seeing.
By the way, I know how your wife Lisa loves redbirds, and we've got just the most brightest, reddest cardinal that sits in the little tree, has berries in it right outside our house. Every time I see it, I think of Lisa.
We've put a feeder out, and I'm going to tell you something. There were 10 out there the other day. 10
males, cardinals.
They were half and half. The real dull females.
Yeah.
And about 5. I mean, it was unreal. Yeah. They love that birdseed.
I'm telling you, I'll go ahead and admit to this. I'm always intrigued when I see a male cardinal because they're just so
bright.
They stand out so much sitting there on a limb.
Do they like when it's snowing?
They love snow.
Oh, they love it.
And they eat berries in the snow. You ever seen those pictures? He's bright red up against the snow. Hello, little red bird. Hello, little red bird. We'll take your phone calls next at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Harry Murdahl
is ready to take your phone calls, and we look forward to chatting with you. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Please don't call the office phones here. We'll talk to you when we come back. Look at that little red berry.
Rick and Bubba.
Let's jump over to the world of, and we put quotes on this, reality television. Two stories that are going on. First, American Idol. I haven't seen American Idol in years, but
I like American
yeah, I know you like American Idol, Greg. But which is a little bit of a shocker.
I do. I like
but
it. I've always liked it.
But there's this ongoing controversy, and you remember, Bubba, you and I tried. We really put a lot of effort in trying to study the family life of Kellyanne Conway. Am I saying that?
Oh, gosh. I know. What an odd setup that is.
Well, a weird-looking husband. He not only the fact that he didn't just anti-Trump, he hated Trump,
right?
And his wife worked for him, but he is a weird-looking guy.
Weird dynamic. I don't think I would enjoy if my wife hated Bubba. That would be kind of a weird thing.
Completely.
And every day she was trashing him on social media and putting stuff out. I'd be like, sure.
And then your kids get involved.
Yeah, then your kids get involved and all that. So Kellyanne.
How about he was in that Lincoln Project? You know, they've had their own
yes, they
problems
have.
here lately.
Yeah, they're getting canceled, aren't they?
Yeah, they got one guy that was
according to what day it is.
They got a Kevin Spacey in there.
Well, the daughter.
Yeah, he was doing some things, and then they've got fundraising problems now too. Some of the money is in question. What was happening to it? So they may have all kind of trouble.
So their daughter, Kellyanne Conway, and what's the husband's name?
Fat face.
Greg Fat Face.
Have you seen him?
I've never seen him.
You haven't seen him?
No, I've never seen him.
Please pull his picture up.
All right. So,
Rick, he is an.
He looks like a
odd-looking
cartoon
bird.
character. He looks just like or a mascot or something.
So Kellyanne Conway and her husband's daughter, whatever his name is, I don't think his name's Fat Face.
George. Rick, he is the co-founder of the Lincoln Project.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they are having some issues.
So he may have more issues to worry about than if little Claudia gets voted through.
Well, according to the current state of Abraham Lincoln, it's also racist to be called Lincoln.
Yeah.
I had to move to Washington, D.C. when I was 12, and I hated it. When your mom's working for the President of the United States, who you very much disagree with, it's really hard.
At 12, she disagreed. This is the thing they're doing because you can't have people there.
Ready to go, baby? You excited? Yeah, but I'm really, really nervous.
I get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not afraid.
Don't dog.
All right. So
afraid to lose.
How about I like Kellyanne
Willing, I didn't like
Conway?
willing.
We interviewed her when we were at the White House, and I've always enjoyed seeing her on TV. She does a good job.
But the controversy is.
What did he say?
Nothing. Just move on.
You got to lose.
All 10 lines are available. Make your phone money matter now by switching at patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Well, let's hear from you, America. Make comments, ask questions, bring information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. Those will get an instant buzzer. Your time on the program comes to a close. We'll get to the next caller. But also, if you get in line and get ready to go, there's the old buzzer helping you again, keeping the callers at 30 seconds, meaning you don't have to stand in line very long. So Speedy is ready to take your call at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Don't forget the Celebrity Pro-Am tomorrow if you're in the Birmingham area or maybe you're coming in for the tournament. Bubba and his team, John Daly, Tommy Tuberville, Riley Green, tee off at 8:30. We'll be on location tomorrow, Lord willing, and we'll also visit with some of the other celebrities that will be there. We never can guarantee that we can interview all of them, but we sure do try to get as many of them as we possibly can. And, of course, tomorrow that includes playing Condoleezza Rice, Trent Dilfer, Hugh Freeze, Kirby Smart, Kalen DeBoer, Nick Saban, Charles Barkley, Roman Harper, Greg McElroy, Jake Peavy, all playing tomorrow. All right, so to the phones we go, and you can join us now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. There is room for you. We'll start with Jeff in Helena, Alabama, listening on 104.7 WZZK. Jeff, go ahead. You got 30 seconds, buddy.
Good morning, fellas. I just couldn't help but think about it during that replay of Speedy being assaulted by Richard Simmons earlier about what a strong case Richard made against women in sports these days with the moves he was putting on Speedy. I mean, he manhandled Speedy in the studio.
His strength, I think, was surprising. I don't think anybody, I guess if we would have thought it through, we should have expected him to be somewhat strong.
It's
But
like he'd done that
But he
before.
had technique. Rick.
Yeah, he did.
He knew
He
how
did.
to leverage himself to
make
get the most.
make
he
your
could.
body. Go for your
Because
shot.
I think everybody. I don't think anybody would think that Richard Simmons is overpowering as a person.
No.
But you get to leverage on somebody. You know, you can do a lot.
Yeah, the
It's all
word
about angles.
The word I would use would be flamboyant.
Yes.
Not super strength. But he seemed to have it.
Quick as a cat.
866 We Be Big is the number. 30 seconds. Let's go to Craig in Alex City. Craig, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just telling Speedy that I know some really good shrinks, and there's nothing wrong with, having somebody to talk to and going to a therapist. Nothing wrong at all.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to talk about these things.
He's
It's
been
almost
holding
like
it all these
he's
years. Absolutely.
suppressing it is a better word. And
Yeah, that's not good for you. That's not good because it'll explode eventually.
And it's nothing
You'll
to be
just have
ashamed
it come
of.
apart.
And you make the point. It's nothing to be ashamed of.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Speedy did nothing wrong.
Jake at State Farm in his khakis. Jake, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Lines are available if you want to join us now. Go ahead.
Richard Simmons. I need to hear Richard Simmons spelled out "Live Like You Were Dying." Just one more time.
So you don't care about Speedy's trauma. We'll. Yeah, but he is in their screening right now, so maybe he won't hear it. I definitely will do that for you. I appreciate the call.
Does he?
Live like you were dying. Hey, it's Richard Simmons, and I'm squeezing my country buns with Rick and Bubba.
Do we still have the one where Speedy did it for the sports?
But he claimed he was Richard.
That's my
He may have had to delete that one to make room.
Speedy.
Yeah.
Where is the footage of the first visit? That's what I want to know.
So, yeah, you keep talking that up. It must have been something.
We probably had to record over it. Really.
I don't see it. Doggone it.
You remember he went and redid all.
That's one of the funniest.
He had low budget.
Low budget.
Yeah.
Gosh, that was a good. That was a good angle, by the way. Brad Hamilton. Brad, 30 seconds. Go.
Yes, y'all keep giving Speedy a bunch of hard time, but look, have you ever noticed Greg? There's a guy on SpeedTube. He's an older gentleman, but Greg looks like the guy off of Pop. They call Pop Watch on YouTube. Check him out. And God looks like Greg's twin. Maybe Greg and maybe five.
How's that tied to Richard Simmons?
I don't know.
What did he say?
I think he just wanted to say there's a guy on
some
YouTube
guy,
that looks
yeah.
like
I
you,
bet he- I
and
bet he's sharp.
he tried to tie it to Richard Simmons, but I don't think it.
I bet he's a good looking.
He was trying to give you a hard time, but he didn't do a very good job at it.
Yeah, he rushed it. But
Well, some people the troll bothers them; they feel it. You know,
it
but
scares them a little
he
bit.
had time.
John, Jacksonville, Alabama, go.
Yeah, first time caller. I wanted to ask, what does monkey grass mean, and mac and any of the other little things that people call up and say?
John, are you new? Are you new to the show?
I'm not new. I'm like 20 years, but I don't know what those things mean.
Oh boy, it's one of those things where the timing, I guess, has just
I
been
got
weird.
a question. How many years he's been listening?
He said 20. So, here's the answer. So monkey grass means first time to call. Green Acres means I'm calling from work,
which means you might have to talk quiet or get off the phone very abruptly if your boss walks in.
Yeah, and Mac is it's a Gila monster mating call.
Yeah, our version of it.
Yeah, and we've used it. It's extremely effective.
Yeah, be careful if you're around a Gila monster and do that.
Right, yeah, and don't do that.
You'll have your friend.
Yeah, but what you do is it's really effective. Like if you have a big family, you're with friends, you get in a crowd trying to get into a ball game or amusement park or
It
church.
doesn't hurt your voice to do it. So.
Now, church, it seems to really freak people out a little bit. Mac.
Now he claimed 20 years, but he left out. He only gets to listen 3 times a year.
Well,
So-
here's what I was going to
Okay,
say, and I
that's
wish
what
I would have gave him a timeout because I believe that he's probably been listening for 20.
But he's got a short drive to work.
Well, what I want to know
Could
is why was today the day?
That's a good
Well,
one.
that he said, you know what, I'm getting to the bottom of this.
It feels like he's running out of time.
Probably so.
And I think he probably, if I knew his listening time and today was different, he's someone that listens when the show starts and he's just heard 6 minutes of commercials and 3.5 minutes of a national anthem and then he never hears say it.
That's a good point. Right?
And then he's at work.
So he's pulling in the parking lot.
Yeah, so it could be that. I know it just has a really small window. You know, his drive is only 9 minutes and 30 seconds. All right, so
couldn't get it in there before then.
Jeremy in Birmingham listening to ZZK. Jeremy, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
We're good.
We're dandy.
Good. Hey, y'all. Y'all are forgetting to mention about Greg getting locked down with the guy with no arms and legs, right?
Well, he didn't kiss him.
I'll take that any day.
He didn't kiss him.
He's
I mean,
a
it was
dang warrior.
Yeah, I mean, it was a wrestling match. There's some pride in that. Yes, the man
he climbed
didn't have.
Kilimanjaro.
Yeah,
Richard Simmons wears strapped shorts.
He tried Kilimanjaro.
Come on.
I'm always worried.
He
when
did kick my butt, though.
When he takes Speedy's hand and pulls it down on
Ready?
that thigh. Anyway.
I'll let Rick reenacted it.
Mike in Georgia. Mike, go ahead. 30 seconds.
I'm going to help you out, Speedy.
I've been praying for your mother there, buddy.
Thank you, Mike. That's
and,
kind.
This is for Bubba. Bubba, I've been trying to reach you on the ham radio.
Of course you have.
For a long time. When are you ever on that thing?
Well, where do you live at?
I live in Georgia.
Okay.
Central Georgia, meets Georgia outside of Wrightsville.
Oh, nice.
The best opportunity for us
Maynard.
would be early Saturday morning on 38, 38, 34, or 3803.
There you go.
There it is.
Done.
There you go.
That's done right there.
Say it's early Saturday morning.
That's in kilohertz.
Well,
for those who don't
did
know.
a ham need to know that? He knew it, didn't he?
3.803.
Do you say, how about you?
They don't do
Jay
CB.
Walker?
Y'all don't do CB lingo.
No.
Do
You don't?
you got your ears on?
No.
What's
Much
your
more-
1020?
Much more professional
Do you say that?
than that. No.
How's the weather over there?
No.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Something about the snow and coffee's got Greg on edge. He's slinging out accusations. And
Heard Mama June.
he claims you're putting in the category of Mama June.
Hey, you better be nice. You got to drive in this.
That's
pal.
true.
All right, here she is singing. Here we go.
There's Fat Face.
Greg, that's not his name.
The song was much better.
Now, they just sent somebody home
Because
for singing
you
like a
showed
16-year-old.
where you could actually take coaching, understand that the fear factor just left you for a minute, and some qualities of your voice came through.
Okay, so what everybody's saying is they just told someone else, you're saying like a 16-year-old, you're not ready. And then they came in and told her the same thing, gave her a second song, coached her a little bit, and sent her through. And people are claiming she's not good enough. They're sending her through because she's anti-Trump.
Or just a known person.
Or
maybe
just
to
a
make
known
people-
person.
Yeah.
And they think, but guys, we've said this so many times. You cannot lose sight, and that's the reason why I put quotations around the word reality show or talent show. They are trying to keep a show on television that's going to have storylines that intrigue you to continue to watch. And if they think this storyline with her is polarizing and causes emotional reactions and viewership, then they're going to do it.
And
they're
honestly,
putting on a show.
Look,
she'll
want
never
to-
make it through the first cut in Hollywood.
There's nobody else on that show that I'm aware of making any headlines right now. No reason to tune over there if you wasn't going to be watching it anyway. But if you think you're going to see this train wreck family on there, I mean, that's gold for them, even though she can't sing. She's kind of got that scratchy voice. Like
She's not horrible.
Who is it? Who's a good, like Bonnie Tyler maybe or something? I don't know. She may be down that.
Is done because he tried to tell people that they were needed to be more understanding of a picture of what one of the contestants.
Yeah, that when she was in college, that one of them antebellum type balls, that they had where they all dressed.
The old South,
ball,
South kind of a ball that when she was in a sorority, I guess.
I guess so. Yeah.
And somebody brought that up from 2018, right?
Yeah, and he didn't come out and say it was all right. He just
No.
wait, cut her a little slack. I doubt. In other words, like he said, I doubt that she was thinking about slavery when she did it. My point is, if you disagree with him or her, you can have that discussion and maybe even convince him. But you're going to fire him?
Yeah. So
because I don't know.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, Rick, I'm not a Chris. What's his last name?
Harrison.
Yeah.
Harrison. I'm not a defender of his, but I think that, this is a little much. All he was saying was cut the girl some slack, trying to kind of fend off the cancel culture a little bit. And now they got him just for that. Now he's a racist because he said lay off her a little bit.
You'd have thought he'd come out and said that every old antebellum Southern ball must be done like he was this huge defender, and that's really not what he was saying.
Yeah. See,
No.
again, we're losing the ability to sit down and, like you said, Greg and Bubba, I know I hear you going the same route.
hey, we see a picture when she was in a sorority. Yeah, when I was in sorority, I mean, we had some themed, balls or what they call them, formals or whatever.
Yeah.
And one of them was the Old South. I didn't even think about it as being racist. And, I was in college and, you can look, I don't think you'll see anything in my life that says I have any racist tendencies. And then the host coming in going, hey, you know what? There's a picture of her out there. She was in college. We all do things in college, either that are stupid or things we just don't fully think through until we're adults. And I think you need to cut her some slack. I don't think this means she's a racist person. And then somebody could have said, well, Chris, now I do want to remind you this, and this. Yeah. And Chris might have said, yeah, I see where you're coming from. And nobody,
have a discussion about it.
This could have been a discussion and everybody go back to where they were, nobody be removed and everybody move on. But we don't live that way anymore.
No. And Rick, they might have actually made some points that would have changed some people's minds.
35 minutes now past the hour. The situation, it's infuriating to see how Israel is treated so many times. And you start thinking, you know what, I stand with Israel and I don't know how to help them. Well, you can. The aftermath, in the continued strains of war, continuous war and conflict, and then the pressure of the world and the chance of people who want to eradicate them from the face of the earth. If you'd like to know how to help, go to IsraelNeedsMe.com. My O is Israel. We talked, to the CEO on the program, and they're very, very thankful for what you're doing. Now, this is a group that's been around for 50 years. These are Messianic Jewish people who want to help their fellow brothers and sisters in Israel, and they have been making a huge difference. They're one of the top-rated charities that you're going to find anywhere. There's so much integrity involved with them. So if you would like to help, and these are some basic things. We got children that don't have homes. We've got stuff they need for the schools that were destroyed. All sorts of emergency war relief is needed. So go to IsraelNeedsMe.com. Make a difference. IsraelNeedsMe.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So a lot of hype today about tomorrow's Celebrity Pro-Am. And this has been, a live broadcast that has spawned a lot of Rick and Bubba, best of moments, a lot of incredible memories. And one of the things that we always try to warn everyone is there's no telling what will happen when Bubba tees off. Now, he's on a good streak right now, and I don't want to bring a lot of attention to that.
Thank you, Rick.
He's tried to, a strategy that is very good, and that is not prepare. So tomorrow...
Rick, I have taken not preparing this year to a whole new level. Because a lot of times I put a big push in to get ready, and then I end up sore or aching or, just not feeling myself. So I thought this year I'd try something revolutionary and not practice at all for 2 years.
We call that fresh.
Right. Be real fresh.
I'm going to be super fresh.
I did play 9 holes, but that's all I've played in 2 years. But we want to point this out, that this is a dangerous sport. And Speedy has pointed out the Pro-Am.
Yeah.
Am means amateurs.
Correct.
Okay, so anything.
A lot of times
possible.
you don't even think about that. So you say it so flippantly.
And one of my most viewed shots on YouTube, of course, is not one where I stroke it down the middle or the twice I've chipped in from 40 yards.
No. Who wants that?
But when I hit a duck hook into the crowd. Now, Rick, on this particular year, it was very similar to this year. I had not played at all.
I didn't know that.
And I went to the driving range, and I was duck hooking everything to the left.
Duck hook.
So I'm trying to kind of, do my adjustments to get that out, but it was not really working.
What a frustrating game.
And when I went to the tee box, I explained to the crowd, you people are in danger.
You did?
Right over here.
Oh,
and they look at you like a cow. No expression, just big eye. I'm telling you, y'all are in danger. So this is what happened in 2009.
As a warning.
And as a warning for tomorrow, hey, be ready.
Public service announcement.
Okay.
You look great right here.
People lined up. That's...
Oh, Bubba.
Somebody's loving it. Did you hear that?
Yeah. So listen, slow motion, this lady.
You tried to tell them. You really did.
What is that? Satan needs a laugh?
Can you go back to that? I want to show y'all something I've never noticed before.
Okay.
Look, that was Heller when you were playing with.
Yes, it
correct?
was.
I want y'all to look at
Watch your mouth.
his expression
Now,
after this is over.
he's
in the orange.
Okay.
And he turns around like, so this is what I got to deal with the rest of the day.
And the part where I go and warn that crowd is not on this clip. I warn them before I go back and tee the ball.
If you
up.
watch them right here, you can see it must be the end of you warning them because I do see you doing. See right here.
Yeah.
So you've just done it, hadn't you? Because I saw you.
Yes.
See,
Yes.
see him. You pointing
Please
out?
watch Heller when this is over.
Okay.
Look at him. He's ready.
Lined up.
Don't miss Heller. He's shaking his head. Look, I'm like, I got to deal with this all day.
He doesn't even want to see that and get it in his head. You know?
Nah, that's good stuff.
He's afraid to jump on him.
It looks like people's feet are pretty quick. Did everybody get out of this unscathed?
I think so.
I think I hit one young man.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Bubba, also, I noticed there's a little kick.
I think I signed his bruise after it.
Yeah, okay. Watch the
It
kick.
wasn't the worst one I've seen. Bo hit it. Somebody in front of me
Well, you
one
don't wanna
year,
get hit by him.
and it was
awful.
Watch
it sounded
Bubba's-
like bacon frying.
Bubba has discussed it, and he's not sure how to voice it. So he does a kick, and then he finally realized, I think I'll throw my tee down. Watch him on the kick right here. This little kick he does right here. Look, he's telling him, he told him, get back, and he does a little bit of a kick right there.
okay.
Yeah, now look, now he's going to pick it up and just throw it in disgust.
Were you trying to tell somebody to kick it out in the fairway?
I love the laugh.
I think at this point I asked, "Is that ball in play?"
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I may have even said, "Do I need to hit a provisional?"
Right.
And then I said, maybe somebody will kick it out into the fairway.
Watch you throw down this. You throw it down.
It's just
I'm done.
in disgust.
Well, the crowd wanted some kind of reaction. I could tell, so I threw the tee down.
There's so many memories. So many memories. That golf course. That's when we were at Ross Bridge. It had like, you remember Stan White got hit in the head.
Oh, you had to be
and Bo
carried
was
off.
screaming car paths, and he was trying to get him back.
I forgot about that.
Charles Barkley hit the guy in the neck.
That
it
was
just
a bad one.
which was awful. Which Taylor Hicks and I were saying. Gallery, this is where he's been hitting all day. Y'all need to watch out. And everybody ducked, and there's one guy that was standing up. And then back to the last time Bubba played and I was with him, we have this sand trap moment. This is a priceless moment.
Yeah, this
is where he's.
Speedy's trying to get me.
All out in front of this incredible audience
Doing sling it, saying.
You need to hear the original audio of Speedy.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
He's trying to coach me to go down into the. I didn't want to go in.
Of course not.
Right. Well, you got
And
to
he
hit
said,
it.
If you understand the laws of physics.
Do we have that footage where Speedy is coaching me into
Yeah,
it?
here it is.
Come on.
I'm sorry.
You need some help?
You stand on this side and backhand it.
Bubba's stuck in a sand trap.
There he is. Look, he's up. He's back up.
There you go.
There we go.
Oh, easy
I
now.
buried that ball. You can't. Watch how I hit this left-handed.
Can I do that?
There you go, right there. That's it. That's it.
Huh? Yep.
Or go back to the one-handed.
Just pick it up and how about that right there?
That's innovative, Bubba.
Yeah, it is.
You got it.
That's right.
Oh, there it is. It went about a foot.
Yeah, we're not done.
Now what?
Still slipping.
Me trying to get out. I can't get out.
Oh no!
No, he's in neutral. He's in neutral. President of There you go. That is awesome.
Then I got overpulled.
Yeah, they almost pulled you too
I'm
far.
sorry about that, Bubba.
Oh,
but,
that's
I mean,
funny.
you never know. You might could have chipped it in.
I think that's hilarious.
Yeah, it is.
It really
You
is.
might could have chipped it in. So I didn't
Does
want you to
anybody
pick
have
up.
footage of me hitting one in the middle
I
of the
do.
fairway?
I have one.
Do you?
Yeah.
Because you're right. YouTube won't be paid attention.
Yeah,
Oh,
quick. Show.
no.
Put the good one up there.
Well, nobody
wants
wants to
that.
see.
That doesn't get you likes.
Right. Yeah, nobody wants to
I'll
see.
be honest.
I wish
I'm
one of those chips I hit with a giant niblet was on there.
Doggone it.
It's been so long since he's had a bad that I'm kind of disappointed. I used to look forward to it. Now he keeps hitting them down the middle.
You know,
Well, you know what? You may be back in luck.
They
this
may be
year,
back.
Greg.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to see.
Bubba, in previous years, you have. I just remember you constantly upgrading your equipment situation, us talking about what you're going to dress for your round,
Oh,
what
remember
kind
that?
of shoes,
Yeah.
and none of that. It's like you've just said, to heck with it. I'm going to go out and play with what I got. I'm not worried about my wardrobe. I'm not worried about my swing. I'm going to go out and enjoy it. And
Well, I had a
let
great
the chips
time. I had
fall
a
where they
great
may.
time last year not playing, just going out on the court.
You didn't realize how fun it was, did you?
So this is going to kind of be that version again, but with clubs.
Well,
in
and you'll probably have more fun than ever before.
Yeah.
You
I
got to
just
admit, that last year, that gig's pretty good. Isn't it?
Yeah.
yeah, well, it was real good.
Bubba, I
I
think-
wasn't near as tired.
Nobody gets mad for you to say
No.
Right.
I didn't hit him, but I hit that one lady on the par 3. Yeah, this is the one I hit, isn't it?
No, this is a first drive. This is a tee off here. I think you did pretty good. I think it landed just to the right of the bunkers, I believe, if I remember. You wanted one down the middle.
All right. There we go.
There you go, Bubba. See?
I thought you were setting him up.
No, he wanted to know if we had one down the middle.
Because I remember at Shoal Creek one time
when it
he
went
hit,
over.
when it hit that building, you could hear it in the distance. I thought that's what this was.
I swung, hit the ball, and I'm like, I don't know where it went. I'm walking off, and you hear, bam!
We had the footage of it. Oh, look at me.
We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. But you cancel them so quick, you never get to have a discussion about it. And people won't discuss it now because they're afraid they'll be painted as racist and canceled and all that stuff. You can't even have a conversation anymore. And I want to say this too about Chris. He has a history of defending the contestants on the show, even sometimes against things that I think were bad in their past. But he always takes up for the current contestants. This is consistent with what he's done in the past.
Wasn't he on a podcast of a former contestant or something? I got confused.
It was something. It wasn't like he was on the Bachelor itself. Doing it. It was something obscure.
Again, the discussion, you could have had a discussion.
This is a dangerous
and let me give people a heads up, to people who
opposing points of view
who are doing this. A lot of the people that are saying they agree with you really don't. They're just scared of you. So they really don't feel the way you think they do.
No, I know. We've said this before. I think this culture has just moved people into what I think is a worse place where I patronize you.
Yeah.
So you'll just go away.
Yeah. They don't really feel the way you do. They're just scared of you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They don't agree with you.
Yeah, because you know why we never get to debate and walk through it and discuss it and have critical thinking and then come to a conclusion.
Hey, and you know what? This is shocking. They may change your mind a little bit on it too. You know,
Yeah.
they may enlighten you to something.
Well, there's a time we tried to change someone's mind if we disagree with them. Now we're just an angry mob and say, off with your head. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, so Bubba has got a video and we have the story here that he wants me to see. I haven't seen it yet. So this will be my first reaction. I have the headline here. Moment half-naked skater plunges into freezing water.
Why are you skating naked?
As ice cracks in Amsterdam. Is that right? All right, so I think we have it.
Skating on an Amsterdam canal.
All right, so I think we have this. And Adler's going to hear it. Oh, my goodness.
Look.
Okay.
Look, he's got to be freezing.
How cold is that?
Goodness gracious.
Come on.
Oh,
Look, I
man.
mean, he goes in. I'm talking about
Now, the
face
prime
first.
minister, the prime minister there had asked that people stay off the canal and not be ice skating on it because they're having a abnormally high number of people who are coming in with fractures and injuries, and they're needing to save the hospital space for COVID patients. And then you got this daredevil out there, and he goes in head first right through the ice.
Let me tell you something. He doesn't know much about ice and where it's thin and where it's thick. But I mean, how is he even like he's swimming around trying to get to something where he can get out? But he's got to be freezing. He's got nothing on but shorts. I mean, he's got no.
How cold
He's
is
not
that
even in
water?
a hurry to get out.
No, it's like somebody's giving him something to hang on to now, but he's got to find some way out of there. Look, he's trying to find ice that's thick enough to get up on, so he can make his way
in a
back.
handle.
He's numb.
Yeah, look, here comes another.
He's in a handle.
Here comes another skater. Oh my goodness! Every time he tries to get up, it continues to break. Look, and that skater's like, I'm not going any
Looks
closer.
Like the skater's throwing a rope to him.
Yeah,
He's trying to.
I'm not
going to
go. I'm not going to go any closer because now I'm going to fall in there with him.
Now think about trying to get up on that ice because it's a sharp edge now where it's broke, and it keeps breaking every time he gets up on it.
Look, they're pulling him out now. Look,
stomach's probably cut up.
Oh man, so he's still goofing off. How is he not freezing to death?
He's getting after it pretty good.
Why is he out there with I mean, he's out. I mean,
look, I mean, he's just going along, no problem. Hey, there it is.
Well, luckily he's a good swimmer. I mean, he was able to keep himself up the entire time. But I mean,
God, that makes me cold to see that.
Right there, boy. Look, it ain't thick enough right there, brother. So yeah, so it says.
I like where his skates get hung, and that's what catches him.
Yeah, and they do refer to him in the story, as you said, as the daredevil skater. Says he has on a pair of black boxer shorts and skates, and that's it.
What in the world?
Can you
does it say how cold it is there for the canal to freeze? It's got to really be cold.
Yeah, see, I'd be panicking right there at that point, just trying to get somewhere quick.
Well, I got to give him props. He stays calm, and that probably is the reason why he didn't have any issues. But
do you remember, Rick? When we were working in Gadsden, we went to eat at a place that had a lot of old pictures, and they had pictures like from the early 1900s.
All right, we're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Man, we're glad you're here, and thank you for hanging out with us today. Find out everything you need to know about the Rick and Bubba Show by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. So a couple things we got. Did you know that self-checkout, there's actually backlash that continues? I told you, speaking of our mom, that we thank y'all for praying for her today. We're hopefully we can get to the bottom of what happened to her yesterday, and we're getting some updates. So keep praying that we find a positive solution. But you know, she said she wouldn't go to grocery stores that did all self checkout. She wouldn't do it. She said they'll lose my business. I don't want to have to self checkout. I'm 82 years old, and I want to go up there and talk to somebody, a cashier, and get through there. Well, they're saying that they're also they're having real theft problems. Shoplifters just don't scan items, or they'll scan cheaper items, then pocket a couple more. And they said it's really turning into just be a lose for everybody. The businesses are losing big on them. Customers, some of them, like, you know, the older people, don't like them. And, of course, now, you know, when something like this happens, what California thinks you're supposed to do is to outlaw them.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the story. I mean, they have their own place in the market, and some people like them and some don't. Sure. And like you said, there's certainly a curve to their life expectancy. But of course, California now seeing this a threat to their working population, and the reason they're doing it is because California has jacked the minimum wage up so high that people can't afford to stay open, so they've automated stuff.
Right.
Well, now them in cahoots with the unions are going to outlaw these type of checkout machines. Now, see, I don't think California ought to be outlawing that.
If the customers don't like them, they'll go away.
Yeah, the businesses need to respond to their customers. If they like them, fine. If they don't, get rid of them. It's really not the state of California's business, but this is driven by the union and their desire to do this. But listen, here's the next step. This is what's going to happen. These businesses will just close up. Yeah. They'll just close up because they can't make a profit paying minimum wage at the height that is and having the number of people they need. So you cut back bare bones. You don't have service. You know, we all know how that is. Or you just go out of business, and that's what will happen next.
Yeah, they're not going to stop the way businesses operate. And like you just said, here's how it should work. A business says, man, we're losing on these self-checkouts. Our theft is, doubled. And oh, by the way, we got customers don't like it. Now they're not coming here. Maybe we need to add a few more employees. And then if that works, the business stays going. But if you say you got to hire people because self-checkout, we're going to outlaw it. You just said it, and you're right. They're just going to say, well, if we can't make a profit, then we just, But let them figure it out. They can even sit there on their own spreadsheet and go, all right, so if we took 2 self-checkouts out and added 2 cashiers, how much they going to cost us? They can work that out. You know, and you may not get everybody hired back, but you get some people hired back, because what they got to decide is, does the human being make me a better profit than the machine?
Right.
That's the free market. And if it does, then they'll replace it anyway.
Right. I don't mind doing checkout if I have a small amount of items, but I'm not pulling up there with a buggy full and do it.
No, I don't like that.
I ain't doing it.
Don't like it, Greg. Don't like it at all.
Well, sometimes I do it because the line is long, or it's the only thing open, or like I say, you got a short amount. There's good days and bad days.
Let me avoid it all. Walmart pickup. Pull in there and they bring it right out to you. I like that.
But how do you know?
And he made fun of that at one point.
I did.
Yeah, but
I really did.
Here's my thing, Greg. I wonder what you're making fun of today.
Yep,
that's great.
That 90 days to 120 days you've embraced.
Look, I'm not open to revisit something.
I know.
Right. It's got to prove itself to be. Who knows?
I just don't jump on it quick.
Well, who knows? One day Greg might want Richard Simmons to come in and lick his eye.
He might.
Now, if you pick Walmart pickup at the wrong time, you regret it. So I'm learning the days that it's not. Don't pick a Monday.
You got to learn
not
that.
Good.
No, not good.
Boy, get away from that Monday.
Not good.
It's a tough
Monday. Why is Monday not good?
I don't know.
That's a tough one, Coach.
It is.
Is it?
It is. It'll be backed up.
But now they'll substitute a couple of items. They send you a thing that shows you, though, and they'll show you what they don't have. No big deal. I've called them claiming they didn't have something and found it in there, but that's how another story.
That's the thing I'm always worried about. I'm not going to get the one that I wanted. You know,
they'll tell you though. If you don't want them to swap it, that you just won't have it. But they won't automatically swap.
I saw where Walmart, speaking of them, is having some lawsuit where they're overpricing things or so. I don't know.
On the like a couple of pennies on a scam. Or something.
Yeah.
Oh, really? They said you got to look for that. You know, that little face they have that's smiling. Every now and then he's not smiling.
If he's not smiling, right? It's easy.
Yeah.
He's frowning. Look out.
Have you ever blocked somebody? Because they all have these things that they've been trained to ask, and me.
Of course,
I enjoy
self-entertainment.
Yeah, a lot of times there's no one even benefits from it. But I love this. Okay, hello there. How are you, Dave? Fine. How are you doing? Did you find everything you need? I did not.
and they don't know what to do.
They're like, it's also like
I don't have an answer for that.
What? I didn't. I didn't find the brand I was looking for.
I don't know where it's
I did not find everything I needed. I'm
doing that next.
Who stocked this place? They do not. They don't know what to do.
Nope, I got a couple of things, but I didn't get all I wanted. I couldn't find.
And then if you really want to have fun, tell them you don't want to donate to what they've chosen, but you'd like to donate to something of your choice. They have no idea what to do. Would you like to donate to the local food bank? Would not. Would like to donate to Children's Hospital.
Well, if you check the total of this bill, I think I've already donated.
Having a good day today? Yeah, let me tell you about it.
Yeah. could be better, but
sciatica,
I've only had this happen once. I didn't know this. Walmart cashier asked you to rate her on the star system.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know it was
what?
She asked me to. I didn't even know you
Where?
did.
At just like a Walmart place?
Walmart.
A cashier?
Yeah.
Well,
she goes, will you going to give me? Will you do?
Did you do it?
I did. Gave her a 1. No, I'm kidding. I gave her a good one.
Were you
how you
paying
gonna mess that up? I mean,
I stood tall. I stood tall the other day. Somebody says, "You got one of those, rewards thing." I said, "No, I don't think so." Oh no, I've seen your wife in here. Your wife does. You got her number? I do. What do you want to put her number in there? No, I don't.
No.
and she goes, "Well, she always puts her number." And I said, "I'm not her."
She loves it.
If she wants to do that, I think that's great. All you got to do is just give us her number. I understand, but right now I got to tell you, there's no way I'm giving it.
Yeah. Good, but I'm not.
Yeah. I don't want to join the club. I don't want a card. I don't want to donate. What I would like is to check out and get my bill.
Right.
That's what I really want to do.
Here's what I'd like to do is be driving out of here.
Let me tell you one of these things. You know how things.
Adios.
You know the thing in these little moments in life. They're just little pats on the back. And it happens so rarely. I got the parking spot right next to where the cart corral is.
Oh,
so I got to bring the cart, unload the groceries, and just shove it right into the corral.
Yeah, that's rare.
When I parked in there, I just sit there for a minute and just got giddy
because you don't get that one.
I end zone dance.
You got it.
It's the coup de grace.
Hey, look, put my groceries in and stick my cart.
Oh wait a minute! I'm gonna go ahead and stick the front of the cart already in the corral, and I'm gonna start coming out the side, go right in, open that back door, and I'm in. And then I do now a little push.
Just a little push.
That feels good. You ever been to one of those places where you miscalculate how far away their corrals are, and are you willing to take it all the way back?
No. You're
Ever
right.
left one on the island? I have.
I'm not
What?
proud.
I won't
I'm
leave it
not
in the
proud
parking
of
lot.
it.
I won't leave it in the parking lot, but I'll put it on the island.
That's anarchy.
I know. I'll put one on the island. Look, you need to give us some closer. That's a long way back there. I'm an old man now. But I get it up off the parking spot. You know those little grass islands? I'll put it up on one end.
And it'll roll off,
That's
hit
nice.
somebody's car.
Yep. You ever had that sweet spot where the person who's coming to get them catches you?
Oh, yeah, you hand it to 'em.
and says, "I'll take it from you."
Oh, yeah.
I love that.
Ever tell you about the time when I was a bagger and I crashed into a car with people in it with a bunch of carts?
Yes, you did.
Got away from me.
Told us
Hammered
the other
it.
day about it.
Their head
with
shook.
with them in it.
Yes.
It's like getting hit by a train.
It really was. It's terrible.
Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.